He saved another world as a dark mage, survived demons, conquered chaos, and walked home a legend. But the moment Kim Min-jun returned to Korea, it was the day before his military enlistment. And just when he thought he could finally rest and play games, monsters began crawling out of dungeons. Now the savior of another world is stuck doing boot camp all over again, this time with rifles, commanders, and a world collapsing under him. What happens when destiny interrupts gaming time? Let's find out. In the Empire of Isgard, the celebration was in full swing. The inhabitants were greeting the hero who had just returned. Delighted with every glance, they began to praise the hero and the Empire. And somewhere in the shadow of the celebration, the protagonist, Kim Min-jun, was wandering. Children were running down the street, trying to make it to the parade. A boy told his sister to hurry, but she was so tired, which made him nervous. A man in black robes passed by, and the boy immediately froze. His sister caught up with him and said that she had simply asked him to slow down. Why was he stopping? She glanced at the man passing by and told him that the parade was in the other direction, and her brother immediately pulled her back, whispering that she should not stare at him. This man was a dark mage. She didn't know what dark mages were, and he told her that he was cursed. Min-jun was heading to the temple that stood on top of a cliff. There, a saint of unearthly beauty was waiting for him, admiring the view of the city. Hearing a knock behind her, she immediately turned around and, seeing the dark magician, said that he had finally arrived. In this world, his name was Minold. She looked at the enemy's head, which he brought with him, and said that now the last threat to Isgard was eliminated. She wanted to thank him on behalf of the entire empire. He did not want to listen to her and simply wanted her to fulfill her promise right now. Her face immediately became serious and she told him not to worry. She remembered her promise. Maybe she should call him Kim Min-jun from now on? He removed the hood from his head, and she reminded him that she made him a dark mage, not because she didn't like him. He responded that he didn't like her at all. He really wanted to kill her. She ignored these words and said that the fact that he worked for the good of the empire, remaining in complete obscurity, deserved her boundless gratitude. Even though he could be a bit blunt, he had done a lot to forever change the opinion of dark magicians among the inhabitants of the empire. So she wanted to ask him one last time. Did he really want to return to his home world? He knelt before her and confirmed this, asking her to send him home right now. She didn't need him anymore anyway. She sighed heavily and said that if he stayed, she would reward him for all the troubles that had befallen him and for all the stress he was experiencing. He smiled and told her to end the performance, and she exclaimed indignantly, what did he mean? She was actually speaking sincerely. He stood up and asked what she could give him, which surprised her slightly. He dusted off his clothes and said that she had dragged him into this world by force. He worked for her as a slave. And what next? Does she want him to stay and continue to serve her until the end of his days? What will he get in return? She told him that if he stays, she will give him everything his heart desires. Without him, the empire will know trouble. He didn't let her finish and said that she should get him some Korean grilled chicken. She, of course, didn't understand what that was. And he said that he also wanted jokbal. The local food here is simply disgusting. All this time, she was feeding him some kind of high-calorie cookies. This is not food, but fodder. Why should he stay in a world where they can't even feed him properly? She realized her mistake and nervously promised him to work through this issue. He told her to forget about it. This is what he really wants. A computer with a huge monitor and the latest components, so that it works like a monster. He also needs the fastest Wi-Fi. He really wants to collect awards in his favorite game, Dungeon Power Fighter. He urgently needs to log into the game. He's already going crazy. She didn't understand a single word he said and indignantly told him to stop. Let him ask her only for what he has in this world. She clenched her fists, realizing that he didn't need anything from this world, after which she bowed her head dejectedly and said that she understood everything. They would begin the transfer ritual right now. After that, she led him to another room and he looked around, smiling, saying that he had so many memories of this place, although he never wanted to see it again. She sighed heavily and asked him to stand in the center of the summoning seal, where he appeared. He did everything as she said, after which a magic circle appeared under his feet, and she said that first she would free him from the saint's protection. He took off his glove, and looking at the mark on his hand, thought that, despite the name, this thing did not protect him, but rather served as a chain, holding him back from killing this woman. Finally, she would take this off him. He had waited for this moment. He extended his hand to her, and, while she was busy removing the mark, she said that she truly didn't understand. The incredible power he had received in this world, as well as the wealth and fame that awaited him, was he really ready to give it up? He told her to mind her own business, and asked if she wasn't afraid at all. Once the mark was removed, he would be able to kill her. She answered him that in that case, she would humbly accept her fate. After all, it was she who had started it all. Finally, the mark was removed. She told him that everything was ready. Now he could kill her, if that was what he wanted. And if not, then they could begin the ritual. Finally, after so much time, he got rid of this mark, and this excited him. The saint stepped aside and said that now she would deprive him of the powers he had received when he came here. It was dangerous for him to enter the portal with these powers. Now Minjun decided to fulfill what he had wanted for so long. He smirked, and grabbing her by the neck with streams of energy, lifted her off the floor. Choking and coughing, she looked at him and asked what all this meant. He smiled and asked if she had any idea how much effort he had put into developing this power. He would not give it up so easily. He would not let her take it. After these words, he let go of her, and she fell to the floor, and she thought that she understood his plan. However, being a dark magician, there was no way he would be able to open the portal. So she thought until she saw the opposite. He opened the portal without any problem, and her eyes widened in surprise. How did he manage to open the passage using dark magic? She became worried and told him to stop. He could not use interdimensional magic so carelessly. He told her that he knew it. That's why he had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. After all, now he was at the peak of his powers. They're all weird here. Why separate magic into dark and light? It's all the same thing. He reached into his pocket, saying he had one last thing for her, then gave her a rude gesture and jumped into the portal, telling her goodbye, that it was very nice meeting her. He hoped they never met again. And even if they did meet, she wouldn't live. She reached out to him, nervously asking him to stop, but it was too late. The portal collapsed and split into many streams of energy, and then it all rushed into the sky, and she could only watch it. After that, she angrily slammed her fist on the floor and asked if he thought she was doing it for fun, or because she enjoyed it. He was just a sick idiot. Meanwhile, he had transported back to Korea, straight to his room. He fell to the floor and caught his breath, and from fear he covered himself in a cold sweat. Because of her words, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move. Thank God it was all nonsense. Pulling himself together, he got up and looked around his room, remembering the old days, and his gaze fell on the phone lying on the table. As soon as he picked it up, he smiled, because he missed this feeling so much. He turned on the phone, his favorite game, and laughed out loud with joy, exclaiming that he was finally back. He finally got out of that hole. The joy did not leave him exactly until the moment the notification about a broken connection appeared. He had no internet connection, which was quite annoying. Meanwhile, a squad of soldiers was moving cautiously outside. They hid behind a building, and Corporal Choi In-ho asked, "The target was heading that way, right?" The soldier confirmed this, saying that they were sent to this area. What was the whole thing there? Why did they pull them out? He asked in response, how was he supposed to know about this? Let him ask the officer if he was so interested. He took a few deep breaths, trying to overcome his fear, then nodded and signaled them to go forward. When they ran out of the corner of the building, they were very surprised. Minjun was walking down the street as if nothing had happened. He found out that 2 years had passed since his conscription to Isgard, and the very thought of it infuriated him. It's good that the phone works at all, but there's no internet. He started waving his hand, trying to get a network, but he couldn't and started cursing because even all the stores were closed in broad daylight. The soldiers stared at him in surprise, and the corporal asked, "What is that?" One of the soldiers said that he looked like a civilian, and the corporal said that he thought civilians were not allowed in this area. What do security even do? He called out to the guy, telling him to come here, and MC turned around, surprised, asking what the military were doing here. He thought they were probably having some kind of training, although they were doing something strange. They should have been just walking in circles around the neighborhood. He smiled awkwardly, apologizing to them, and the corporal, noticing something behind him, excitedly told him to run. A wolf pounced on Minjun from behind. He turned around in confusion and, seeing the monster, said that this piece of meat is not worth even one blow. He wanted to attack, but suddenly discovered that his demonic energy was completely gone, so he went a different way. He grabbed the wolf by the head, then slammed it with all his might onto the hard pavement, and the military was shocked. The wolf quickly lost strength. MC called it a blunt piece of meat, and when the beast growled, he struck again. The soldiers' faces turned pale at a sight, and Minjun asked, did it think he was a pathetic loser who could be attacked just because he had no demonic energy left? Even if he had become a little weaker, such a monster would still be no match for him. He smirked, reminding him of his endurance training in Isgard. He looked down at the monster and wondered what in this world it was even doing. After that, he stood up and wanted to say something to the soldiers, but they, out of fear, ordered him not to approach. After that, they took him to the evacuation point. In-ho said he didn't understand why he was going so far. He could even go to prison for this. He was lucky that the commander allowed them to let him go so as not to escalate the situation. By the way, does he seriously not know what's going on? He smiled and confirmed it, saying that he had simply lived abroad for a long time and had only just returned. After that, he frowned and thought that Korea wasn't the same anymore. What happened during these 2 years? When he was about 7 years old, dungeons began appearing all over the world. Monsters appeared in their reality. He even remembers soldiers killing them back then, much like now. Along with the dungeons and monsters, so-called awakened ones began to appear. They are far more powerful than ordinary humans. A squad of hunters was created from the awakened ones, whose task is to immediately destroy the monsters that escape from the dungeons. So before that idiot summoned him, Korea had no problems with monsters. Realizing what had happened to his favorite game, his face reflected all the frustration. The Dungeon Power Fighter server still wouldn't open. He started frantically tapping the screen, thinking, did he really come back for nothing? Let it open immediately. He wants to play so badly. The corporal glanced at him incredulously and thought that the whole world was in the same situation and he was saying he didn't know anything. It was somehow suspicious. Remembering how easily he finished off that monster, he decided not to ask him any more questions. At that very moment, MC called out to him and asked if people were able to evacuate safely, especially game developers. Do you think it's possible to find a job now, especially at a gaming company? And what about the buildings? Was anything destroyed? Especially the server rooms. And what even happened here? What's this mess? Inho smiled nervously and said that he would tell him everything he knew. You might not notice it, but he got an A in dungeon theory and monstrology at university. He was surprised that they taught such things at universities now, and the corporal said that it was harder to find a university that didn't teach such things. The reason the situation had gotten so bad was a strange phenomenon that appeared in the dungeons about 2 years ago. One day, dungeons simply started appearing more frequently and getting bigger, and worst of all, the number of giant monsters also increased significantly. Because of this, the military had a hard time controlling the situation, and they even had to cordon off several of the most violent residential areas. Since then, the army has been constantly trying to push the monsters back, but there simply aren't enough people. Minjun stared at him in shock. That's understandable, but what about the gaming companies? He just wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter. The corporal asked how old he was, and he hesitantly replied that he was 21. Inho smiled and said that meant he was about to serve. 5 years of his life down the drain, he sympathized. MC was surprised and asked, really? 5 years? That's how long the awakened serve, while ordinary people serve 3 years. He replied that the authorities had changed the law due to the worsening situation. Now everyone serves 5 years, not just the awakened. If he's 21, he should have received his summons by now. Upon learning that he would have to serve for 5 whole years, he turned pale and wondered, was he serious? Upon his return, he planned to do nothing for a while. Just play and relax. Now he's being conscripted for 5 years. He can't even log on to the game server. At that moment, a national appeal arrived on his phone. It was a message about the start of his military service, and he asked, what is this tomorrow? Are they really sending out summonses via SMS now? They certainly chose an unfortunate time. Ino smiled and remarked that it was serious, and he exclaimed in shock, is this all for real? They don't even do medical exams anymore. They just send a message and that's it? And how can they even notify him about the draft the day before? Inho nervously replied that he'd already told him there weren't enough men, so the inspection was now being done right on the spot. As for the date, he thought he'd simply missed the previous reminders. Why doesn't he go to the computer club near the evacuation point and check? Learning that there were still computers with internet access somewhere around here, he shuddered with excitement. After his parents disappeared, he spent all day at home playing games. When he was drafted to Isgard, he was a 12th grader without a single friend, and now he was back in his lost paradise. A decent pile of food debris had accumulated on his desk, but he continued to play and shed tears of happiness. In a moment, he thought about how much he loved computer clubs, and this game was still just as divine. How long had it been since he went on a boss raid? He wished he could thank the owner of this establishment for not closing this computer club even in such difficult times. After that, he called a worker, asking her to bring him a hot dog, and she thought he was eating too much. Having fully enjoyed his paradise, he decided to check the news on online sources. In the end, what that soldier had said turned out to be the absolute truth, including the fact that he had been warned about the draft in advance. And apparently, his first day of service really is tomorrow. If he had dark magic, he would have been able to clear all the dungeons by himself. But for some reason, his body was completely devoid of demonic energy, which was the source of magic. It's not that he's completely defenseless. Maybe he can still clear all the dungeons by himself. As this thought flashed through his head, he had an idea. He shouted to the entire computer club that this is exactly what he should do. He saw that you could get an exclusive weapon in the game for serving in the army and laughed, saying that it was perfect. Just let them wait. He would solve all the problems himself. The next day, he went to the gathering place. There were a lot of people around, especially guys with shaved heads, their mothers and girlfriends. Everyone was saying goodbye to each other. Only Minjun walked ahead and smiled, noticing that everyone was so depressed. After that, an announcement came over the loudspeakers that the recruits needed to immediately proceed to the auditorium. He followed the other guys and thought about what they said. The army isn't what it used to be either. Could it really be tougher than in Isgard? But he would definitely get an exclusive weapon. After that, they gathered in front of a large audience, and a soldier rudely ordered them to stand up straight. They hadn't come here for a picnic. He called them lazy idiots and ordered them to stop crawling like snails and keep their heads up. They needed to move an inch forward. They should push the one in front of them with such force as if their lives depended on it. His assistant shouted in displeasure, asking why they weren't repeating what they were told. The guys took a few confused steps forward, and MC, remembering how his teacher in Isgard constantly beat him, smiled and thought that the local instructors were nice guys. After that, battalion battalion commander Kim Sang-soo approached the podium and asked for everyone's attention. Before he began his speech, he would ask for a show of hands from those who wanted to join the hunting party. As they already know, the attitude towards hunters is completely different from that towards representatives of other units. Salaries there start at 3 million won. Despite such a large salary, no one dared to join the battalion, and the battalion commander, already thinking that no one would raise their hand, decided to start a speech. But one of his subordinates called out to him and said that there was someone over there who wanted to join. It was Minjun. He was asked to come forward and said that he understood everything. After which he pushed off from the floor, breaking the boards under his feet, and jumped so high that he surprised everyone present. After that, he landed on the platform, which greatly surprised the commander, and introduced himself to him, saying that he would like to join the hunting party. Once, when he was still in Isgard, he went to the northern region, to a forgotten canyon. There, in one of the mountains, there was a deep cave, where he found an interlocutor. He sat on the body of a spider and said that dark mages have nothing but problems. This is the worst career choice. Even though they have wild skills, without demonic energy, everything is useless, and it doesn't regenerate like mana, like normal mages. It has to be accumulated by killing demonic monsters. Earning energy while spending it isn't very profitable. He understands, right? And joining a normal party for a dark mage is practically impossible with such a reputation. So, he has to wander through dungeons alone, and if he runs out of demonic energy inside, he's dead. And so he has a question for it. How can a dark mage accumulate demonic energy more or less effectively? Instead of an answer, a fire crackled. He waited a few more seconds, but no one answered him. There was deathly silence. He wondered if it was because they were all dead, but in fact, there was one survivor. He looked at him and asked with a smirk, "Why is even the hidden boss silent then? Why did he only come now?" He was almost bored to death here. Seeing that all the little spiders were dead, the boss roared with rage and he asked, "Is this his answer? His mouth stinks so much." He stood up abruptly and punched the monster in the head, saying that was wrong. The correct answer is to improve physical strength. It was 643 days before returning to Earth. By now, the battalion commander's speech had already ended, and he headed with Minjun to his office. He placed a cup of coffee in front of him and asked him to wait here. Some of the hunters would be arriving soon, and he thanked him for the treat. Afterwards, the man took a sip of coffee and noted that he was full of enthusiasm. Let him tell him why he was so eager to join the hunting party. Things are bad in Korea these days. Many are moving to other units, even the awakened ones. He answered with a broad smile that he simply had some business in the dungeon, and after these words, the office fell silent for a few seconds. The battalion commander laughed loudly and remarked that he was funny. He liked him. He was a funny guy. He wouldn't even make him pay for a broken floor. MC took a sip of coffee and silently told the old man to stop laughing. He was serious. All Korean units were under military custody. The task of destroying all the monsters that had escaped to Earth, of course, fell to the hunters. Each of them possessed exceptional skills, and one could quickly rise in the hunter squad if one proved their strength. Career advancement was limitless. If he got into the hunter squad, then in theory, he should be allowed into the dungeon. He would deal with most of the monsters on his own, and he hoped there would be at least a couple of demonic ones among them. And then, given the possibility of rapid career advancement, he would be able to fully recover his strength. He couldn't help but smile and thought that in 5 years, he would get 10 stars and clear every single Korean dungeon. Then the game's creators could finally finish developing their new project in peace, and he would become rich and successful. There was a knock on the door, and Sergeant Lee Sun-ho from the hunting squad entered the office and greeted the battalion commander. The man pointed to Minjun and said that here was the newcomer he had promised him. He was surprised that the battalion commander addressed him with respect, after which the man asked if he even had hunter abilities. If he's truly awakened, he should be able to open the status window. Let him dictate his stats to him. He looked up at him and thought, what kind of nonsense is this man talking? Are all hunters like this? Well, that's how it is in the army. You're told to do something, and you do it. He waved his hand and thought that Isgard also had status windows, although he rarely opened them because there was nothing there except stat points and skill descriptions. He was curious about how everything worked here. He opened the status window in anticipation, but his expectations were disappointed. The sergeant told him to tell him what was there, and he, looking up at him nervously, replied that it was giving an error. Sun-ho didn't believe him and irritably asked, "Is he making fun of me?" Meanwhile, somewhere in Gyeonggi-do, at the Hunter Squad Training Center, the huntress Sun Eun-so came to the office of Battalion Commander Choi Sung-beom, and he told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The last time they crossed paths was in Woncheon, about 10 years ago. He never thought he'd run into her here. Why doesn't a young huntress like her sit down first? She replied that she wasn't a huntress yet. She was just one of the new recruits, like everyone else here. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, but if he'd called her here only because of her father, she would immediately warn him that she didn't want special treatment during her training. He laughed and said that she had misunderstood everything. He had called her for a completely different reason. Of course, she wouldn't get any special treatment. After all, the hunting party wasn't some shady outfit. Hadn't her father told her about this? She felt a little ashamed that she had said that, and asked why he had called her then. He replied that, as a commander, he couldn't help but be interested to learn that they had such an interesting recruit. She would soon run out of time for conversation, so he wanted to tell her something in advance. He was sure it hadn't been an easy decision. Starting from the bottom, like the other recruits, they needed people like her, so he thanked her as a military man and a Korean citizen. She blushed with awkwardness and thanked him for such kind words. After which the commander looked out the window and, seeing a car pull up, said with a smile that he had recently received a funny report. She's going to have an interesting friend. Wouldn't she like to go see him with him? Meanwhile, MC got out of the car, looking at the huge building, and wondered how much taxpayer money they'd invested in this. It was so serious. He thought there would be a computer club here too. Sunho called him a newbie and told him not to look at the local views. It was too early to relax. He hadn't been accepted yet. He was a special case, so he would personally test him. If it weren't for the decision of his superiors, he wouldn't have brought him in and sent him straight to Yangchang. Minjun blushed with anger, and the sergeant told him to keep in mind that as soon as the test revealed that he'd lied to them, he'd be immediately court-martialed. He thought he was so nasty and asked what the test was. The man rapped his knuckles on the crystal behind him and said that if he moved the block even a centimeter, he'd be accepted. He had 10 minutes. He thought that if he had even a sliver of talent as a hunter, this would prove his strength. This mineral is called Scarlet Stone, and it appears in dungeons. This material is not only unusually heavy, but also extremely hard. A boulder of this size wouldn't even flinch under the pressure of an ordinary recruit. MC chuckled and asked, "Is that all? This test is so easy?" He passed by the sergeant, who, throwing him an irritated glance, thought that it was impossible to look into another person's status window, and the military is full of idiots who abuse their power. He jumped onto the 5-meter platform, but he didn't want to show the status window. It's clear he's lying. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-beom and Eun-so came out onto the balcony. He smiled and told her that there was that guy. He demonstrated outstanding abilities during the recruiting meeting, but he claims that his status window is showing an error. He had never encountered such a case in all his time as a commander. He had high expectations, and he hoped this recruit would live up to them. Minjun, meanwhile, touched the stone and thought that they were scattered throughout the dungeons of Isgard, and that they were absurdly heavy, but he could handle it with ease. He steadied his stance, clenched his fist, and everyone looked at him expectantly. Then he swung and smirked, thinking that maybe it contained demonic energy. Then he struck so powerfully that the enormous stone cracked and broke into small pieces. It would be a shame if it didn't contain demonic energy. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock at what they saw. The scarlet stone was broken. The sergeant smiled nervously and thought that this was some kind of madness. He was just a monster. Unfortunately, there was no demonic energy inside it. Soon it was time for training. One of the recruits, out of breath from fatigue, walked up the stairs, thinking that somehow this was all wrong. Even before joining the hunter squad, he knew that training would be difficult. After training, recruits are immediately sent into battle, so for a month they are driven all day long to at least somehow prepare for the upcoming difficulties. On the very first day, they were given weights and made to run up the infamous 6,000 steps, and as if that weren't enough, the instructor timed the distance, which was a little unnerving, but that was expected. Their trainer was Sergeant Lee Sunho, aka the Devil Instructor. This is the only way to quickly improve physical performance. They thought that this was how it should be when you're a hunter recruit, but maybe he was wrong, because this guy broke all the rules. MC ran ahead of everyone and didn't put in much effort. In fact, he really enjoyed everything. His body felt light as a feather. If he had more demonic energy, he would have simply flown. This hellish hunter training turned out to be quite pleasant for him, and compared to the imperial rags, the military uniforms seemed to suit him, and the food served in the center's cafeteria is indescribable. Moreover, after all the schedule items, there is rest. He learned that there really is a computer club here, and it is no worse than those in the peaceful zones. He thinks the authorities don't care what you do in your free time as long as you don't leave the center's territory. He considered escaping with the help of what little demonic energy he could get if he didn't like the conditions. But in the end, everything turned out to be quite cool. They help him stay in shape, feed him deliciously, pay him well, and give him free time to play. He smiled and ran even faster with joy, shouting that the hunting party is simply the best. The other recruits stared after him in shock, wondering where he got the strength from. Meanwhile, a sergeant stood at the top. Hearing quick footsteps behind him, he turned around and was very surprised to see a recruit approaching him. As soon as Minjun reached the top, he looked at the instructor in confusion and asked, "What? He's already at the finish line." Sunho was very surprised and wondered what was wrong with this guy. The average recruit would complete this distance in about an hour and a half, but he was already there. MC looked around for a bit, then turned his gaze to the instructor and approached him, smiling slyly, saying that he thought he'd said he'd give a day off to anyone who could run the distance in under half an hour. He wondered how long it would take him. Sunho wrote out the leave slips for him, and he happily took the paper, walked away, and wondered what he could do with his day off. Sunho smiled meanwhile. He'd reached the finish line in just 21 minutes, and he was the first recruit ever to actually receive this piece of paper. But good physical strength isn't enough. The most important thing is the ability to withstand monsters. He'll be watching him. After a tough training session, the recruits went to the barracks and began to whine from fatigue. One of them opened the status window and happily said that his stats had improved. His endurance had gone up by 1 point. The guy next to him was surprised and congratulated him, asking how much he had before. He'd check his stats now too. Minjun looked at them in shock and wondered, had he misheard? Was he happy that his stats had improved by 1 point? During his training in Isgard, they improved by 10 points daily. He felt uneasy as soon as he remembered those training sessions, and one of the recruits turned to him, deciding to start a conversation with him. He'd received a day's leave. When did he plan to use it? He replied that he didn't know yet, and another soldier approached him, saying that he envied him. The guy sitting on the bunk to the left of him said that he overheard a conversation with the instructor. According to them, no one had ever managed to get a discharge from Sergeant Lee. He probably exercises regularly. It was just amazing. MC looked at them in surprise and wondered if they were really trying to talk to him. While he was a dark mage, the inhabitants of Isgard refused to even look him in the eye, afraid of getting into trouble. It's so cool here. He really likes to communicate. He heard the recruits talking about the computer club and shuddered, and then rushed to the exit, pushing everyone in his way, and exclaimed, "Is the computer club open? And they are only telling him about this now?" When he sat down at the computer, he felt bliss. It's already 9 p.m., and he should leave at least 2 hours for sleep. In Isgard, even an hour of sleep was an unaffordable luxury for him, and 2 hours was practically hibernation. And so he plans to quench his thirst for games every night. A new day and a new training session have arrived. Lee Sunho led the new recruits into the mountains and told them to keep up the pace. Those who didn't manage to run 40 kilometers in 2 hours will not get breakfast. Did they understand? They answered in unison that they understood everything. And when they came back from training, Minjun took out a bottle of water and said with a smile that he maxed out 10 characters yesterday. His friend, trying to catch his breath, noticed with surprise that he wasn't even sweating. He told him that they were just taking a leisurely jog, and he asked, "Has he been gaming all night for 4 weeks now, right? How is that even possible? Or does a monster like him not need to sleep?" MC smirked and asked, "Did he call him a monster?" He brought water for his dear comrades. Apparently he didn't need it. He started pouring the water out, and the guy excitedly exclaimed that he didn't mean it that way. His endurance is just incredible. That's all. The others saw what he was doing. They immediately ran up to him and started putting their open mouths under the stream of water, and he said that they were just like baby birds. The lieutenant arrived. He stood on the platform and loudly said that the lieutenant was disappointed in them. This is the last week of training, and only half of the recruits have barely passed the standards. They are the worst performing group of all. The lieutenant is extremely dissatisfied with them. The guys got nervous, and MC wondered why he was talking about himself in the third person. The man continued, saying that with results like these, they will be deployed in the field in the very first week. Do they think this is all a joke? With such an attitude, they will not make it through the final stage of training, preparation for work in the dungeons. Let's pause for a second to understand what dungeon training is. Most dungeons disappear after all the monsters in them are killed. However, sometimes dungeons remain even after they've been completely cleared. In this case, they become a dynamic dungeon, with its structure changing regularly. Such dungeons are excellent for field training because they allow you to experience all sorts of situations that a hunter might experience. Training in such dynamic dungeons is called dungeon training. The recruits were horrified by this news, and the lieutenant, seeing their nervousness, smiled and thought that a little seriousness wouldn't hurt. Recruits should be treated like horses at a racetrack. To maintain discipline, sometimes a whip is necessary, and sometimes a carrot. He smiled and told them not to panic. It wouldn't do any good. The recruit with the best dungeon score will receive 3 days and 2 nights off. He expected them to rejoice, but his expectations were dashed. They all just stared at him. He became worried and asked, didn't they hear? They would be given 3 days and 2 nights off. Don't they want to rest? Why aren't they happy? He started listing ways to spend a day off and wondered what was wrong with them. Why didn't they react to the word rest? Why was only one recruit showing any enthusiasm? That recruit, of course, was Minjun. The day of preparation for work in the dungeon had arrived. All the recruits had gathered on the mountain in front of the portal, marveling at its size, with instructors standing on either side of it. While they were wondering what they would have to do there, a military truck drove past them at high speed, raising dust. Everyone immediately turned to it, and when they saw what was inside the truck, they were terrified. Many glowing eyes were looking at them, and hounds were sitting in a cage. Seeing the monsters, the soldiers backed away in fear. Some even fell. MC remained calm. He looked at them and thought with a smile, what are they afraid of? They are no more dangerous than a chihuahua. The lieutenant asked loudly, what are they afraid of? They will have to deal with these monsters. Realizing that he wanted to pit them against them, they became even more afraid, and he ordered them to split into groups of 4. Each group will have to defeat at least 1 hound and return from the dungeon within an hour. Let them cast aside their fear and strengthen their fighting spirit. Did they understand everything? They confirmed this, and the instructor, standing near the boxes, told them to approach one by one. Inside were special protective suits for the hunting squad. They are designed to protect the body in extreme conditions, an extremely heavy and simple design. They began to dress, complaining about the discomfort, and Minjun thought that there is no mobility or comfort, only protection. And this costs 50 million won? They should use such expensive equipment to the fullest. He can practically smell the sweat and fear of the previous owner. This thing has a nasty aura. He doesn't like it. He got dressed and approached the lieutenant, saying he had a question. After they kill the hounds, can he immediately remove the armor? He asked in displeasure. Has he lost his fear? But seeing that this was best recruit Minjun, he immediately changed his tone and told him to do as he wanted. But let him remember, this is team training. He can't do everything for his comrades, and he wants to see how he can work in a team. MC glanced at the guys who had already started thinking about how to kill the hound and thought it was easy. They need to be taught how to kill monsters properly. And that's it. It's done. He called out to them and said that he would now tell them the plan he had come up with. The hounds would rush at them, trying to bite their necks, but when they jumped, they shouldn't panic, but simply grab their paws and break their spines. Usually this is enough to kill the hound, but if it was still alive, then just let them separate the two halves and tear them in half, just like kimchi. He smiled with a gleam in his eyes and asked, did they understand everything? They didn't understand anything. They looked at him with stony faces. As soon as everyone was ready, the lieutenant gave a signal to the instructor, and he opened the cage and released the enraged hounds. Ignoring the soldiers, they quickly disappeared into the portal. One of the recruits noticed in surprise that they immediately ran into the dungeon without even paying attention to them. Minjun said they'd spent the whole day in some cage, and then suddenly their home appeared before them. Why would they run somewhere else? The guy smiled and said that made sense. How did he know monster psychology so well? MC remembered how he'd wanted to go home and mentally answered that it was because he'd been like that himself. The lieutenant approached him and ordered them to stop laughing and chatting during training. Do they want to die? They immediately told him that wasn't true, after which he said with displeasure that he'd made his decision. Their team would go first. This news made them very nervous, after which the instructor gave the signal and the four guys headed for the portal. Minjun said that maybe that was even a good thing. The sooner he could take off that stinking heavy suit, the better. His comrade asked if he was serious. After that, the lieutenant took the radio and contacted the instructor, informing him that training was starting and that they should be vigilant. They need to monitor the situation in case the recruits are in danger and need help. The instructor told him that he understood everything. At the moment, he and his partner were hiding in a block of ice from where they had a view of almost the entire dungeon. The instructor looked at the four guys below and told Corporal Kim Ho-jun that the recruits had entered, the first group inside, the rest outside. He asked what else was there, and he answered that the idiot Kim Min-jun was with them. The corporal became nervous and thought, is that the same subject under special surveillance? This is the strongest recruit. His progress during 4 weeks of training is amazing. He will probably show his best in the dungeon. Meanwhile, hounds were hiding behind a block of ice below and keeping an eye on the guys. MC had noticed them a long time ago and thought, are they already going to attack? They are so impatient. He could finish everything quickly by killing all the hounds himself, but then his team will not get any combat experience. He's so caring. He stopped and told his comrades that there they were. The guy nervously asked who exactly, and he responded by asking, what do you think? There's a pack of monsters there. At that moment, the hounds ran out of cover and growled loudly, causing the guys to squeal in fear, and MC told them not to be afraid. These protective suits are really strong. He decided to take command and stepped forward, asked the hounds who will be first. 3 hounds ran towards them. Minjun stepped aside while one of them barked at him, and he asked, will it be first? He immediately hit the dog on the head, and this blow was fatal. One was dead. The second hound pounced on the guy behind Minjun's back and tried to chew through the armor on his arm, and he started calling for help. Seeing him, MC turned and met the hound's gaze, after which he kicked it, slamming it straight into the ceiling. The second hound was dead. There was still one left. Minjun told the guys that if they were rushing at them, they shouldn't stand still, but attack. They would think they were easy prey if they panicked. The guy he saved, out of excitement, called him sir and said that he understood everything, and he asked what kind of sir was he to him? They were comrades, after all. He immediately apologized to him, and he exclaimed that if this were a real foray, like in the dungeon, 2 people would already be dead. There were many of them, and this advantage should be used to pin the hounds to the wall. The guys decided to take his advice and began to press the third hound, and he told them that they were doing everything right. Let them press on. They were already afraid. They needed to keep up the good work. They would soon lose their speed. Ho-jun looked at him in surprise and asked, is he really an ordinary recruit? His partner clarified, he was talking about Minjun, right? The corporal said that usually during their first practice in the dungeon, new recruits lose their heads from fear and can't do anything, but thanks to Minjun's guidance, this group was able to overcome their fear. What does he think? Is it possible that some sergeant was reborn in the body of a recruit? His comrade asked, did he read too many novels? The corporal noted that he didn't just deal with all the hounds on his own, but helped his comrades cooperate and organize teamwork. He gets an A for his dungeon preparation. The rest will get an average. After that, they emerged from their hiding place, and he said that they did an excellent job. Now they can go out. Learning that the instructors were there this whole time, one of the recruits was surprised, after which they followed to the exit. And MC began to pester them, asking when they would tell them their scores. He will get a discharge, right? The man turned to him and told him to shut up. They'd talk when they felt it was time. He smiled and asked if they were worried about the newbies. He knew they were really good-natured inside. The corporal became agitated, and then suddenly everything around them started shaking. Small chunks of ice rained down on them from above. They almost reached the exit, and the instructor turned to the corporal, asking what they should do. He ordered everyone to go to the exit immediately, and the recruit asked what was happening. Was it an earthquake or something? Minjun answered him that it wasn't an earthquake. They were in a volatile dungeon, and it was being rebuilt right now. The guy wondered what would happen next, and when he saw what was happening with the entrance to the dungeon, his eyes widened in shock. The entrance closed on its own. Everyone became nervous, and while one of the instructors tried to contact the lieutenant on the radio, MC realized that they wouldn't be able to get out. The portal disappeared, and he realized things were bad. The instructor turned to the corporal and informed him that the radio had stopped working and the dungeon was changing too quickly. He exclaimed that there was still a month until the next transformation. Why was this even happening? First, they needed to urgently evacuate the new recruits to a safe place. After that, they moved to another location, and the corporal said that, as they could see, an unforeseen situation had occurred. However, there was no reason to worry. They would wait an hour in this place, as prescribed in the instructions. Maybe the entrance would open again. The recruits felt relieved and asked, "Is this true? They only need to spend an hour here to get out?" They were already afraid they were stuck. Hojun laughed nervously and said that he was sure they were working on a solution on the other side too. The lieutenant would take all the necessary steps. They just needed to calmly wait for help to arrive. Minjun looked at him doubtfully and wondered, does he really think that? The reason this particular dungeon was chosen for training the cadets was because they were 100% confident in its predictability. The sudden closing of the entrance took everyone by surprise. The instructor ran excitedly to the corporal to tell him something, and he first suggested he step aside. Watching them, MC thought the instructors seemed to sense trouble too. They weren't showing it, but they were likely just as confused and unsure what to do. If the dungeon had transformed into a closed one, then exiting it wouldn't be so easy. Something similar happened in Isgard too. However, nothing truly catastrophic happened because he was here. Meanwhile, the instructors discussed the situation away from everyone, and the corporal remarked that this was the worst-case scenario. He realized that this was now a closed dungeon, right? His partner was very surprised and said that he hadn't even realized anything at first. Hojun called him thick-headed and noted that he hadn't even known until he told him. And what was he going to tell him then? The entrance to a dungeon can disappear in two cases. The first is when the dungeon disappears. The entrance disappears after completely clearing it. The second is when the dungeon is closed. In this case, the exit disappears after entering it. It turns out that the dungeon has transformed into a closed one, and the exit has disappeared. Also, monsters have appeared here again. The only way to exit a closed dungeon is to kill every single monster in it. His partner began to understand what he was getting at, and he said there would be no outside help. After that, they set off, and the corporal realized that they had 4 cadets with no combat experience and 2 instructors. They would have to go through the dungeon with this team. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they visibly tensed up. They didn't know what kind of monsters had appeared here, and if they were unlucky with the enemies, everything could end disastrously. However, there was nothing to be done. They needed to move while they still had the strength to fight. It would be much easier if they, the instructors, had proper equipment. Otherwise, they could die even from ordinary goblins. Barehanded, it would take him at least 10 minutes to defeat one. A realistic plan, with which they actually had a chance of success, was to fully utilize the recruits' protective suits. They were terribly heavy suits. They needed to put the recruits in front to absorb the blows, while they, the instructors, would kill the monsters distracted by the newcomers. But these idiots trust them. So far, they've done everything they told them to, and completed absurdly difficult tasks. Is it really okay to use your own charges as cannon fodder? His dignity won't survive it. As they walked, the guy from the team gritted his teeth, noting that such nonsense was happening in the last week of training, and Minjun's eyes widened when he noticed something. He immediately froze in place, and the instructor asked, "Is there a problem?" He felt something familiar, and at that moment, the corporal's scream was heard. He grabbed his neck as if he was choking, then fell and started rolling on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The second instructor immediately rushed to his aid, and MC extended his hand to him, worriedly asking, "Where is he going?" There was no point in running. They couldn't help them anyway. He fell next to the corporal, and the recruits began to worry. Minjun ordered them to remain where they were. If they approached, they would suffer the same fate. He approached them and thought it was nothing serious, just fainting. He wasn't surprised. There was a familiar smell here. He threw the instructors into the recruits' arms and told them not to follow him, to just stand at the entrance. The guy called out to him worriedly and asked where he was going. It was dangerous. Even the instructors couldn't stand it. Despite all their entreaties to return, he ran deeper into the cave and thought with a smile that he was so glad. It was good that it existed on Earth too. It was demonic energy. It was precisely because of it that the instructors felt ill. He wasn't surprised that they felt ill, even though they were awakened. Before entering a dungeon contaminated with demonic energy, the Imperials were given special protection. For ordinary people, its influence could be fatal, but for dark mages, demonic energy is like a phone charger. Finally, he found the source of the demonic energy. A dark haze emanated from the very depths of the cave. He climbed higher and stopped. Everything was quiet, and the monsters were nowhere to be seen. He confidently looked up at the monster lurking near the ceiling and asked, did he think he'd go unnoticed? Demonic energy was already radiating from it. He hadn't even dared dream of meeting a dark hound. The name doesn't lie. It's far from the same as a regular hound. Dark ones are much stronger and more dangerous. He first encountered such a monster about a year after being summoned to Isgard. He nearly died then, because he'd never read about this species in any book before. And, of course, he tried to attack it. In general, he is pleased to see a familiar face again. At that moment, the hound headed toward him, and he, having prepared himself, thanked it for the treat. After these words, he hit the hound in the muzzle with all his might, knocking out all its teeth and throwing it aside, saying that he adored demonic energy. After such a blow, the monster died immediately. Demonic energy began to splash out of its body, and he thought that the smell of blood still made him sick. He looked at the raging streams of energy and thought that after death, a lot of demonic energy spilled out of it, which is why they were so difficult to defeat. This monster's blood was poisonous. Upon contact with it, ordinary people's skin began to rot. He extended his hand forward, beginning to absorb demonic energy, which burst the blood vessels. Although this energy is poisonous, naturally, this does not apply to dark mages. He thought that it was so pleasant for him to absorb demonic energy for the first time in so long. It was as if his battery was running low. And yet, what was a dark hound doing in this world? He thought such creatures only existed in Isgard. It's good that there are monsters containing demonic energy on Earth too. But judging by the instructor's reactions, you don't see them very often here. Also, there was no mention of demonic energy at all during the lectures during the training. The likelihood of the Dark Hound having accomplished interdimensional travel is zero. Only a very powerful dark mage like him, or a priest using divine powers, is capable of such a thing. In short, creating portals is not available to everyone. He decided that he was simply making this up. Most likely, it was an unimportant detail. Having absorbed the energy, he went in search of the hound's body, as he needed it for his report. He found it. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Ho-jun began to wake up. He distantly heard voices calling him, and opened his eyes slightly, seeing a crowd of guys huddled above him. He immediately jumped up from his seat with a loud cry and worriedly asked the recruits, "Are they all okay? Are there any wounded?" The second instructor stood up, wondering what had happened, and the boys told them that Minjun had gone exploring the dungeon alone. The corporal was very surprised to hear this, and when they told him everything in detail, he started shaking the poor guy by the shoulders and exclaimed, "Did that idiot really do that?" He nervously clenched his teeth and thought, how could he even think of separating from the group in such a dangerous situation? For this alone, Kim Minjun deserved to be kicked out of the training center. But did he have the right to say such things now? He was supposed to protect the recruits, and he himself had fainted. Since there was no time for such thoughts, he decided to urgently follow Kim Minjun's trail. But he had already arrived. One of the recruits called out to the instructor and pointed excitedly in the direction. Minjun emerged from the darkness, dragging the carcass of a hound on his back, and with a smile asked, "How are they doing here without him?" The instructors were very surprised when they saw the monster and exclaimed, "What, a hound?" Even though it looked different. MC threw the body right in front of them, and they started examining it, asking, "So, was it because of this beast that they lost consciousness?" One of the recruits exclaimed in surprise, "So, Minjun killed such a huge monster himself? But how is that possible? Before that, it was something small, not like this colossus." There was a sound. MC turned around and saw a portal opening. The corporal put his hand on his shoulder and asked in surprise, "Did he really deal with this hound himself?" He only nodded with a smile in response, and he said that he understood everything. He turned to his partner and ordered him to lead the recruits out, and they would soon catch up with them. After waiting for everyone to leave, Ho-jun turned to Minjun and said that after leaving the dungeon, he should report everything that happened personally to the lieutenant. He took off his cap and sighed heavily, telling him not to omit any details, including their incompetence. After all, they were knocked out, leaving the rookies to their own devices. They had no excuse. They deserved to be court-martialed. Everything ended well only thanks nice to him, and he appreciated it. MC awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he was embarrassing him, and the man immediately put his cap back on and said that a real man should be able to admit his mistakes. It was time for them to go back. After that, he went to the portal, muttering that he didn't even know how he would report his mistake to his superiors. He definitely wouldn't sleep tonight. MC thought that the last week of training had been eventful, and just as he was about to exit the dungeon, a system window appeared in front of him with a message that the error had been fixed. He didn't understand what error was being talked about and began cursing and calling the system all sorts of names, saying that it was just as stupid in this world. His status window appeared in front of him. He is the founder of the Lumi Sister, the best character cult. His strength, agility, and endurance are 60, and his demonic energy is 10. He has one E-rank skill, Corruption. He was disappointed that this was all, and seeing his title, he became very indignant and exclaimed, "What is this doing in his status window?" The Lumi Sister, the best character cult from the game Dungeon Power Fighter. Having achieved the highest results in dark magic during his time in Isgard, he created this cult as a joke to brush off the fanatics who followed him everywhere. But in the end, the fanatics only increased. It seems he has weakened significantly. His stats are much worse than he expected. Having discovered that all his demonic energy had disappeared upon returning to Earth, he decided to expect other unpleasant surprises. But this was too much. Of the countless skills he had mastered, he only had one left, and a weak one at that. It seems like the effect of corruption is a stomachache. Things were different in the novels about dark mages. He's already starting to feel sick. He won't achieve his goals this way, but he was able to level up to the max in Isgard, so he thinks he'll succeed here too. Now he has a clear goal: urgently regain his strength to save the game company, which isn't making a game due to monster attacks, and it's a very achievable task. It's certainly better than the days in Isgard, when he had no choice but to endure. Let the developers just wait for him. That day, the training center was in utter chaos. The dungeon had closed during the training. The lieutenant hadn't been able to give clear orders, and the rookie had single-handedly eliminated several monsters without assistance, while the instructors had immediately been knocked out. Due to a series of unforeseen events, the recruits who were supposed to be given their first ranks and sent off in peace before departure were now forced to sit out their time in the barracks. One of the recruits sighed heavily and said that they were damned. Why did they have to go through all this? It was during the last week of training. Another guy said that at least they let them watch TV, otherwise there was nothing else to do. Another recruit approached the guy who was on Minjun's team and asked if it was true that Minjun had killed the hound himself. He confirmed it and added with a smile that the beast was huge. At first, he thought it wasn't a hound, but a boar. Another guy asked if he thought he could become a sergeant in 2 years. He answered that they had a tough exam. He heard that most of them don't get past the rank of corporal by the end of their service, and some remain privates. Meanwhile, MC arrived at the battalion commander's office and greeted him respectfully, who smiled and told him to pass. The lieutenant, meanwhile, stood nearby, serving his punishment. Sungbyum finally let him go, and as soon as he left, he laughed and asked Minjun, the person in charge of checking the dungeon, deserved the punishment, didn't he? He excitedly agreed, and the commander suggested he get down to business. He called him over to tell him something. He got the highest score, so he had a proposition for him. Does he want to hear it? A heron among chickens. That's how they describe people who stand out from the crowd. Sungbyum looked at him with a grin and thought that he really was an unusual guy. He was lucky to live to meet him. Who knew that the heron would turn out to be such a one that even excellent recruits would look like a flock of chickens in comparison? The army and the country would lose a lot if he were sent to the regular troops. They are so short of men. He said that he heard that he wanted to move up the career ladder as soon as possible. However, according to the rules, privates cannot apply for promotion during the first year of service. But who said he couldn't make an exception? He exclaimed that if he agreed to join the hunting squad in Cherwan, he would use his commander's rank and help him. After that, he laughed and jumped up from his seat, exclaiming that he wouldn't have to wait a whole year there. What did he think about that? MC remained silent, and after a few seconds of silence, the commander felt awkward and thought that perhaps he had gone a little too far. He was hardly that desperate. The promise of a promotion wouldn't be enough here. Minjun, meanwhile, was thinking about Chorwan, 104th Division, the invulnerable squad. The other recruits advised him to stay away from that place at all costs. It was terribly cold there, it snowed constantly, so there were snowdrifts everywhere. But if that wasn't enough, monsters constantly appear out of nowhere and new dungeons are constantly opening. Chorwan is considered the most extreme location for hunters, but for him, it's perfect. In fact, he really doesn't care where he serves, as long as he gets promoted. And if they make an exception for him, that would be perfect. On top of that, Chorwan has tons of dungeons, which is exactly what he needs. His plan requires rapid advancement. The higher the rank, the more mobility options he has. And even a fool can see that the fastest way to get promoted is by clearing dungeons. He told the commander that he agreed, and the commander, sighing with annoyance, asked him to then tell him where he wanted to go. When he realized what he had just said, he looked up at him in surprise and asked him to repeat. The MC confidently declared that he was ready to go to Chorwan. The day of departure arrived, and all the the privates were seated in minibuses. A guy who had become very close with Minjun burst into tears and asked him to contact him when he arrived in Chorwan. He responded by saying he was sure he would forget about him immediately upon arrival, and he indignantly exclaimed that this was not true. The MC laughed at him, after which the guy wiped his tears and said that he couldn't even believe he was actually going there. But still, why did he volunteer to serve in a place where everyone was afraid to end up? He answered with a smile that he simply didn't understand. He had incredible ambitions in life. They couldn't even imagine what they were. He asked him to tell him at least something, like increase the maximum skill level by 100? He answered him that it wasn't true. He had just reached 13 yesterday, so 100 is not that difficult. He noted with surprise that he was crazy, after which the minibus started moving and he looked out the window and waved at him, telling him to be sure to call him. Minjun also waved goodbye, then sighed and thought that the noisiest one had left, and now he was alone. At that moment, he heard the noise of wheels. The truck stopped right in front of him. Then Sergeant First Class Kim Minji got out and approached him, asking if he had been waiting for him for long. He couldn't get through because of the snow. He introduced himself and wondered if it was a bit early for snowfall. It wasn't even winter yet. After that, the man abruptly turned on his heels and said that they were moving out and that he should climb into the back. Looking at him, he thought that he really was kind of strange. After that, he climbed into the back. The truck started moving, and he thought that as soon as they reached the base, his soldier life would begin. He doesn't care about harsh training and constant monster attacks. There's only one thing that worries him: the initiation ritual. He doesn't want to get into a stupid situation like in all those programs. He just doesn't have the patience for that. He sighed heavily and thought that he just had to hold on. Just one punch to the face of a superior officer would be enough to land him in military prison. Soon, they were almost there. He looked around and thought that there really was snow everywhere. He successfully arrived at Gangwon-do, Chorwan, the 104th unit of the hunting squad of the 2nd Battalion. After that, the man led him into the barracks, pushed him into one of the rooms and told the guys that here is the newcomer. Let them show him where everything is. All eyes immediately turned to him. Their eyes sparkled and they smiled widely at the sight of the newcomer. They immediately rushed to him, asking him about everything. Is he the super soldier everyone is talking about? He tore a hound to pieces with his bare hands. The red-haired guy, Sergeant Cho Tae-wook, pulled the bag off him and threw it into the hands of a private, ordering him to sort out the rookie's things. An MC frowned slightly, thinking, are these two supposedly in charge here? They look at him with such happiness in their eyes, as if they had been given a new toy. Sergeant Kim Jong-tae happily said that he could have gone to the rear, considering that his grades were definitely good. So why did he come to them? He answered him that he heard that the front is the easiest place to gain combat experience and advance in the ranks. The two of them looked at him questioningly, then smiled and said that he was crazy. They started asking him about his family, whether he had sisters, a girlfriend, and in the end, they asked him to show them what he was capable of. He thought for a second and realized that if he showed them, maybe they would leave him alone, and then said that now he was going to demonstrate one-finger push-ups. Tae-wook asked with displeasure, did he think that was something special? He could do push-ups like that all day long. Jong-tae told him not to freak out, let him show, and when he did, they were very surprised. He really did push-ups on one finger, but only vertical ones. They were shocked, and Tae-wook asked, can he do that? And does anyone else in their battalion do that? Jong-tae told him that that idiot can do it, and he exclaimed in response that that idiot is actually a sergeant, and at that very moment, he appeared in the passage and ordered Minjun to get out of the way. Sergeant Cho sighed in annoyance and exclaimed that he was ruining all their fun, and his buddy said, there is that idiot. Hearing a familiar voice, MC turned around, and imagine his surprise when he saw Sergeant Lee Sunho. He walked into the room with a disgruntled expression, and Tae-wook asked irritably, what's he doing here? He just arrived, after all. Jong-tae chuckled and asked, did they send him on leave again for torturing kids? How many days did they give him this time? He ignored them, and they called him an arrogant idiot, pretending not to hear them. After that, Sunho turned to them in irritation and exclaimed that he was given 4 days. They should stop pestering him with questions. Cho gave him the middle finger, and calling him a loser, said that it served him right, and his friends said that he was such a bore that they were about to leave themselves. After that, they left the room, and the sergeant said that they were so annoying, it's a shame he couldn't give them a good whack on the head. Minjun was glad that they finally left, after which Sunho lay down on the floor and took out his phone to watch various videos, for example, about a volcanic dungeon, where the temperature reaches dangerous levels which can cause serious harm to a hunter. MC glanced at him and thought that even in such a small place, there are representatives of all ranks, and it seemed like there wasn't even anyone over 30 here. Sunho called out to Lee Dongjin, and he immediately jumped up and said that a private first class was here. The sergeant ordered him to instruct his junior officer. Minjun wondered if he'd gotten his rank. After that, Dongjin approached him and introduced himself, then whispered to him for a snack. He just received permission to visit the soldier's store. Hearing this, he was very surprised and thought, do you even need permission to go to the store here? After that, they went to the store, and the guy told him to take whatever he wanted, and he'd pay. He asked doubtfully, is he sure? He had a good appetite. Dongjin smiled and confirmed it, telling him to choose whatever he wanted and eat as much as he wanted. MC thought he was a cool guy, then filled the basket with 300,000 won, and when Dongjin paid, he was shaking nervously. After that, they went to the cafeteria. Minjun grabbed a bunch of chips, jelly, soda, and other things. Dongjin wished him a good appetite, and while he was eating everything in sight, he asked why they couldn't go to the store whenever they wanted. He said something about permission. He told him that privates first class and below can go to the store a maximum of 3 times a week. By the way, only privates first class and above can use the gym and the computer club. When MC found out that he wasn't allowed into the computer club, he was horrified, and the private said that it was, of course, stupid. But there was nothing they could do about it anyway. They would just have to put up with it. Minjun asked if he was sure there was no way. He answered that, to be able to decide anything, you need to rise to at least a corporal, even a sergeant. Well, it's not that easy. He crossed his arms discontentedly over his chest and thought that tricks and manipulations might not work, and that's bad. The ban on using the club's computer is too much. Are there really no options other than promotion? Dongjin said that even becoming a sergeant in the squad is very difficult. He's failed the exam several times already. He's already in his 3rd year as a private first class. Is he really a loser? MC disagreed and said that he was sure a promotion would be waiting for him very soon. He added silently that once he got his act together, he would drag him along with him, and the guy thanked him with a smile for the kind words. Suddenly, a stranger's heavy hand fell on his shoulder and he asked, "What's this? Are they eating all sorts of delicacies here without him?" It was Corporal Kim Gwangshik. Dongjin excitedly invited him to eat with them, and he, of course, didn't refuse. Watching him devour his chips and soda, Minjun frowned and wondered, who the hell is this? Gwangshik said he wouldn't say anything about their chatter, but let them know. If they prove useless at the shooting range tomorrow, they should consider themselves the walking dead. He turned to the newbie and told him he didn't even expect him to cut him any slack. He already knows how to shoot, right? Dongjin nervously scratched the back of his head and said that he was just about to tell him about shooting practice. After all, things are a little different here. Gwangshik asked if he thought he was overstepping his bounds again. In his opinion, he was asking too much of them. He nervously answered that that was not the case at all and apologized to him if he had expressed himself incorrectly. The corporal asked why he was still a private if he was so smart. Are the examiners idiots? MC frowned with displeasure and wondered why he was bothering them. He was losing his patience. He stuck his hand under the table and, directing demonic energy towards it, willed it to spit out all the food as quickly as possible. A second later, the corporal felt something shoot underneath him. He immediately stood up and froze, trying to cope with it, and Dongjin asked what had happened to him. Minjun smiled, watching his reaction, after which the corporal began nervously searching the packages for expiration dates and said that he had eaten something bad. He felt even worse. His face turned pale, and through clenched teeth, he said that he was fine and that they shouldn't linger there. After that, he left, clutching his stomach, wondering if his stomach had twisted. The food wasn't spoiled, he checked. So what was wrong? Dongjin looked after him in surprise, and MC thought that the corruption skill might come in handy sometimes. After that, he turned to the private and decided to return to the topic of conversation, asking what about training at the shooting range. Dongjin asked if he had ever fired a KX-2 with enhanced ammunition. Well, their bullets are even more powerful. Bullets during training are like a riding pony, and theirs are like an unbroken steed. The recoil is much stronger, and the noise is like shooting a cannon. Monsters appear here much more often than in other regions, so the weapons need to be more powerful. It might be a bit difficult to get used to at first, so he shouldn't worry if he gets a little nod there. It's normal. Minjun thought that a riding pony and an unbroken steed were a very good comparison. Ranged weapons in Isgard would then be an elephant or something. If it's just a steed, then he will be very happy. He can't wait for tomorrow. The private asked what he thinks happened to the corporal. He ran off somewhere so abruptly. Finally, a new day dawned. In the morning, they walked to the shooting range, and MC began to show everyone his excellent skills. A huge hole appeared in the target from numerous shots, but he still missed once, which made him curse in frustration. The soldier looked at him in surprise and waved a red flag, ordering him to stop shooting. 19 hits, 1 miss. Upon hearing his result, his fellow soldiers were very surprised and started asking if he had auto-aiming in his eyes. Someone said he was just lucky, and another soldier asked how someone could be so lucky. Taewook, confused, said that his personal best was 14, which was above average, and he had made a whopping 19. Meanwhile, the commander of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cholman, and the administrative support officer for the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Sergeant Hyo Taeseok, were watching them from a nearby observation tower. Cholman cursed in surprise and remarked that he had fired 19 shots to the head, and the man next to him said that he had heard he was a genius. It turns out the rumors were true. Meanwhile, his fellow soldiers approached him and began asking him in surprise how he had done it, to which he replied that he was simply following instructions. The guy said that there weren't even any instructions, after which Sergeant Kim Minji approached them and told Minjun that it was very good for a first time and that he should keep up the good work. He can't wait to see his shooting during the evening, additional training. The MC didn't understand what they were talking about, and Taewook laughed at the idea of him going to that. Jungtae turned to the sergeant and asked if it was too early for this. He ignored him and told them to quickly put on their helmets and go train, after which all the other guys applauded Minjun and said that he was really talented. It was a pity he didn't hit all 20 times, then he would have been given a day off. He thanked them and asked what was so special about this extra training. He hadn't heard anything about it at all. Dongjun smiled nervously and apologized to him for not telling him about it sooner. He just didn't expect such good results from him. Usually, rookies aren't allowed to participate in extra training until they get used to using their regular bullets. He would be explained everything there anyway, but he would still give him a brief overview. During the extra training, two squads go through a kind of obstacle course in parallel. On the way to the finish line, they must deal with monsters. The enemies there aren't usually particularly dangerous, but they're still moving targets. You also need to be prepared for a counterattack. By the way, you can't hit the human models that sometimes appear along the way. One hit on a civilian automatically counts as a failure. But he shouldn't be afraid. As he already said, the monsters there aren't particularly dangerous, and his superiors are keeping an eye on everything, so there's nothing to worry about. But MC wasn't worried at all. To him, it all sounded very funny. Lunch had started, and the boys were quickly putting food on their plates. Dongjin said, 19 hits, he can't even believe it. Yes, he's a natural soldier, MC mumbled, but 13 is also a great result. Dongjin said, slightly embarrassed, well, he's already experienced, so to be honest, he's not that good at this. But Sergeant Lee Sunho is a real ace. On average, he hits 17 and is considered the best marksman in the squad. MC ate and thought, the average result is 10 hits, so yes, he's good. Actually, in his opinion, he's the best here now. Dongjin gave a thumbs up and said, Kim Minjun, he has no doubt you'll do great with the extra training. MC laughed at him and said, I thought he said there would be teams of 2 people during training. Wouldn't he like to join him? Dongjin extended his hand and said that people were assigned to groups by their superiors, so he couldn't promise anything. MC asked again, really? And what criteria do they use to decide who's with whom? Dongjin replied, well, they say it's literally a lottery. He was talking about amikazushi, also known as ghost foot, a Japanese method of random assignment. After a while, a loud shout rang out. Training starts in 5 minutes. Minji ordered everyone to put on bulletproof vests and line up. Everyone listened to his order and donned their vests. Suddenly, MC turned around and saw Guangshik, who exclaimed, wow, he's been put in the same squad with a rookie. He felt the difference in skills would be radical. After all, it's too long for a private to become a sergeant. Kim Minjun thought, Sergeant Kim Guangshik, is this idiot his teammate? It seems he hasn't understood anything yet and continues to try to build it. Guangshik said, so. The average time to complete the runway is 3 minutes. Maybe their new guy has distinguished himself here too? He should try to make it. If he doesn't make it in 3 minutes, he'll be in trouble. Kim Minjun looked at him and Guangshik mockingly asked, why is he silent? That's it. He's lost his nerve. 19 hits were gone. MC grinned and thought, Sergeant Kim, he's just hopeless. He smiled and said, yes, sir. He'll try his best. Guangshik said, he doesn't care about his efforts. He needs results. If he slows down, he'll give him a thrashing. He pointed behind him and told them to look. There's the team in front of them. He should watch what they're doing. The captain asked, is there a problem? The guys answered, no way, sir. Minji ordered to report ready. Sergeant Kim Moongi reported that the first squad is ready. Sergeant Jong Hanyong reported that the second squad is ready. Minji shouted, go. At the beginning of the training, 2 people descend together into the underground training complex. Here, the soldiers are supposed to destroy monsters while protecting civilians, or rather, models representing them. However, in reality, the training turned into more of a competition among the soldiers. The best will be the one who clears the lane as quickly and accurately as possible, and ultimately, the first to press the red button at the finish. The timer started counting down and beeped. MC looked at it and thought, the monster icons are different sizes. Guangshik said, they just all vary in strength. The more dangerous, the bigger the icon. Better for him to know this in advance, right? There are 2 monsters on each lane, and random opponents appear there, so they don't know what to expect yet. The guys went down and saw a huge toad in front of them. The guy asked, a rowing toad? The creature stuck out its huge tongue, and the guy screamed. Horror. The MC stood in front of the screen and thought, the first team is moving faster. Although he wasn't so lucky with the monsters, the opponents still have a chance to catch up. At that moment, the guy was running and shooting at a huge rat, saying that it would be easy. He would quickly jump over the next monster and, suddenly, he stopped and looked puzzled at the huge worm. At that moment, the other team was fighting a frog. The fighter screamed, 2 rowing toads in a row, so unfair. Horror, he's definitely done. He saw a red button in front of him and joyfully pressed it. The timer stopped and the guys screamed joyfully, 2 minutes 24 seconds. That's not bad. In the second line at the end is the desert worm. The same one that's hard to take down? Moongi looked at the other and asked with a smirk, what's taking him so long? And how is he going to defend his homeland with such sluggishness? Hanyoung answered irritably, yes, he was just unlucky. Moongi chuckled and said, let him justify himself. In fact, he's just better. And he also lost him a bag of snacks from the store. He looked at the figure and asked, not only was he late, but he also shot a civilian? He didn't have to rush. He would have been disqualified anyway. Hanyoung said discontentedly, oh well. He took off his helmet and said, okay, just make sure he doesn't take anything too expensive. Moongi said happily, but they didn't agree on that. Guangxik looked at them and said thoughtfully, they even bet on food. MC thought, a bet? He asked, why don't they bet on something? Guangxik asked in surprise, did he misheard? Kim Minjun frowned and said, no way sir. He's offering a bet on a wish. May the best man win. Guangxik laughed and asked, his seniors praised him a couple of times and that's it. Is he cool already? Okay, if that's what he wants. Who is he to refuse even Private Kim Minjun? The thing is, he doesn't have any wishes that an ordinary private could fulfill. He'll have to give him at least his entire salary for the next 3 months. Will that do? MC thought, do you need the money? Well, considering he's so simple, it's not surprising. He said shake stakes. If he loses, he'll give him 3 months' salary. Guangxik said, he's so serious. Dongjun said, Kim Minjun. Minji shouted, next group, get ready. Soldiers, are you ready? Any problems or questions? The guy shouted, no sir. Minji shouted, great, go. They moved and Kim Minjun thought he'd fallen for his cheap provocation. He hadn't intended to get into trouble in the first place. He knows he shouldn't do this, but he's just not mature enough to ignore the goading. At that moment, the timer started counting down and the guys happily said, let's go. The sergeant and the private made a bet. What's the point? The private has no chance of winning, not to mention winning. Will he even be able to kill a single monster? He won't be surprised if the sergeant has to save his ass in the end. Dongjin screamed loudly, what? Suddenly, everything around shook and the guys asked in fear, what's going on? Is it an earthquake? Dongjin said he didn't think so. He saw the monster moving on the screen and asked, what's that? MC was holding a machine gun and wondering why the ground was shaking. Is it because of the monster? He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw a huge monster in front of him. He saw another creature in the monster's mouth and asked in displeasure, ugh. What's it eating there? Is it eating a monster? The huge creature looked down at MC and then threw the monster's corpse aside. It screamed loudly, and MC started to attack and jumped back. He frowned and thought, is chicken on the menu for dinner today? I wish he could finish it quickly and go eat. If he hits that mock-up, he'll be disqualified. So, shooting recklessly in all directions will cause problems. The creature growled and swung its huge paw, and Kim Minjun thought, by the way, why is he screaming so madly? He swung and attacked the monster, leaving scratches on its huge arm. The monster screamed loudly and started waving its arm, and MC grinned and said, great, now he's not so loud. Now he'll have marks like that all over his body. He looked in surprise at the monster's arm, which began to regenerate. The creature's arm turned into a huge blade. At that moment, the screen showed the huge monster standing in front of Kim Minjun. The guy asked in surprise, what's going on? There's a new recruit there now, right? The soldier asked, isn't this a glitch? Minji froze in surprise and thought, there's a second monster on the second line. Isn't that a one-eyed demon? Or, in other words, a devouring demon. It absorbs energy at this point, and then its regeneration and attack power increase sharply. But here's the strange thing. It never attacks first unless its life is in danger. Even when it leaves the quarantine zone and hunts other monsters, it then runs away. What made the monster so angry? At that moment, MC was fighting the monster, attacking from different sides. He jumped up and said, it's so active. The creature is certainly easy to catch, but this is still shooting practice. Kim Minjun shot at the creature's eye, causing it to scream loudly. He dodged and thought, does the creature's eye regenerate so slowly? He should finish off the monster in one go and be done with it. He tried to dodge again and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the approaching blade. He thought, let them see the creature. It attacks so accurately. Can it still see? Or does it hear well? How? He dodged the attack. Kim Minjun said, strange. Is it really possible to use such a mad monster for training? It can't see anything, but it has already identified his location twice? Can it really sense his dark magic? At that moment, Minji came down to him, clutching a weapon in his hand, thinking, this is a failure. Why did this happen to a rookie? He started to run and thought, it's all his fault. A one-eyed demon that absorbs energy is a monster that a mere private can't defeat with a personal firearm. Just don't let him die, Kim Minjun. Let him hold on a little longer. At that moment, Guangxik was running down the corridor and happily looked at his watch. He thought, great. He did it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. With such a time, a private is no match for him. As he thought, this is too easy a victory. What should he do with the money? As soon as he goes on vacation, he will immediately. He stopped and looked in surprise at the MC, who was standing near the button. He shouted loudly, why is he already here? Kim Minjun looked at him and pressed the button with a mocking expression on his face. Guangxik's eyes widened, looking at him. At that moment, Minji was standing in front of the monster's corpse and asking, how did he have to shoot to do that? After a while, a scream was heard. That's it. No one has ever finished their first extra training session in 2 minutes. Not a rookie, but a machine. The guy clapped and asked, did a private single-handedly defeat the one-eyed demon? The soldier said, he thought it was all over, disaster. Dongjin ran up to the MC and asked, Kim Minjun, is he okay? Is he really not injured? The MC turned around and said, Private First Class Lee. He's fine, not injured. Dongjin happily said, thank God. How did he defeat the one-eyed demon? The MC replied, he just followed instructions. Dongjin asked again, what? Guangxik stood to the side, grinning irritably. At that moment, the guy asked, by the way, didn't they bet on time? So the rookie won? Guangxik hit him on the head with his palm and asked, is he tired of living? The victory was unfair, so the bet is obviously void. The guy asked again, void? Guangxik screamed. Initially, there was only one condition. He couldn't come later than the rookie, but during training, everyone has to kill 2 monsters and only then go to the finish line. As the rules require, he killed 2 monsters, but what about the rookie? The guy said in fear, he only killed 1 monster. Guangxik pointed his finger at the MC and screamed, he sees it, it's unfair. He would have come much earlier too if he had only killed 1 monster. Li Dongjin, let him speak. Is this a fair competition? Dongjin said, well that. Guangxik ordered him to speak quickly. If he doesn't want to die. Kim Minjun thought with displeasure at how disgusting he was. Even though it was an unusual incident, he felt bad about throwing a winning punch during target practice, so he wanted to just brush this argument aside, but things turned out differently. Guangxik grabbed Dongjin and ordered him to respond quickly. MC wondered why he was having an argument with Private First Class Lee and not him. At that moment, a man entered the room and asked, aren't you ashamed? The rookie was in serious danger. Guangxik started to turn around and asked irritably, what kind of idiot? He turned around and saw Sunho in front of him, who said that the one-eyed demon was usually quite harmless, but when it mutated, its danger increased several times. It's much easier to kill 2 monsters than to deal with the creature. Isn't that obvious? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and asked, Sergeant Lee? Guangxik laughed lightly and said fearfully, it's simple. He's not bragging about his rank through his successors, is he? Sunho frowned and replied, he's bragging about his rank. Guangxik said, yes, he understood. He suggested they not continue this conversation in front of their subordinates. It's just a joke. Sunho put his hand to his chest and asked again. A joke? He was joking because he was at a disadvantage, as always. By the way, having a high rank is convenient, Sergeant Kim, especially when he sees how the person who used to be in charge here obeys him so obediently. MC looked at him and wondered, had that ever happened? Guangxik blushed with anger and the veins stood out on his face. Sunho turned around and asked, what? He wanted to say something. Guangxik laughed and answered, no, nothing. Sunho said, that's right, Kim Guangxik, that's how it should be. After a while, Dongjin said, yes, he excelled in the exam and was promoted to 2nd class. However, that system no longer exists. They say it happened because one junior sergeant, who had earned a promotion, got into trouble in the dungeon. Sergeant Lee Sunho also almost died. MC asked, so there is no longer an opportunity to get a special promotion? Dongjin said, of course there is. It seems like you need to save civilians in an emergency, or achieve results in subduing monsters larger than the standard size. Although in reality, it's all subjective. In short, let him just think there are no such rules. Hunters who were promoted because of this are practically non-existent. Kim Minjun answered, I see. He thought about it. Subjective? That is, at the discretion of the military commander? No matter how much he wanted a promotion, he can't wish for emergency situations for civilians. They said that the North Korean army is practically defeated, and monsters come to the front lines every day. However, it's very quiet here. 2 days of the life of a simple private was enough for the MC. Now he wants to develop. Dongjin turned around and said, Kim Minjun, you're doing so well. A promotion won't be long in coming. Can he hear him? The MC thought, that gate-like thing, it won't open. Suddenly, the guys turned around, hearing the hissing of the speakers. A sound burst out. Control speaking. Emergency, emergency. The appearance of several middle bats near the oil depot has been confirmed. All hunters must immediately gather at the oil depot and set up protective shields. They repeat again, an emergency. Dongjin asked Kim Minjun to hurry, but he thought, is this true? Middle bats are child-sized monster bats that live in flocks. These individuals are not particularly dangerous, but extremely agile. Their special feature is spitting fireballs. The appearance of these individuals at the oil depot meant an emergency situation in which the entire squad could be destroyed. At that moment, the soldier looked at the bats and shouted, how many are there anyway? The guy took aim and asked, how dare these creatures come here? The soldier pushed him and screamed, is he crazy? Doesn't he know that shooting is prohibited near the oil depot? Besides, what will he do if aggro comes running here? The guy asked, so what? Now they just have to stand and watch them. The soldier replied, they will monitor the situation. They have not yet flown to the oil depot. They are monitoring everything. They will arrive soon to install protective shields. The guy asked, what will they do if these idiots set fire to the oil depot before installing the shields? The soldier replied, if that happens. They imagined what could happen, and the guy said in fear, he was afraid to imagine. He grabbed his head and asked what they should do. The soldier replied, he doesn't know. Why did they even come here? Suddenly a voice was heard behind them. He will distract them. The guys turned around and shouted, what? Isn't he a recruit from the 2nd company? MC went forward, and the guy held out his hand and screamed, dude, what is he going to do without equipment? The soldier ordered him to leave, right now. Kim Minjun thought, equipment? Does he have time for this? Yes. Guests immediately appeared, who will ensure his promotion. In this situation, he can get the rank of private alone. He dealt with an emergency situation that could have harmed the entire squad, and experience as a bonus, so he can't hold back. How is this possible? MC remembered the battle with the demon and thought, as he expected. They also react to his demonic power. MC released dark mana from his hands and thought, now they are all his. At that moment, the soldiers were carrying boxes and ordering them to move their feet. Be careful, you can't damage the equipment. Suddenly, the guy stopped and the soldier asked, what is it? Why is he frozen? The guy answered, there. The soldier asked again, what? What is there? They widened their eyes in surprise when suddenly Sunho, who was carrying the box on his shoulder, asked, what are they doing there? Let them not lose their minds and quickly set up shields. The guy turned around and said, Sergeant Sunho, there now, Private Kim Minjun. Sunho screamed, what? They idiots. The private is dealing with the aggro, and they stood rooted to the spot. The guys asked for forgiveness. MC grabbed monsters and tore them apart with his own hands, completely cold-bloodedly. He thought it takes a lot of time to tear them apart one by one. Is there anything better? Sunho screamed, Kim Minjun, you crazy idiot. He ran towards him and ordered him to duck and get back right now. What is he doing there without a bulletproof vest? Kim Minjun thought, what nonsense. They are all his. Let them just try to lay a finger on them. He saw a baton in Sunho's hands. He smirked and thought, wow, this will be fun. Sunho turned pale and thought, that's terrible. Why is my stomach hurting now? MC came up to him and asked, Sergeant Lee Sunho, what's wrong with him? Is he okay? Sunho grabbed his stomach and muttered, he's okay. Minjun asked, really? He offered him to use this weapon? Sunho replied, no, he can't. Hurry, let him run back. MC spoke up, no need to worry about him. He'll figure it out in no time. He grabbed the baton in his hands and turned it on, thinking that it was not bad. Is this an electric fly swatter? He grinned and thought, will they jump? He began to strike the monsters, joyfully waving the baton. Sunho stood up and thought in surprise, this guy, he's suppressing countless middle bats? The guy looked up and screamed, there he is. He saw a huge monster that was accumulating fire in its mouth. Sunho ordered to shoot on his responsibility. The duty officers answered, yes. They aimed and fired, when suddenly their eyes widened in surprise, seeing MC. He called out to the middle bat and asked, didn't you teach this creature? He swung his baton and said that fire is no joke. He attacked the creature, after which energy lightning spread across the sky. The guys asked when he managed to get so far. They don't know. How many meters had he already run? After a while, the military activated the barrier above the oil depot and reported that the protective shield is activated. We need to quickly deal with the cables. What's up with the middle bats? How much longer will they mess around with corpses? Suddenly, Sunho was called out. The military man saluted and said, he wishes him good health. Sunho turned around and said, yeah, he's a good boy. Where did these idiots come from? Are their screens not on the radar? Junshik waved his hand and asked if he could smell rat droppings. Who did all this work? How many creatures were there in total? Sunho replied, 30 individuals. He wondered what the duty commander was so busy with that he didn't even deign to show up. The strategic officer was General Song Junshik. The guy said the battalion commander would be arriving soon. Junshik replied. He understood. Even if he wasn't specialized in military operations, how could he show up only after the situation was resolved, without providing any help? He must have been looking at the monster radar in the control room. Junshik spoke up anyway. By the way, Sunho, wasn't he the one who fried those monsters with electricity? He'll report to the battalion captain. Sunho replied. It wasn't him. Junshik asked in surprise. What? Then who? Was there someone else in the squad who could wield electric rods as well as he did? Sunho replied, and not only did he deal with one middle bat with an electric rod, he finished them all off single-handedly. Let him report that. Junshik screamed. What? Is he kidding him? Is he saying that all those torn middle bats were defeated by one person? All the leaders had already left work, so except for him, he could. MC approached them and said, he wishes you good health. He came to return the electric rod that he lent him. He looked at their serious faces and asked fearfully, did it really cost that much? The next day, Sunho was in the battalion commander's room, ordering Kim Minjun to confess. Has he re-enlisted? MC answered no. Sunho asked, then maybe he was remobilized? Kim Minjun answered no. Sunho said, if not, then he should not repeat such absurd actions like yesterday. This time he was lucky, but he is a hunter, and no one knows what will happen next time. MC thought it was not luck, but he must stand here and listen? Sunho said, he knows that hunters are a special organization. The only thing that distinguishes them from a regular battalion in terms of scale is the level of the squad. 4 different divisions. Besides, their battalion consists of far fewer soldiers than a regular battalion. Kim Minjun thought about it, but awakened ones can't be summoned indefinitely. Then why did he suddenly start talking about it? Sunho frowned and asked, does he know how that's possible? MC looked at him questioningly, and Sunho clenched his fist and said, it's because every hunter, from the private to the military commander, is awakened. Of course, not all of them are fighters. There are especially many officers specializing in administration, monster study, military strategy, and weapon research. MC remembered the sergeant, and Sunho said, and yet they are all awakened. Hunters are promoted only based on results and skills, not by barter. Kim Minjun thought, since this morning, when he was told that the battalion commander was calling him, he expected something good. And what happened? Time for instructions? Sunho turned around and asked, did he expect anything because of the internal summoning to the office? It would be worth it, Kim Minjun. Today, a hunter from the 104th Squad, who killed the largest number of monsters, will come to their battalion. At that moment, the Major General's car sped down the road. The car stopped and he got out. After a while, everyone lined up. Captain of the 2nd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Jeonbom, Captain of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company So Jong-yun, Strategic Officer of the 2nd Battalion, Captain Song Jum-shik, Commander of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cholman, Commander of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, Sergeant Lee Sunho. Seokyung shook Sunho's hand and cried out, "Sergeant Lee Sunho, yesterday he calmly managed the situation, right? Great job." Sunho thanked him, and Seokyung said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. MC looked at him and thought, what a lively look. He wondered what level his 2 hunter stars were. Seokyung approached him and asked if he was Kim Min-jun. The MC replied, "Yes, that's right, Private Kim Min-jun." He looked at his hand and thought how strong his grip was. Seokyung slapped him on the back and told everyone to rest. After a while, he asked, "Have they found the location of the gate the middle bats came out of?" Jeonbom replied, "Yes. Their location was confirmed on a hill, 1.5 kilometers from the northeastern part of the squad. Their surroundings are under surveillance, and the gate level is being investigated." Seokyung said that as soon as everything is confirmed, they should immediately report to the division captain's headquarters. He heard they were having some problems with the radar. Junshik screamed. The alarm didn't go off until the middle bats got inside the squad. It was confirmed that there were no problems with the equipment, and they are now checking for blind spots. Seokyung said, "If the problem isn't the equipment, then it's the quantity." He ordered to report to the logistics center and install 2 more radars. Junshik shouted, "Yes." He understood him. MC thought they were all huddled. That's cool. Seokyung turned around and asked, "Kim Min-jun, he acted very bravely yesterday and reacted quickly from the very beginning, but why didn't he take care of himself? He needed to get equipment." MC shouted, "Private Kim Min-jun apologizes." He thought, yeah, at this rate their squad would have been blown to pieces. Seokyung came closer and said, "Come on, he's joking. He single-handedly finished off 30 of them?" MC replied, "Yes, that's right." Seokyung said, "If it weren't for his quick reaction, the oil depot would have blown up. He's great, that's excellent." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and Seokyung said that the division commander owed him a gift. He ripped the patch off MC's chest and stuck a new one on. Seokyung congratulated him on his promotion. First, he had to pass several tests, but soldiers who have achieved stunning results should be immediately rewarded. MC shouted, "Private Kim Min-jun thanks him." Seokyung ordered the battalion commander to give him a 3-day leave immediately. The battalion commander replied, yes, he understood him. MC was surprised and thought of course he hoped for a promotion, but he didn't count on this. And a leave as a reward? A soldier's life is getting more and more interesting. After a while, Kim Min-jun was walking down the corridor with Cholman. The commander turned around and said, "Well done." He had only just arrived and they had hardly spoken, and he had already achieved such results. Thanks to him, he had received many compliments. MC smiled and said, "Thank you." The man happily asked, "Is this his first trip home after enlistment? What will he do?" MC replied, "He is." After some time, Kim Min-jun was walking down the street and saying, "Of course he'll go to the computer store to play Dungeon Power Fighter." He smiled and thought, besides, his house is in a controlled area and there's no internet in the whole city. He'll save time on moving and stay here for all 3 days. He headed towards the establishment when suddenly a passerby man started shouting, "Hung, has he been here?" The man looked at him and asked, "He comes here again?" The guy shouted, "That's it. Those soldiers are so disgusting. He's not going to go into that cave. He'll just pick some pine trees nearby. What, should he stop him? He's already gotten permission from the owner of the mountain and even paid him." The man looked at him and said, "Before the mountain was completely controlled, Chon-sung had been there, and he said that the whole mountain smelled of something poisonous." He wiped his chin with his hand and said that it gave him a headache for several days. If he goes there, he'll be in trouble. The guy yelled in irritation, "You can just put on a gas mask or something and walk away." MC asked, "Where's that?" The men turned around and exchanged glances. After a while, the man asked if he could really continue on his own. Kim Min-jun replied, yes, he no longer needed an escort. He thanked his uncle for the ride. The man replied, "Oh well, if he had driven on, he would have been stopped by soldiers anyway. By the way, can he really solve the problem with this mountain?" Kim Min-jun replied, "Yes. The controls will be lifted tomorrow, and they will be able to enter the mountain." The men looked at his shoulder straps in surprise and drove on, telling MC to be careful. And if anyone asks, they didn't give him a ride. MC replied, "Yeah, let them not worry. Let them be careful on the road." He turned around and saw dark mana. Kim Min-jun thought he left the computer and came to Wachon. What a familiar smell. He knew it was demonic energy. He walked on and saw masked soldiers, thinking that the entrance to the mountain was only blocked from the front and on the dungeon side. Why was the border protection so weak? In that case, he's still a soldier and it's best for him to stay out of sight. The soldier screamed. His stomach suddenly hurt again. Another soldier answered, and he had it too. The guy asked, and he did too? The soldier said he could bear it. He asked for forgiveness, but it wouldn't work. The guy said there were no people here anyway. Let him go in the bushes. 5 minutes would be enough for him. The soldier ran to the side and said, "Okay." At that moment, MC emerged from hiding and climbed inside the cave. He crawled and wondered why he couldn't sense the presence of monsters. Where did this energy come from? Okay, anyway. He released his mana from his hands and pointed it to the side. The system window reported that the magic statistic had increased by 1. The magic statistic had increased by 1. Several more of these system windows followed, and MC said it's slowly rising. The system window reported that when a certain level of magic is absorbed, the corruption skill is strengthened. With the absorption of a certain level of magic, the skill Night Wanderer was unlocked. Kim Min-jun happily thought how lucky he was. The system window reported, Kim Min-jun, he is the founder of the religion, Lumi Nuna the best. Strength, agility, and endurance are 60 points, and demonic energy is 15 points. Possessed skills, D rank corruption, F rank Night Wanderer. He thought, just think, a skill suitable for the magic granted. Night Wanderer is a summoned creature in the form of a shadow. Its specialty is sneaking up and killing the target. It's very famous since the time of Isgard, so he will be very happy about this. To maintain the summoning, you need to constantly feed it a certain amount of energy, but it is completely worth the price. A spirit appeared in front of MC, to which he looked displeased and thought, what is this? A penalty for moving between dimensions? Or because of low magical energy? Whatever the case, this is too much. What good is this creature that's about to melt from a single touch of sunlight? Kim Min-jun said, wait, short stature. Is this a conscript who can hide in the shadows? After a while, he entered the barracks and said, Private Kim Min-jun, he's back from leave. The soldiers surrounded him and asked who this was. Wasn't he the same hunter who ended the private's activities in the shortest possible time? They say the division commander himself gave him leave, and he even awarded him a badge of honor. MC replied, yes, that's right. Suddenly, he turned around and handed the bag to Dongjin, saying that he bought lotion. Let him use it in good health. Dongjin asked in surprise, for him? Why, there was no need. He took it out of the bag and happily said, thank you, he'll use it with pleasure. Gwangshik entered the room and asked, did he go on a business trip abroad? What a touching friendship. He asked irritably, did he buy what he asked him for? Kim Min-jun replied, yes, that's it. Dongjin chuckled and asked, so now he'll have to be treated with respect? Taewook said, exactly, Junior. He was passing the administration office and saw the list of candidates for the graduation exam, and his name was on it. Jungtae asked, what? Wasn't this compiled long before Junior's arrival? Besides, it hasn't even been a year since he arrived. How can he pass the test? Taewook replied, the division commander probably did his best, but it seems a bit out of time, huh? The guys started talking among themselves. Graduation exam, juniors? Will he be able to handle it? But he's a private now, not junior, right? Kim Min-jun replied, to be honest, the training center battalion commander suggested something to him. He told the guys everything, and they widened their eyes in surprise. Taewook asked, did they tell him to take the graduation exam early and come there? Is he crazy or something? Since they've set their sights on him, does that mean he'll be taking the promotion exam? He's definitely crazy if he can pass the exam. Gwangshik sat off to the side and listened to all of this. Jungtae said, in any case, those taking the promotion exam on Saturday will undergo training tomorrow. They're preparing basic weapons for them, so let them work hard. Taewook waved his hand and, laughing slightly, said, good luck to them. Sergeant Kim, he won't be taking the exam? Jungtae asked. What? He doesn't want a promotion, Sergeant Cho? MC thought for a moment. Basic weapons? Is it different from a rifle? After a while, the instructor stood in the audience and said, okay, pay attention. He will explain in simple terms what to do on tomorrow's test. Those who are already taking it don't need to be arrogant about already knowing everything. They will focus on those taking the test for the first time. First, the Hunter Promotion Test is divided into two parts. The exam consists of a written and practical test. The written test can be easily passed with just basic knowledge. It's easier than getting a driver's license, but he knew mastery was the most important thing. The practical test takes into account basic weapon mastery, performance test, and monster elimination skills. Of course, MC will pass, but if he gets a high score, he might get privileges. So, will they take this more seriously? After a while, the commander cried out, they're starting basic weapon training. So privates, he ordered them to take their weapons. Corporals, take your weapons and go train over there. If he sees them messing around, he'll cripple them. Now, he'll teach them the basics of fencing and combat leadership. It's clear that simply following the basics isn't the end. The main goal is hunter-gatherer military fencing, and they need to change that by following their own style. The captain shouted, do they understand? The boys replied, yes, sir. The most important thing is the basics, so let them watch closely and copy him. He ordered them not to look around and concentrate. The captain quickly moved from place to place, swinging his sword. MC thought about it. Now he understood why this training was necessary. Killing monsters with just a rifle, that's stupid. The soldiers started copying the captain and didn't understand if they were doing it right. MC quickly understood what and how he needed to do, so there were no problems. Kim Min-jun thought about it. Fencing was better in Yizgard, but everything has its place. The commander ordered them to stop moving. Kim Min-jun let him get up to the podium. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and he said, Private Kim Min-jun, he understands him. He walked forward and thought, what's going on? He stood up, and the captain spoke. While he was watching their movements, he saw that they still had a lot of shortcomings. He ordered the others to watch closely how Private Kim Min-jun does it. The MC widened his eyes in surprise, and then began to repeat the commander's movements he had previously seen to the count. Everyone watched him attentively. After a while, Kim Min-jun was sitting against the wall and saying, he's so hot. At that moment, the commander came up to him and said, Kim Min-jun. He reached into his pocket and said, you're doing great. He really enjoyed his training. Here, let him eat it when he's alone. Kim Min-jun looked at the cookies the commander gave him and thought, does he always carry these with him? He exhaled and was about to eat it when suddenly he was called out. Dongjin said, his fencing is wonderful. If he doesn't mind, could he show it to him again during the break? The MC pointed to himself and asked again. Him? Dongjin said. He knows that today was his first time training too. His basic weapon is a sword, but he's still not satisfied with his monster fighting skills. Could he help him out a little? Kim Minjun looked at him and said that if he needed help, he was ready to help at any time. Dongjin began training, and MC watched and thought it was immediately obvious that he had been training hard in combat. A perfect example of military fencing for hunters. The problem isn't in his movements. What Private Lee Dongjin lacks is confidence, and he specialized in correcting that. But it's not time yet. Kim Minjun smiled and thought that once he gets it, he'll make a first-class hunter out of him. Saturday, the day of the promotion exam. Some guys were playing basketball, others were hanging out on social media, and someone was setting up chips. Suddenly, a voice came from the loudspeaker. 1, 2. This is the control room speaking. All hunters taking the exam are requested to report to the stadium. They repeat again. All the fighters reacted to this, and the voice repeated, all those taking the exam. MC looked to the side and thought, it's time to go to the stadium. After a while, everyone gathered at the stadium. Cholmin shouted, so is everyone here? He is Second Lieutenant Kim Cholmin, the commander of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company. He is responsible for leadership. He expects unquestioning compliance with all the commander's orders. First of all, they should count and report to him the number of people in each team. He ordered the boarding to be quick and orderly. He went inside and said that, as they already know, today's exam will be held at the 105th Division. They are moving to Gapyong, where the division itself is located. During the trip, they need to solve past exam questions. Suddenly a voice came. Did he hear? The MC looked in the direction of the sound, and the guy covered his mouth with his hand and said, they say that even the 4th Battalion will come to this exam. The guy screamed. What? Does that mean they'll meet the female hunters today? The guy grinned broadly and said that today, in front of the girls, he'll show off all his weapons skills, which he's been honing for a whole year. The soldier said, wasn't he planning on begging for their numbers? The guy replied, it won't be easy. The MC looked out the window at his reflection and thought, okay, good luck. Sometime later, in Gapyong, Gyeonggi-do, at the headquarters of the 105th Division, a soldier with a weapon stood at the entrance, and in the 7th Written Test Center, an exam to promote hunters was taking place. The man shouted, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. Everyone except Cho Jung-wook, they passed. Everyone except Cho Jung-wook, they're heading to the practical test center right now. Everyone started leaving the auditorium, where a loud shout rang out. What is he even doing? He said the written test was easier to pass than the driver's license exam. Why did he fail it then? Jung-wook apologized. Unseo stopped in the hallway and looked around. After a while, a voice rang out. Well done everyone for making it this far. The entire 105th Division, including the examiners, they greet them. He, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chol-ju, is in charge of the promotion exam. They aren't taking this exam just to improve their level. 3 divisions have gathered here. Let them be honest and compete conscientiously. Kim Minjun thought, let them just conduct this exam already. Chol-ju said that according to the exam results, there is someone who passed it with special distinction. They are privates Kim Minjun and Son Unseo from the 104th Division. Not even a year has passed since they joined the ranks. They have all heard of the 104th Division, haven't they? The MC wondered in surprise. Was there anyone else besides him? Chol-ju said he hoped they could avoid any misunderstandings. The guy said he'd heard that privates with good academic records were given some kind of privileges in exchange for going to the front. Was that true? The soldier spoke up, and he'd heard that someone from their team had also received a similar offer, but they all refused. Since this was the 104th Division, the guy frowned and asked if any of them had already become privates. The guys were whispering among themselves. Was that Kim Minjun? Unseo turned and looked at them, finding the MC in the crowd with her eyes. Their gazes met, and Unseo quickly turned away, blushing with embarrassment. Chol-ju shouted, everyone, work until you pass out. He left the podium, to which the next commander approached. He said, good afternoon, this is Commander John Sang-chol. Now they will begin testing their strength, agility, and endurance. The first test is a test of their strength. The gist of it is simple. All they have to do is push the instructor back. MC remembered the commander telling him that if he moved this block even an inch, he was accepted. He wondered if this was a test or a punishment. What nonsense. Sang-chol shouted, time 1 minute. Highest score, 100 points. Highest mark, 10 meters. The test begins with the person whose name will be called. The first to go is Private Kim Jin-hyuk from the 103rd Division. Forward. Jin-hyuk stepped forward and pushed the instructor, grabbing him by the shoulder. He blushed from the effort when suddenly the instructor threw him aside. Sang-chol said, Kim Jin-hyuk, he's out. For your information, if they score less than 40 points in this test, then their exam is failed. Everyone tensed up when they heard this. Jang Won-ho got 10 points and was eliminated. Lee Min-ju got 20 points and was also eliminated. Jung Yuna got 0 points. Jang Do-won got 15 points. Sang-chol was writing down the results and said with displeasure, what nonsense is this? Son Unseo, 104th Division, 50 points. She passed. Everyone was surprised to hear this. The guy turned around and asked, slightly embarrassed, is that Son Unseo? She's so beautiful. The soldier pointed at her and asked, isn't her father the division commander? The guy said, wow, so that's what it means, jeans. The soldier said, look at her sharp gaze. If you come closer, she'll kill you. Unseo looked at them and then looked away, and MC wondered if she'd received a special award along with him. Sang-chol said, Private Kim Min-jun, go ahead. MC approached the instructor and thought, this time, how about the red stone? But if he pushes it 10 meters, he might get a bonus point. He pushed off the floor and put his hands out in front of him. He pushed the instructor, who was surprised, and flew back. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and the instructor landed, leaving marks on the floor. He frowned in irritation, and Sang-chul said, Private Kim Min-jun, 100 points. Eun-seo looked at him carefully, and he said, I don't think he'll get an extra point. After a while, shouts were heard again. Private Yu Jung-hwa, 20 points. She's out. The girl got upset and left, and the rest of the fighters were very nervous, biting their lower lips. Sang-chul screamed, Silence. The strength test is over. Without interruption, they move on to the agility test. All those eliminated must follow the instructors in an orderly manner. The guys started setting up nets and shouting, more to the left. To the left of whom? They were setting up the equipment, and the soldiers were wondering if they really had to dodge a bullet now. The commander grinned and said, easy. These are rubber bullets, but still, if it hits, it will hurt. So let them try to dodge. MC smiled and thought, that's something new. The commander said, the maximum result of the agility test is 1 minute. They just need to stay within the edges of the net for 1 minute. This is an agility test. But if they are confident in their tanking, then simply enduring a minute will also pass this stage. The passing time is 30 seconds. If they leave the net or get injured before 30 seconds, the promotion text will fail. So they begin. Suddenly, MC was called out and he turned around. He saw Dongjin in front of him and was very surprised. Dongjin asked again, what's with that expression on his face? Did he think he would fail the strength test? Kim Min-jun laughed and answered, no. Dongjin said that everyone present except him had already taken the promotion exam. There are almost no people here who failed the skills test. The cutoff is much higher now than in the days of the privates, and if the overall score on the promotion test is low, he will be in trouble. By the way, Kim Min-jun, rubber bullets fly almost like real ones, so he shouldn't try to see and dodge them all. It is very important to watch the moving muzzle and predict its trajectory. MC asked again, right? At that moment, the bullet slammed into someone's body, and a loud scream rang out. The guy fell to the floor, clutching his head. A scream rang out, Private Yoon Ki-tae, he's out. Instructor, get him to the medical station, immediately. Next. MC looked at the guy and thought, judging by the skills test results, it's clear why he had such a passing score. But such pickiness is simply ridiculous. Private Ji Young-do, he's out. Sang-chul cried out, what weaklings are these? At the neighboring training ground, they're currently holding a sergeant test so difficult it can't even compare to this one. How are they going to get promoted? He frowned and said, next up, Private Sun Eun-seo. She stepped forward and warmed up, quickly dodging rubber bullets. Everyone gaped in surprise, watching her movements. Sang-chul shouted, exactly, that's how it's done. Sun Eun-seo, excellent. She stopped and looked towards Kim Min-jun, causing him to question her. Everyone noticed this and thought they were dating. MC wondered, what's going on? The commander shouted, next up, Private Kim Min-jun. He stepped forward and frowned, checking to see that Eun-seo was still looking at him. He thought he didn't like this. She's asking for praise for getting a perfect score? She would have already asked for it at home. At that moment, the first bullet flew out of the barrel, and the MC deftly dodged it. Eun-seo looked surprised, and the MC put his hands in his pockets, thinking he'll just show them what a skill gap is. Everyone looked in surprise and asked, what's going on? How is this possible? Kim Min-jun walked forward, leaning in all directions. A scream rang out, he's moving forward. The MC looked at Eun-seo and smiled, dodging bullets. The commander was distracted and then turned off the timer for 10 seconds. He shouted, enough, let them stop shooting. Kim Min-jun, a perfect score on the agility test. He called for the next one. After a while, the fighters lined up in front of the rift, and the commander cleared his throat and said, they did well on the agility test. Next, they would conduct a physical ability test. The last test, the physical ability test, was quite simple. The system window announced that they had entered the dungeon. The test was being conducted in an empty dungeon with a 40-minute time limit. The candidates were ordered over the radio to begin. Within that time, they had to reach the turning point and receive a stamp on the back of their hand from the instructor. The only problem was how long it would take to run to this turning point. They hadn't been told about that. The MC wondered if they were adjusting the pace, since this was just the beginning. He looked around and thought, everyone is being cautious. It's sad. What will happen if he runs out alone? Suddenly, Eun-seo pushed him away and turned around, spreading her arms. Kim Min-jun thought, is it her again? What this time? Eun-seo rushed forward and the MC grinned and thought, okay, well, so what? They'll run? He jumped up and rushed forward, bending his body. Eun-seo felt someone approaching her and turned around, staring at him in surprise. The MC grinned and said, so. She asked again, what? Kim Min-jun answered, just thinking out loud. He himself didn't know. Eun-seo stopped and began to breathe heavily, watching him go. She remembered how she entered the room and heard screams. She came. The girl grinned and screamed. She met the battalion commander right after entering the training center. Another girl asked if the rumors were true. Sun Eun-seo, the general's daughter, the veteran with the highest skills. Eun-seo was embarrassed and said, it is. The girl screamed. She's so modest. It seems true. Let her take care of her. She thought she was very picky since she was the captain's daughter, but it seems she isn't. They wouldn't say she was. She was kind of arrogant. The girl looked after her and said, in any case, she envies her. Her military life is simply perfect. Another girl said, she doesn't know about the rest, but she thinks the commander's favorite has already been chosen. Eun-seo wondered what kind of person he was. After a while, a loud cry was heard. Victory of the White Army. Unseo tore off the flag and joyfully raised it up. She went down and the commander shouted loudly, confirmation of the capture of the hill by the White Army, a record, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. White Army, they are entitled to rest in their places for 10 minutes. Blue Team, they need to gather in front of the assistant. Now, well done everyone. For your information, 3 minutes and 34 seconds, this is a new record for the training camp. They are not allowed to leave their places, but need to rest. The girls sat on the ground and started talking. A girl smiled and said, wow, and they didn't do anything special. Another girl asked, they were just lucky, right? She screamed. Applause for Yunseo. Unseo looked down and became embarrassed. Afterwards, everyone was changing in the locker room and a girl burst into the room and screamed. The record they set in the morning training camp was immediately broken after lunch. Do they know what's even more absurd? A new record. 1 minute and 2 seconds. Is that even possible? The girl asked. Where did you get such a record? Kim Min-jun from the 4th platoon single-handedly broke it. Unseo's eyes widened and thought, it's him. After a while, they were getting ready again, washing and brushing their teeth. The girl screamed, did they hear? Kim Min-jun from the 4th platoon fired several full shots from a special weapon. He even broke a new record. After a while, Seth Bell turned around and said, Kim Min-jun from the 4th platoon ran twice as fast as the others and didn't break a sweat. After a while, when they went to bed, the girl said, I don't know. Kim Min-jun from the 4th platoon caught a hound the size of an elephant in the dungeon. Unseo tiredly ordered her to shut up and sleep. The girl asked them to wait and listen to her for a bit. Unseo fell asleep and dreamed of how she was little, looking at her father, who patted her on the head and left the house. She fell asleep and thought, I too will become strong like her father. Sometime later, in the battalion commander's office, Minju said, they worked well during the 4-week training. Today, he called her to talk to the former boss's daughter. Is she okay with it? Hunter-san Unseo? She nodded her head and shouted, yes, thank you for your attention. Minju asked if she had already decided where she would go after leaving. She had excellent academic performance, and she could become the top student in the volunteer division. Isn't this General Sun's 107th division? Unseo replied, Kim Minji. Where did trainee Kim Min-jun serve as a volunteer? She was currently running forward and thinking, she didn't volunteer to play games here. In a moment, she became angry and acted like a child. This man constantly ruins her mood. She remembered all the fragments with MC that had happened recently. She blushed and closed her eyes, thinking, she's just jealous of him. She needs to apologize. She wants to become stronger, not take first place, Sun Unseo. She has come so far to become stronger without her father's help. If she's met a truly strong person, she should accept it and try to learn at least something. There's no need to act like a child. Unseo saw a sign ahead that said, point of return, confirmation seal. She was breathing heavily, and the instructor told her to go faster. She had excellent speed. MC happily showed her the seal on his hand and said that he almost fell asleep while waiting for her. Unseo blushed and then got angry and shouted loudly, seal, faster. What kind of apologies are you talking about? His face, it's so infuriating. The instructor looked at her, puzzled, and she turned around and started running away. After a while, MC ran out of the rift and slightly adjusted his beret. Unseo ran out after him and started breathing heavily. The commander said, okay, time's up. First place, Private Kim Min-jun, 29 minutes. Second place, Private Sun Unseo, 32 minutes. Sang-chul said, Min-jun, he's good. All his stats are at maximum, MC said happily. Private Kim Min-jun thanks him, the commander shouted. And so, that concludes the stat test. The hunters who pass the test must gather in front of the training ground at 13 as soon as they finish their meal. Do they understand? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Unseo reached for her jacket and noticed MC looking at her. He stuck his tongue out at her, and then turned away, causing her mixed feelings. Kim Min-jun happily looked at Dongjin and asked, wow, he even passed this? Dongjin apologized to him. Unseo grinned and said, in the end, she fell for the provocation again. Even in this, she lost. She is simply speechless. She took a breath of fresh air and put on her headdress. 105th headquarters of the 2nd Division, practical testing ground. The room was filled with monsters with clubs and loud roars, while Dongjin stood a little further away, holding a sword. Dongjin dealt with the monsters when he suddenly noticed another one quickly approaching. Another huge monster appeared behind him, causing Dongjin to lose his concentration. He almost got hit in the face with a club, but managed to put his leg in front of him just in time. The monster approached him and swung its club, but Dongjin attacked it in the stomach. He jumped aside and looked closely into the eyes of the creature, which remained standing. MC stood on the balcony and watched the battle. The second practical test, Basic Weapons Mastery, turned out to be easier than he thought. The basic weapons manual they were taught at the very beginning was the only thing they needed to show the instructor for the test. Despite the herbivore's powerful strength, many of them would have passed if they had simply followed the instructions. Well, Kim Min-jun certainly got a perfect score. While most were taking the swordsmanship test, Private Lee Dongjin managed to earn excellent marks. However, real combat is much more difficult. The final practical test is monster overcoming skill. For a private first class, it's 4 hounds. For ordinary privates, it's a test in which they must fight 3 goblins using only basic weapons. This is literally perfect practice. Dongjin attacked the monster and, knocking it to the floor, swung his sword. He killed the creature, and the commander said, Dongjin, he completed the monster overcoming skill test in 7 minutes and 52 seconds. Let him return to his place. Dongjin looked down and thought. He had several chances to slay the goblins, but each time he looked uncertain. Maybe he still wasn't entirely confident in his abilities. Dongjin left the room in a not-so-good mood. The commander said, next. Private Kim Minjun, let him get ready. MC walked toward the room and thought, he won't disappoint. After all, today he will become a corporal and get rid of every bad habit ingrained in his body. Everyone stared in surprise and asked, what? MC came out with a huge bat with nails. The captain thought, even though he was the best in all the demonstration tests, it wouldn't be easy for him to go out with such a blunt weapon. Kim Minjun, however, thought that this was what was needed in this test. The monsters came out, and MC thought, this is something other than an impact. The monsters rushed towards him, and he continued to stand in place. He gripped the handle of the bat and swung it. It looked like he was a rabbit about to be snatched by an eagle. With one swing of the bat, MC killed all the monsters, and the commander pressed the button on the timer. He screamed, 4 seconds. The man screamed, was there such a skilled hunter in the 104th Division? The commander said, at this rate, he will get the highest score in all the tests. An ordinary private. Kim Minjun looked at Unseo and smiled. He smugly thought, yes, it's him. Unseo frowned and thought, what the hell? What kind of rude person is this? After a while, a voice rang out. Everyone did a great job on the test. The commander said happily, especially Kim Minjun. The MC nodded and said, Private. Corporal Kim Minjun. The man patted him on the chest and said, yes, he's a treasure. It's hard for him to even say how fast he's advancing. He laughed and told him to keep up the good work. He was afraid that Kim Minjun would be the only one from their battalion who would pass the test. But after receiving the report, the battalion commander was very pleased. He was surprised that an ordinary private got the highest score on the practical test. Thank you. If he had failed, the whole squad would have suffered upon returning. The guys happily surrounded him and asked, is that really a problem now? When he becomes a sergeant, he shouldn't dare torment them. Understand? The MC smiled and replied, yeah, okay. He thought, he'll see how they behave. They started to board the bus, but Kim Minjun stopped and put his hand on Dongjin's shoulder. He said, Private Lee Dongjin. The MC chuckled and thought, when they get back, they'll start the basic weapons run through together. The fighters were looking out the bus window and asking, what? Unseo approached the bus and looked closely at the MC. He started to get inside, but turned around and looked at her shoulder straps. He thought she did very well, overcoming the monsters. She passed the promotion test, right? The MC went inside and sat down on a seat, looking out the window. Unseo continued to stand in front of the bus, attracting the attention of all the guys. Kim Minjun thought, disrespect in a show test. This time, she decided to apologize. Unseo said, well, she widened her eyes in surprise when she saw the MC's face, who pressed himself against the glass and whispered, if she starts a fight again, she'll regret it. The bus moved, and she just looked after it and asked, what kind of idiot is this? The bus continued moving along the road, and the guys asked what was up with him lately. Kim Minjun? It seems Son Unseo has her eye on him? Yeah, even during the demonstration test, she only stared at him. Is there something between them? Let him say it like a brother. Kim Minjun said thoughtfully, well, they argued a little, and he mocked her a little. All the guys looked at him in surprise and shouted, they argued? You can't tell from her look? The guys surrounded him and continued shouting, so what? What does he think of the most talked about girl of the 104th Division? How dare he mock his ideal type? She's his. Does he understand? Hanyoung does he even have an ideal type? Yes. From today, MC thought they were annoying him. He said she's not his ideal type. Hanyoung asked, what? He's so impudent. He pointed at him and asked, then who's his ideal type? The MC frowned and said, Lumi. Everyone looked at each other in confusion and asked, Lumi? Who's that? A girl group member? Kim Minjun said, she's the prettiest girl in Dongpan. Don't they know Lumi? Everyone thought, that Lumi. After a while, they had dinner and decided to clean up. The commander came in and said, look, let them eat more. Taewook said, this is the first time he's seen the commander like this. He seemed to be in a good mood. Jongtae said, probably. He turned around and said, thank you, Kim Minjun. He thinks it's all thanks to him. The MC said, thank you. Taewook asked, does he already have 3 stripes? So he'll soon become a sergeant. The MC looked at him carefully when suddenly a guy entered the room and said, second squad? Everyone gather in the break room. Dongjin replied, yeah, okay. Hanyoung asked, what happened? The guy replied, he's going to the administration to report on the squad's lunch. It was in honor of one of them getting the highest score on the promotion test. Taewook turned around and asked, Lee Sunho, what's that? Was it beer? Jongtae asked, they weren't planning on drinking without them, were they? Sunho said, it was a gift from the commander to Kim Minjun. The rest of you should get lost. He started to leave, and the guy shouted after him. Taewook clenched his fist and said, he knew everything from the start. That's why he joined their squad the moment he arrived. After a while, MC was walking through the courtyard, looking around. He extended his hand forward and ordered them to leave. Dark mana moved forward and a spirit emerged from it. MC asked, how was he doing? He thought, The first time he summoned the creature, it was very different from what he expected, which surprised him, but soon a good idea came to him. He didn't need an assassin right now, so he's just what he needed. He can't act freely, so he'll be his information gatherer. Kim Min-jin said, stop freaking out and let him focus. From now on, let him secretly walk around here, and keep an eye on anyone who seems like a big shot. And if there's any information about anything strange, let him tell him right away. Especially suspicions of magic. The creature extended its hand, and MC said, okay. He extended dark mana to the creature's hand, and said, be careful, you can't let him get caught. Did he understand? Kim Min-jun thought. He was anxious looking at this mad squirrel. If anyone saw him now, there would be a fuss about an emergency. Suddenly a voice was heard behind him. What was he doing here? MC turned around in fear and said, it's just that he hasn't drunk beer for a long time. He laughed and said, he went out to get some fresh air. Sunho asked if he gets drunk quickly. MC said, well, not exactly. He thought, black magicians don't get drunk by default. It doesn't matter if it's alcohol or poison. Everything is digested easily, and the body eliminates all unnecessary substances on its own. Sunho congratulated him on his promotion. Kim Min-jun thanked him, and Sunho told him not to dare relax and to keep up the good work. MC said, yeah, fine. Sunho turned around and said that since he doesn't get drunk quickly, he shouldn't stay here too late. Otherwise the guys there will steal everything. MC thought, thank God he didn't see. He needs to be more careful. By the way, the more he looks at him, the more he thinks he's an FM soldier. And yet, he has a hell of a temper. The next day, the military man said he was simply a natural-born genius. When they told him that only one had passed, he was already ready to kick their asses. But this one got the highest score. Jong-yun answered, yes, during the monster challenge, Kim Min-jun set a record of 4 seconds. A while ago, the man laughed and said, wow, he's amazing. Choi Sung-bum praised him so much at the training center, and he got interested, but he exceeded all his expectations. Now the man said, they also say he dealt with all the middle bats at the oil depot. Jung-yun answered, yes, it's confirmed that Corporal Kim Min-jun dealt with them first. The general said it hasn't even been a month since his enlistment, and he's already a corporal. His growth is simply incredible, and so are his records in the training hall. Perhaps this young man is worth paying attention to. It's only a matter of time before rumors spread throughout the company. In that case, they will also pay attention to Kim Min-jun. Jung-yun's eyes widened and he asked, they? He's talking about a special hunter squad. So, the squad leader. The man interrupted him and said, yes, something tells him that Kim Min-jun is a born hunter. He thought he'd seen many hunters in his life, including those now called the legendary army of hunters. Perhaps they were witnessing the birth of a new legend. After a while, the MC in uniform stood in the desert, surrounded by a crowd of monsters. He looked around and asked, is everyone here? Some time ago, the soldiers woke up hungover and could barely move. Only Min-jun was cheerful. He had just finished bathing and walked into the room, and Han-young called out to him, asking if he was okay. He confirmed it and noted that he had drunk so much, he really was a monster. After that, the MC turned his gaze to Sunho and asked how his hangover was. He caught his breath and told him that he had sweated once and was fine. He smiled, thinking that this was a real soldier. After that, Sunho asked, did he go to the training gym? He should feel free to walk as much as he wants. He was a corporal now. Remembering something, he turned to him and said that their simulation machine was pretty good too. He should try it sometime. Hearing this, Min-jun immediately became inspired and thought, is this the VR hunter's room he's heard about? After that, he went to the training room. He smiled, anticipating some semblance of a game, and went inside. Looking around in surprise, he smiled and remarked that it was nice here. After which he began adjusting the settings and thought, is this how it's done? The system offered him to choose a monster, hound, mouse, goblin, and orc. He chose the orc, and now he was asked to select the number of objects. He grinned, then began clicking the button repeatedly, and the system reported that he had exceeded the maximum number of objects. The maximum number is 30. He was slightly disappointed because he thought he could have fun there. After which, he confirmed the settings, and the system offered him to choose a weapon. Seeing this, he was delighted, made his choice, then put on the VR headset and grabbed the controller. The battle began. He moved from the training hall into the desert and looked around enthusiastically, after which orcs appeared from all directions and ran towards him. Seeing them, he joyfully exclaimed that this was simply excellent, then knocked one of the orcs aside with his club, and noted that the blows here were also good. Swinging his weapon, he easily dealt with the orcs, and their comrades growled menacingly. He laughed and exclaimed that it was all very believable. Let them come to him. Finally, the last orc was finished, their bodies disappeared, and the system reported that the battle was over. He was a little disappointed because he wanted to choose more than 30 monsters. Because of this, everything was over too quickly. But then he had an idea. He chose 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen. The monsters immediately appeared on the battlefield. He adjusted his helmet and said with a smile that the hunt was about to begin. They began to slowly surround him, and he, looking at them, asked, is everyone here? As soon as the countdown ended, the battle began, and the monsters rushed towards him, and he ran towards them, and swinging his club, exclaimed that he was so glad to see everyone. He called them cuties and then began to strike. The first cutie was defeated. He moved on to the second, then the third, fourth, and fifth. The monsters quickly found themselves under a hail of his endless blows. This went on for some time, and finally, he killed the last couple of monsters. Now there were only dead monsters around. No one remained alive. The system reported that the battle was over, and he, touching his helmet, returned to reality and ended the simulation. He took off his helmet, looked at it with a smile, and said that it was incredible. This is the most interesting thing since Donpa. The system reported that he had obtained the basic blunt weapon mastery skill, and he looked at it in confusion. He tapped the system window, opening a detailed description, and asked, so suddenly, this is pretty good. He didn't even expect that. After that, he headed for the exit and thought, so, you don't even need to go into the dungeon to gain skills? This is just great. He will come here every day and have fun with different weapons. As soon as he stepped out into the corridor, he saw a surprised Dongjin in front of him. He pointed in shock at the screen next to the door and asked, what is this? He didn't understand what he was talking about, and when he turned around, he saw that the screen had displayed all the results of his battle. There was silence for a few seconds, after which Dongjin asked in surprise, did he do this alone? He smiled nervously and confirmed it, after which an idea occurred to him and, turning to the door, he suggested that they go and talk. He nervously asked, does he mean talk in the training room? He began to suspect something, and the MC laughed, saying that this was training for him. At that moment, his face turned scary, after which he began to push him into the room and asked him to wait, asking what he said there. He was just still drunk. Minjun said that he would just sweat there and feel better. After that, the door closed, and at that moment, Guangxik came in. He also saw the result of the simulation and, to put it mildly, was surprised. A new day had dawned. He entered the room and saw how everyone was chilling and discussing something among themselves. After which he asked Private Jin Cholho where everyone went and where Minjun was now. He stood up excitedly and told him that everyone had gone to the warehouse to get snowplows, and Corporal Kim Minjun said he'd be in the gym before work. He pursed his lips, realizing he'd just unknowingly addressed the corporal with respect, and he thought he was finished. But contrary to his expectations, Guangxik didn't react at all and asked him to tell him that the commander was looking for him. Cholho looked at him in surprise, then ran faster to carry out the order before he changed his mind. Meanwhile, he approached the guys and asked what they were doing here. Mungi greeted him with a sly grin and offered to make a bet. They were betting on how long it would take Minjun to become a sergeant. The bet was a bun. They basically agreed that it would take him 1 or 2 years. Guangxik took the list and asked, do they bet every day? Mungi laughed and said that idiot Hanyang bet for 6 months. How can anyone become a sergeant in 6 months? He laughed at him and called him an idiot, and he exclaimed with displeasure that he actually felt that way. He's a very unusual guy. Guangxik looked at the betting list, and while they were fooling around, he wrote down his name, then threw the sheet of paper back at them. Hanyang looked at it in surprise, then exclaimed, is he serious? You can't change it later. He understands that if he loses, he'll have to pay for a whole month, right? Guangxik just waved his hand and left, after which the guy remarked that he was even crazier than he was. He bet that Minjun would become a sergeant in just a month. The MC, meanwhile, was working out. He did a few squats with a barbell, then did exercises with dumbbells, and suddenly stopped. He felt his arm and realized he'd been training with weights for days, but his stats weren't improving. Even Isgard had some good stuff. There he received a passive skill that increases his strength by 150%. It's a very good skill that gets more effective as his stats increase. Could it be that there's nothing here like the returning hero's strength? He sighed heavily, realizing that increasing his stats wasn't that easy, and a system window popped up, making him immediately nervous. He'd gained the strength skill, which adds 5 points to strength. He was glad he'd succeeded. It seemed like a basic skill, but no. This way, he could raise his rating. Chiolho popped into the gym and told Minjun that the commander was looking for him. He turned to him with a joyful smile and thanked him, which made him feel uneasy, then ran out of the gym, quickly pulling on his jacket. The private watched him go, wondering what was wrong with everyone today. Meanwhile, the MC entered the administration office and greeted the commander, saying he had arrived. Chomin waved with a smile, then stood up from his desk and said he just wanted to talk to him in the office. How was life as a corporal? A week had already passed. He told him he was enjoying everything very much, and noticing the lieutenant's badge on his hat, congratulated him on his promotion. He beamed, then invited him to sit down and said that since the incident with the middle bats, he had already been of great use, and he was grateful. Minjun sat across from him and, smiling, said he had nothing to thank him for. The man handed him a certificate of honor and said that this was why he had called him. For eliminating the middle bats and getting the highest score on the promotion test, the battalion commander presented it to him. He looked over the certificate of honor and thanked him, and Cholman told him not to be upset that he presented it to him so informally. Hunters just don't like formal events, but it's all included in his achievements, so he shouldn't worry. He immediately looked at him with interest and asked excitedly, so, the achievements will help him get a promotion? He confirmed this and added that getting a promotion isn't easy. There haven't been any hunters as talented as him who have received a certificate of honor yet, but there are plenty who have received it for their good work in the squad. MC asked if 10 commendations would be enough for a promotion. The man just smiled and silently told him that a commendation wasn't a chicken coupon for him. Did he even hear himself? A couple of days later, they set out on a mission. They stopped at the entrance to a tunnel, and the lieutenant ordered them to put on their gear and wait. Today, their platoon was tasked with clearing a dungeon. Let them act as they had trained and make sure there were no casualties. He believed they would successfully complete this mission. Minji placed a box of something in front of them that evoked horror in their eyes, and Cholman said that, as had already been announced, the dungeon assigned to them was a lair of rat monsters called a ditch. After that, everyone took a gas mask and they headed into the dungeon. Minjun walked at the back, followed by Corporal Jong Han-young and Private Lee Dongjin, followed by Lieutenant Kim Cholman and Sergeant Lee Sunho, several privates, and Sergeant First Class Kim Minji, a rat monster lair, known among hunters as a ditch. It's not considered a high-danger dungeon, but on average, about 200 monsters are found here. Sunho raised his fist, ordering everyone to stop and turn to the commander, after which they exchanged glances. The tunnel is a very confined environment, limiting the use of firearms. Therefore, it's considered a fairly difficult dungeon. Sunho looked around and said that, aside from directing the squad's movement, this was the only invasion route. It would be better to lure the monsters directly here. The commander agreed and ordered them to prepare bait, after which they dispersed throughout the cave. Moreover, due to the terrible stench in the dungeon, hunters are required to wear special gas masks. Private Ju Sung-gi pulled out a box, and Han-young, seeing this, nervously adjusted his gas mask and called them stinking idiots. This stench prevents hunters from demonstrating 100% of their skills. Afterwards, they pulled out some rotten banana-shaped monster bait from the box, and Minjun and Han-young involuntarily moved away from it, realizing why it smelled so bad. The lieutenant ordered them to scatter the bait everywhere, and as he took a step, he heard a crunch underfoot. Looking down, he saw bones, which alarmed him. A little further on, numerous animal bones were scattered on the ground. One of the skulls resembled a rat's. He suspected something was wrong, and at that moment, Moongi announced that they were coming. A swarm of rats was approaching the front passage. Cholman waved his hand, ordering them to prepare for battle, and everyone immediately drew their weapons and formed a line towards the passage. He ordered the privates and the deputy commander to retreat to the back position, and Minji gave the order to the other soldiers. Han-young smirked and decided to make a bet with Moonji. Whoever caught the most would get a bun. He agreed, and Sunho told them not to relax, and he asked if he wanted to participate too. He only smirked in response, after which they noticed a swarm of rats running out of the passage, and the commander noted that they were huge, so they should not come forward and attack from their current position. MC smiled, preparing to repel their attacks, after which they began to deal with the monsters. Moongi killed them with a sword, Han-young with 2 weapons, and Sunho with his fists. The commander of the 2nd platoon of the 3rd squad, Sergeant Cho Tai-wook, dealt with the rats with 2 blades, and his friend, the commander of the 4th squad, Sergeant Kim Jung-tae, with a hammer. Guangshik, meanwhile, chopped them with serrated swords. Minjun watched them, ignoring the monsters approaching him, and thought they were all admirable. He swung his club, taking down 3 monsters at once, and turned around, thinking that those 2 were especially good, catching the disabled rats from behind. The commander, Lieutenant Kim Cholman, and his deputy, Sergeant First Class Kim Minji, were now operating in the rear. Minjun glanced at them and thought that they had managed to take on such a large chunk of territory. Their level was clearly earned through hard work. As he destroyed a couple more rats, his gaze fell on Dongjin. The private cut down the monsters without a trace of fear, and he thought with a smile that it was immediately obvious they had undergone special training. Sunho watched him fight with a smile, after which someone from the side shouted that they needed another fighter, and Dongjin immediately responded. Guangshik killed a monster, then confidently looked forward and shook the rat's body off his weapon. At that moment, a private noticed rats approaching from the back line and alerted everyone to the danger. The lieutenant had already relayed the message to the others, after which he ordered the 1st and 4th squads to move to the back line, while the privates were to defend themselves and retreat, not to take any risks. The soldiers immediately began attacking the rats, preventing them from advancing further, and with each passing second, the number of dead bodies in the cave grew. Taewook noted with a smile that it seemed they were already finishing. The number of rats had decreased. But at that moment, MC noticed something. Demonic energy was emanating from somewhere. He immediately looked around and thought that he had noticed it too late because of his gas mask. But it was definitely it. He saw that the demonic energy was emanating from underground, and when it cracked, he immediately understood what was going on and alerted the others that they were coming from underground. Guangshik, next to whom a hole had appeared, nervously lowered his gaze, and then an explosion occurred. A bright beam of light shot upward. The soldiers scattered to avoid it, and the lieutenant looked up in surprise. Right before him was a rare monster, a huge rat. He immediately remembered the bones and wondered if this monster had really left them behind. Had it eaten the local rats? And what was so big? Noticing something, he clenched his teeth nervously. Guangshik, who had been hit, was now stunned and unable to move, and the rat was already next to him. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and Guangxik's face turned pale. Cholman understood that he was in danger. He wanted to help him, but his legs simply wouldn't move from fear. Minji called out loudly to Guangxik and ordered him to finally wake up. He needed to get out of there immediately, but now he couldn't move from fear. He sat there and watched the monster, and as soon as it swung its paw, he covered his head and screamed in fear. At that moment, Dongjin came to his aid. He bravely repelled the monster's attack, despite losing his weapon, then grabbed the corporal by the shoulder and told him to get up. They needed to leave. Guangxik looked up at him in surprise, after which the beast growled loudly. It ran at them, and the lieutenant called out to them in concern, after which Minjun joined the fight. He jumped high, ending up right above the monster's head, then swung his arm and thought that those wild eyes and extraordinary energy indicated that it was magic again. He struck the monster's head with his shield with all his might, causing a bright flash that forced the soldiers to cover their eyes, after which he gave a thumbs up and praised Dongjin. He smiled, pleased with his words, then led the corporal away, and Minji ran to Minjun, telling the squad leaders to follow him, and the rest to stand still and wait. The huge rat growled loudly, and it decided to attack, swinging its paw and slamming the ground with all its might, causing rocks to fall from the ceiling, miraculously missing the soldiers. MC found himself behind a smoke screen, calling out to the rat with a grin, and just as it attacked, he used his powers and said that he was worried someone would see it. After that, he delivered a powerful blow, causing the monster to lose its balance, and then pushed it with his shield, sending it flying. The monster hit its back against the wall, and MC immediately approached it and began delivering multiple blows until he decided it was enough. He smiled and waved his hand, drawing demonic energy from the rat and beginning to accumulate a clot. When the rat's eyes finally faded, the system reported that the set magic level had been absorbed, increasing the magic meter by 1. He pulled out his weapon and said that it was quite good. He would gladly use it. Because of this incident, clearing the dungeon was completed. They returned to the tunnel entrance and began to rest. Moongi turned to his friend with a smirk and asked if he admitted defeat. Hanyong sighed heavily and confirmed this, while Chioman contacted someone and reported that it was a special monster. All squad members had been escorted out of the dungeon. They checked. There was only one, and one of the soldiers defeated it. He glanced at Minjun, who was wincing from his stinking clothes, and said that he needed the help of a special squad. Hanyong, meanwhile, approached Minjun and said that this guy attacks everything from mosquitoes to monsters, and how could he not kill a single creature? He sat down next to him and said with a smile that thanks to him, they survived. When he saw it, he was so scared that his body didn't move. The MC sat down next to him and said that he should apologize for running forward without warning. The guy told him that he had nothing to apologize for. This situation was unexpected for everyone. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Guangxik and Dongjin would have gotten into trouble. Is he okay? Is he hurt? He just smiled in response, after which the lieutenant approached him and asked if he really wasn't hurt. His face looked very serious. Minjun answered him that everything was fine, and he, with a sigh of relief, said that when they returned to headquarters, they would talk. He agreed, after which Chulman left, and Hanyong noticed that the commander seemed out of sorts. The lieutenant clutched his head, thinking about what had happened, and Minji, ending the call, approached him, and as soon as his voice was heard, he turned to him in fear. None of the evacuees were found to have serious injuries. Dongjin is returning to headquarters after an examination, and Guangxik has a minor head injury, but he will be able to return to headquarters tomorrow. Hearing this, the lieutenant smiled nervously and I sighed with relief, after which the sergeant patted him on the shoulder and turned to the second platoon and informed them that due to an unexpected situation, they were ending their expedition into the dungeon, and that they should all check their personal equipment and prepare to return to headquarters. As soon as they returned, MC was called to the administration to write a report. Chioman sat down next to him and gave him a paper and pen, asking him to write down how he caught a special monster. He took it and wondered what he should write. He hit it with a shield, but it didn't die, and he hit it with a fist, but would anyone believe that? The lieutenant took something, sat down next to him again, and said that his view was blocked and he didn't see anything, but did he by any chance kill that rat with his fist? He noticed that his hands were all covered in bruises, and Minjun laughed nervously, saying that this monster was too powerful and he had no other choice. Chulman asked what his stats were, and when he answered that he had 65 strength and 60 agility, he was very surprised. He was a lieutenant and his stats barely exceed 40. Does an ordinary soldier have strength and agility over 60? His stats are almost twice as high as most sergeants. He leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily, then said that with such a level, he could go to a military academy for hunters. He remembered that according to records, he dropped out of high school, so enrolling there would be difficult. He asked if he ever planned to become a leader. Had he considered enrolling in the academy as an external student? They could even take him as a sergeant. sergeant. There are cyber lectures and all sorts of other interesting things. What did he think about that? He could find out about it for him. He answered him that he didn't want to study. A promotion for achievements was enough for him. The lieutenant smiled and leaned back in his chair again, saying that it was his decision. He wouldn't force him. But if he changed his mind, he could tell him. He thanked him for that, and he, noticing the dark sky outside the window, said that he would finish the report himself, and he should go back and rest. He wouldn't steal his time. MC thanked him again and headed for the exit, while Chilman looked at his lieutenant's badge and thought. Before Minjun left, he called out to him and said seriously that he had saved them all today. If it weren't for him, something terrible could have happened, and he couldn't react. He was grateful to him. MC told him that he had just done his job, and he just smiled. As soon as he left the administration, he thought that, of course, it was his business, since he got magic and achievement points. Time passed. He came to the training hall and saw Guangxik there, which immediately made his face frown. He asked, so he was asking him to undergo special training with him and Private Li Dongjin? The corporal nervously confirmed this, and he asked displeasedly how he had even known that they were training there. Although he had another question. Why did he suddenly want to train with them? Guangxik felt uneasy, remembering how Dongjin had fought so well and protected him, but he couldn't say his admiration out loud, and told him that he was strong and more useful now. It was all thanks to training, right? That's why he wanted to train too. Minjun understood what was going on, and put his hand on Dongjin's shoulder, asking, do you think they'll agree? And there's a certain level to everything. Don't you think so? Guangxik smiled nervously, then looked away and bowed to Dongjin, thanking him for saving him and asking for his forgiveness. The private became flustered and said that he didn't know if he'd forgive him for everything that had happened, but he really wanted to train with them. His goal was to become a sergeant, due to personal circumstances. Dongjin agreed and nervously glanced at Minjun, asking, can't they train together? Hearing no answer, he called out to him in confusion, after which he said that of course they couldn't train together. Guangxik was upset. He looked down and smiled slightly, noting that they would probably be uncomfortable because of what he had done in the past. In any case, he was grateful to them because they helped him. After that, he lowered his head and was about to leave, but the MC said he had a condition. He immediately perked up his ears and turned around, and when he mentioned the pigeon, he looked at it questioningly. Minjun laughed and said that for 24 hours, starting right now, he needed to pretend to be a pigeon. Then he would think about it. Guangxik immediately boiled with rage and asked, does that mean he doesn't want to train with them? The guy clenched his teeth, about to swear, but he wanted to train with them so much that he began to imitate a pigeon with an angry face. Seeing this, Dongjin was very surprised, and MC laughed maliciously, enjoying it. Meanwhile, in the Isgard Empire, it was deep night. The protagonist's former mentor was rolling a cart with a cage through the temple after the saint. She said that he had done a good job, to which he remained silent, after which she turned to him and asked if he wanted to tell her something. He asked how long she was going to continue doing this, and she, passing by him, said that she hadn't thought about it yet. She approached the cage, then moved the cloth aside and looked at the monster concealing demonic energy, and thought about something. The man called out to her, after which she took a step to the side and waved her hand, opening an interdimensional passage, and said that this was a gift to the one who left her without permission. She turned to the man and said that therefore, whatever she did, it would not be enough. Time passed, and all the soldiers went outside to begin construction. Taewook stuck his shovel into the ground and exclaimed with displeasure, why should they be the ones doing the construction? How much longer will they have to suffer? Moongi said he'd been thinking about something recently. This place will still be used to fight monsters, but will that help them at all? He glanced at the others, and the sergeant replied that he didn't know. A truck pulled up to the construction site, and the soldiers, seeing the cargo, were very upset and said that Stettel was here. The guys began unloading the truck, and Guangxik sighed heavily, saying that's what they call these blocks among themselves. It's unclear whether they're stones or iron, so they decided to call it Stettel. It's much heavier than it looks and much stronger. That's why they use it for buildings. They're made from special minerals found underground, and they originally had a different name. He'd been telling Minjun about it all this time, but it turned out he hadn't been listening at all and asked, did he say something? When Guangxik saw him carrying 2 blocks at once, he felt uneasy. He awkwardly replied that he hadn't told him that. He just thought maybe someone would be interested. They continued carrying blocks and piling them up on the road. After a while, everyone was getting pretty tired, unlike Minjun, and Minji suggested they take a 10-minute break. While everyone was resting and chatting, he approached the lieutenant and said that he'd gone to division headquarters to get some supplies and heard that a dungeon had appeared on the territory of their 104th Division, presumably a dungeon of tin cans. Everyone's faces turned pale after this, and Taewook, with tears in his eyes, asked, he's joking, right? Jongtae said that couldn't be true, then grabbed his hand and said that if they went into the dungeon again, it would be the 3rd time for him and the instructor. Taewook hugged his leg and asked, is that true? He called them idiots and told him to calm down while the investigation was still ongoing. One MC wasn't aware, and Guangxik, noticing this, quietly chuckled and told him about the tin can dungeon. The dungeon's internal size is much larger than standard, as is the number of monster species and types. Discovered dungeons without boss monsters or high-risk monsters among hunters are called tin can dungeons. Since such dungeons with a good environment are ideal for gaining combat experience, they undergo division-level training in them before attacking other dungeons. This is the same training in the maneuvers of a hunter with a bad reputation. Minjun looked at him in confusion and asked who he was talking to again. Guangxik's mouth fell open, and he paused. Then he looked away and quietly said he just thought someone might be interested. The MC was actually listening, thinking that this wasn't the most necessary training for him right now. He glanced at the guys whining in the sergeant's arms and thought they were getting on their nerves. Chilman sighed and called them idiots, saying that this was division-level training, their chance to earn achievement points. As soon as Minjun heard this, his eyes lit up with anticipation, and he happily thought, knowing that accidents were much more common on the front lines. It's good he came here. Looking down, he noticed the night wanderer in his shadow and wondered what he was doing here. He put his foot on his face and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, the guys weren't paying attention. He sighed with relief, glad that no one saw him, then touched him and asked what he needed. He immediately showed him what he had recently seen. A man and a female major were walking down the corridor. She mentioned a request for help. It was a special monster. Yesterday, a request for help came from a group investigating the Yangu dungeon. He asked if this was the dungeon discovered on division territory. She confirmed it and said that this territory was not inhabited. However, 2 employees participating in the investigation suddenly lost consciousness. This anomaly was reported very recently. Perhaps this dungeon needed an urgent attack. He said that, as usual, they would entrust the division with control of this territory. The hunters from Yangu should retreat for now. First, they will deal with the dungeon discovered in the private residential area of Hongchon. Everyone should head that way. Seeing this, MC smiled, then put his foot on the shadow again and stood up, wondering if he should go spend his day off. Time passed. Minjun took the day off and went to the apartment that was kindly lent to him for temporary residence. He took off his military uniform, changed his clothes, and checked if he took everything. It was Cholman's apartment. Some time ago, he approached him to take a day off, and he said with a smile that at the construction site, he wore several times more stettel than everyone else, and he wondered why he was like that. It turns out he wanted to finish quickly and take a day off. He is simply something. He is incredible. MC thanked him with shining eyes, and he said that he was not praising him. By the way, his current address is in the restricted area. Where was he during his last vacation? He answered him that he was at the computer club, and the lieutenant smiled, saying that he knew it. He gave him the keys and said that if he wanted, he could stay in this house. His parents used to live in this apartment, but they moved out because of work, so now it's empty. He lives there during his vacation, so it's clean. Minjun got worried and started to refuse, and Shulman sighed, telling him not to worry. He gave him a note with the address and said that it was far from the base, it was in Gangwon-do, and it would be much better than the computer club. After learning that the apartment was in Chuncheon, MC thought that was pretty good, after which Cholman went to the administration and said that even if he didn't live there, he should still take the key. He wished him a good rest and left, leaving him confused. As soon as he was in his office, he tiredly sat down in his seat, then looked through Minjun's file. Both of his parents were missing. Apparently he wanted to support him somehow. Currently, MC glanced at his family photo, then pulled his hood up with a smile and set off. He arrived at the place where the dungeon had appeared. According to the woman, it was located in a closed school in the city of Yangu. Soldiers don't come closer than a kilometer and control the road. Minjun was convinced that the road was indeed blocked by the military, and so he decided to cross over the rooftops. After passing the soldiers, he jumped down, carefully peered around the corner and saw the dungeon, which was located right behind the school gates. He headed there, wondering what kind of monster it would be this time, and thought that he needed to find out who was sitting there. If the monster was too dangerous, he would simply leave. As soon as he passed through the portal, he found himself in a dark forest. The air here was very humid. Walking forward along the path, he noticed a broken sword and bent down to it, wondering if there had been a battle here. Sensing a presence behind him, he called out to the monster and turned to it, telling it that it was giving itself away too much and to let it come out. A goblin appeared from the bushes, but it was strange somehow, somewhat reminiscent of a kobold. MC stood up, wondering why it was so huge, and prepared for battle, wondering if the research team had managed to withstand it. At that moment, the monster pounced on him in a jump. He took a step back, dodging the blow, and then struck back. From the outside, its attack seemed very powerful, but in fact, it did no damage to the monster. His fist hit it right in the teeth. The goblin immediately opened its mouth, about to bite it, but he kicked it under the chin, throwing it into the air. After that, he increased the distance between them, and remarked on how strong it was. How did it withstand his fist? The monster began to advance. He swung his paw, trying to hit him, and he jumped back several times and told him to be careful. After that, he used the skill Corruption, and his foot immediately sank deep into the ground. Taking advantage of the fact that he could no longer move, Minjun immediately approached him and began to deal multiple blows, sometimes smiling at his resilience. Between blows, he noticed something shiny on his side, which distracted him, and the monster immediately took advantage of this, hitting him with sharp claws. MC was thrown back. He was not injured in any way, only his clothes were torn. He noticed a broken sword lying next to him and got up, saying that if everyone he met since returning was on the level of an ant, then he reached the level of a rhinoceros beetle. The monster smiled. He shouted something and pounced on him, hitting him on the head, and he said that it was funny. The beetle said something about beetles. The monster continued to hold his head, and he, calling him an idiot, broke free from its grip and immediately plunged the broken sword into its side, causing it to cry out loudly in pain. After that, he swung his leg, hit it on the head with all his might, and killed it. He immediately absorbed the dark magic coming out of him, and the system reported that his magic stat had been increased by 3. He unlocked a new skill called E-Rank Dark Arrow, and Night Wanderer was strengthened. The skill Basic Fencing was created. He was very happy about this and opened the system window to learn more about the new skills. Dark Arrow absorbs demonic energy to fire an invisible arrow at a target, and Basic Fencing increases his sword mastery. He was glad that his skills had increased at once and wondered why he had Basic Fencing. He remembered how he hit the monster with his sword and wondered if it was because of a critical hit. He laughed, rejoicing at the jackpot, then returned to the goblin's body and wondered if he had been wounded before meeting him. What was that sparkling thing there? He stuck his hand into the wound, and what he pulled out surprised him greatly. It was something sharp, like an arrowhead or a knife fragment. He examined it more closely and wondered if he had been wounded by a hunter from the search party, but he felt like he had seen this somewhere before. Hearing the monsters approaching him, he put the fragment in his pocket and thought that he had just wanted to test out his new skills. He turned around, smiling and telling them to come closer, but they only growled menacingly in response. He concentrated demonic energy in both hands and decided to see what an E-level skill could do. After that, he fired dark arrows at them, which immediately defeated 2 goblins, and he noted with a smile that the main job was done. But while he was here, he would finish everything completely. The 3rd goblin became nervous, realizing that it was now his turn, and he asked with an evil grin where his friends had gone. Having finished, he returned to the city. It was already morning, and since the dungeon was conquered, he decided to do his favorite thing. A week passed. The soldiers were in the dungeon of tin cans and were making their way to the rally point across the field. As Guangxik said, the size of the dungeon was much larger than standard. Some of the soldiers were already tired, but they continued on. After an eventful vacation, Minjun returned to the squad rested, but their platoon looked more like a funeral parlor. After an investigation, it was determined that this was indeed the Tin Can Dungeon, and that hunter maneuver training would be held there next week. Each platoon would begin their journey from a random point and move to a rally point in the center of the dungeon. Along the way, they would deal with monsters and other various situations. Chiolman checked the map, led the soldiers, and seeing a cloud of dust ahead, ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers immediately drew their weapons, and black balls appeared on the top of the hill. Although they were small, they were very dangerous due to their sharp teeth. The lieutenant warned the soldiers of the danger and ordered everyone to draw their special weapons and prepare to fire. The soldiers were fully prepared. MC and the others crouched for stability, and he thought with a wide smile that, as he expected, this training would be very interesting. Chiolman ordered them to open fire, and they immediately began shooting at the black balls, quickly reducing their numbers. Minji said that since these monsters are very elastic and have thick skin, it is impossible to defeat them with bladed weapons, so they must eliminate them before they get close. They continued shooting accurately, and at one point, Chiolman ordered them to stop firing and prepare for close combat. There were 3 monsters left. If they attach themselves to the body and start sucking blood, removing them will be very problematic, so they should try to avoid being bitten. MC rubbed his chin in confusion and thought, so if you get bitten, that's the end. If there are many wounded, the platoon's rating will drop, but he won't let that happen. One of the monsters pounced on a frightened private. He immediately appeared in front of him and ran towards the monster, calling out to Sergeant Sunho. After that, he tossed a black ball so high that they all had to raise their heads. He thought it would be easier, of course, to use dark arrows, but bullets would do too. The soldiers immediately shot the monster, after which Minjun began tossing the rest into the sky. Chiolman praised him and, with a smile, ordered the squad to open fire on them, and finally, the monsters were finished. He gave them a 10-minute break to rest and check their personal equipment. Then, let them make sure there were no wounded and report to the squads. He placed an approving hand on Minjun's shoulder, and Sunho and Guangxik also praised him. When the sergeant and corporal exchanged glances, they became awkward and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Taewook sat down on the grass, next to his friend, and caught his breath, asking if he didn't think this training was much more intense than the last one. How many fights had this been? Jongtae answered that he couldn't say for sure, but rumor had it that this wasn't the Tin Can Dungeon. Taewook looked at him questioningly, and he said that rumor had it that there was a boss monster in this dungeon, but it was defeated by a hunter with 2 stars on his shoulder straps with his bare fists. After that, he went to the frightened soldiers and said that now they could train. Jongtae burst into tears and said that this monster was captured alive and locked in the rally point, for fear that the dungeon would collapse. Minji threw his arms over their shoulders and told them they had to go. Their rest was over. They stood up reluctantly, and MC, smiling as he watched them go, remembered that 2-star hunter and thought he was quite good. Cheolmin continued to lead the squad, checking the map and noticing something ahead. He stopped, and then his eyes widened in horror. Everyone else was curious about what was going on. Even Minjun smiled nervously. Down at the foot of the cliff sat Du Sokyong, who was playing the role of the wounded man, and judging by his appearance, he was very happy participating in the training. Meanwhile, in Isgard, an old man sat by his forge and smoked a pipe, and looking up, he noticed Minjun's former mentor. He noted that he had been gone for a long time, and then he returned. Well, did everything work out for him? He lowered his head guiltily, after which the old man extended his hand and said that he was probably busy with that woman. Taking the blade, he examined it and noticed that it was duller than he thought. Was he hunting monsters? It turned out that this was the sword Minjun found a shard from in the monster. Meanwhile, in the assembly center, in one of the tents, the commanders were sitting. The commander of the 3rd Platoon of the 104th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jongchul, checked the information on the tablet and said that the number of monsters was simply unrealistic. He hoped there would be no incidents. The commander of the 1st Platoon, Colonel John Sung-kyun, said that the commander-in-chief thinks the average fighting strength of the division is gradually declining. Jongchul said that he thinks he is putting too much pressure on them. The commander of the 2nd Platoon, Colonel Lee Junbom, popped into their tent. They greeted each other, and he asked them if they knew where the division commander went. Jongchul hesitated, trying to find the right words, after which he told him everything, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What does this mean?" Sung-kyun smiled and said he knew his character. Nothing would stop him. The man excitedly agreed, but he still wondered why he'd suddenly decided to personally participate in training. God forbid he join his men. Jongchul said the division commander had left, leaving only these words, "There's one soldier I want to see with my own eyes." Meanwhile, the soldiers were stunned at the sight of the commander, and Cheolmin thought he knew there was a punishment that involved carrying out a wounded man. Only he'd been told that the role of the wounded man would be played by one of the division headquarters leaders, but certainly not the division commander. Sokyong approached him, casting his enormous shadow over him. Then, smiling, he pointed to his wounded sign and asked him to take care of him. The lieutenant shuddered with excitement, saluted, and introduced himself, saying he understood everything. The soldiers brought a stretcher and began examining the commander, worried that he would be too heavy, and Minji told the commander that they would transport him on a stretcher. The man gave him a displeased look, then walked up to him, and breaking the stretcher into splinters exclaimed, "Doesn't he know what kind of character he has?" After that, he clicked his tongue in displeasure and dusted his hands, and Minji replied that he was still playing the role of a wounded man. The division commander waved his hand in front of him and said that he knew nothing and was not going to do anything. They should just forget about him and continue training. He saw Minjun behind the upset sergeant, and his face immediately broke into a smile. Noticing this, MC also smiled and thought that he knew it. This training would be the best. The fun didn't end there. They encountered all sorts of monsters, and several devices prepared by headquarters made the training even more interesting. And all this time, Sokyong watched the protagonist. Private Jin Chulho was extremely tired, breathing heavily, but the monsters were still alive. He glanced at the huge frog in front of him, then rushed to attack and swung his sword, killing it. But another monster immediately appeared from behind the monster. Chulho had no strength to fight it. His eyes rolled back in his head. He collapsed to the ground, and the frog immediately took advantage of this, sticking its tongue out at him. Minjun swung his sword, quickly dispatching the monster with his new skill, basic swordsmanship. He thought that, although this was a basic skill, it significantly increased his strength. He extended his hand to the private, helping him up, and the private thanked him with a dejected expression. MC remained silent, then rushed to kill the other monsters that the privates couldn't handle. Quickly striking each frog, he moved to where the lieutenant and sergeant first class were. The division commander stood nearby, looking at him and thinking that this training session of hunter maneuvers could be called the most intense in the entire history of the hunter squad. A monster snuck up on him from behind, and he immediately punched it, sending it flying. The lieutenant told the squad that they would finish with them and rest. They needed to hold out until the end. He turned to Minjun, asking if he was ready, and Sokyong thought with a smile that he was very impressive. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the dungeon, a squad of girls was fighting with black balls. They were all quite tired, but they continued to fight. Unseo gripped her weapon tighter and swung it, cutting the monster in half, after which they could all finally breathe a sigh of relief. The private said with a smile that she was simply incredible. She almost killed everyone single-handedly. At that moment, the black ball she hadn't finished off rose up and pounced on her, but she noticed it too late. Something hit her. Her helmet flew off her head, and she fell, and when she turned around, she saw Unseo holding back the monster. It pressed on her sword, causing her to take one careless step back and feel her footing disappear. And then she fell down the cliff. Meanwhile, the guys were resting. The lieutenant and sergeant were surveying the area and talking about something, and the major general approached them, saying that as far as he could see, the entire squad had arrived safely without serious injuries. The platoon commander is really cool. Cheolmin looked at him in surprise and wondered, What's wrong with him? He glanced at Minjun, who was currently demonstrating the correct sword stance to his comrades, and said with a smile that it was all thanks to a good squad. Sokyung patted him on the shoulder and said that it was all his doing. After that, he smiled widely and said that he would be watching him until the end of the training. The lieutenant excitedly thanked him, after which the general's gaze moved to the sergeant, who grabbed him, laughed, and said that he still couldn't keep his balance. Will he only press with his left hand? He nervously apologized, and the guys nearby started talking about the second part of the hunter's manners training. The guy asked Corporal Lee Seung-woo what would happen there, and he said he wished he hadn't asked. After that, the guy pointed to a pit with a huge keep out sign next to it and asked, "What is that?" The corporal adjusted his glasses and answered that that was it, a pit. The break ended. The lieutenant told them to move out, and the guy stood up asking, "Is that a pit?" Seung-woo confirmed it, and he thoughtfully noted that it really did look like a pit. The corporal asked if he had heard of a pit dungeon. Apparently, he did nothing but slack off during training. Little is known about this dungeon yet. They say it's some kind of phenomenon of connection with another dimension using gates and space. At the moment, this is the most plausible theory. That is, it's an infinite connection through infinite space. But even in dungeons, there are boundaries, points where the connection ends. And sometimes this connection is lost at a very unexpected moment. These are dungeon pits. The guy looked at him with admiration and asked what would happen if he went beyond the dungeon, or entered the dungeon pit. The corporal answered him that, to be honest, he didn't believe it, but they say that you end up in a random point inside the dungeon. Their conversation was interrupted by the surprised voices of the soldiers walking ahead. The lieutenant pushed them apart and asked what had happened, and when he saw it, he was very surprised, as was Minjun. Eun-seo was lying on the ground in front of them. As soon as she came to her senses, they gave her water, and the lieutenant contacted someone. All this time, Sokyung was watching them. Chulmin ended the conversation and turned to the girl, saying that he had reported the situation to the 4th Battalion, so she shouldn't worry. She asked him to check if everyone in her squad was safe, and he smiled and told her that they were all safe and were very worried about her. They said they wanted to stop training and go search, but since they had reported everything, they would most likely continue training. She exhaled in relief, then winced, feeling pain. She had injured her leg in the fall and now couldn't walk, which she wasn't very happy about. Minji said that she couldn't train with such a leg. Taking care of her health is just as important for a hunter as improving her combat strength. Chulmin told her that he had contacted headquarters. A transport team would arrive soon. He was very sorry, but this training was over for her. She wanted to object, but immediately fell silent, realizing that he was right. Then Sokyung approached them and asked the lieutenant how the soldier was doing. Seeing him, the girl became very nervous and thought, what is he doing here? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be in charge of training? Chulmin told him that she didn't have any serious injuries, but there was a suspected fracture of her left ankle. He didn't think she would be able to continue training. The general said that it was a great pity. There was very little time left. He looked at the girl and asked her to tell him how it happened, and she, excitedly giving her name and rank, told him how she fell off a cliff while fighting a monster and lost consciousness, and when she woke up, she found herself here. He frowned and asked, did she fall on the edge of the dungeon? Or could it have been an underground pit? Although it's good that she was found quickly. Suddenly, he shuddered, realizing something, and asked her to tell him her name again. She told him her first name, and upon hearing her last name, he excitedly asked, are you from the 4th Squad, 4th Battalion? Song Taeho's daughter. She sheepishly confirmed it, after which he immediately put a wounded sign on her and began to scan the surroundings with his eyes, noting everyone's activities and their condition. He chose Minjun, who was still full of strength, and asked him to come here. He ran up to him, and the girl immediately covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, wondering why him. When the general ordered him to carry her on his back, her face turned pale, and MC raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if he had heard wrong. Sokyung, already nervous, ordered him to put her on his back since she was injured. He looked in surprise at the shame-stricken soldier and wondered why he smelled achievement. He glanced at the general, who was already on edge, then took off his helmet and said with a smile that he understood everything. After that, he approached Eun-seo, crouched down, and told her to climb. But she, of course, wasn't going to do that, and he said she could quit training, but all her points would immediately evaporate. What would she do then? She thought about it for a moment, then pursed her lips, realizing he was right, and asked him to help. He was overjoyed, already anticipating new achievements, and Han-young said he was overdoing it. Did he still have the strength for this? Mingu said he wasn't human at all, after which Eun-seo climbed onto his back, and the lieutenant ordered him to go to the rear of the squad with the deputy commander. If he falls behind, let him say so. He answered him with a smile that this would not happen, and the man noticed that he had changed. After that, he glanced at the girl, who immediately looked away embarrassedly and smirked, thinking that this was an obvious achievement. He quickly joined the squad, and the sergeant approached the general and said that she received special treatment since she was the daughter of a division captain from another unit. That's the kind of conversations that could go on. He replied that there was no ban on helping the wounded. On the contrary, It was an integral part of training, and he also just didn't know something. His brows furrowed, and he said that Song Tae-ho was a scoundrel. They continued on their way. Eunso glanced at the soldiers walking ahead, then at the sergeant and general behind. She felt very awkward and told Minjun that if he was having a hard time, he should just say so, and she would give up. He told her that everything was fine. She was much lighter than Stettel. She looked at him in surprise, and he said that he thought she weighed about 50 kilograms. She excitedly asked him to wait, after which she sheepishly asked him to keep quiet. She looked at him and, after a short pause, said that she would definitely repay him for his help a little later. He grinned and answered that he would wait, adding in his thoughts that it would be even better if her father did it. He decided to mock her and said that even if she was lighter than Stettel, still, 50 kilograms is not that easy. She felt awkward and asked him to shut up already. Meanwhile, Seokyeong and Minji, walking behind, exchanged glances and were happy for the young people, already seeing them as a couple. Soon, night fell. They all continued walking and were already quite tired. Taewook, looking exhausted, said there were so many monsters. It was a nightmare. Someone had changed the training difficulty to hell mode. The general immediately popped into their minds, and the lieutenant hastened to reassure them that there were about 2 kilometers left. They should remain vigilant and be on guard. The boys immediately smiled, and at that moment they noticed monsters in the sky and reported them to the commander. Cheolmin ordered them to attack the monsters. They were air-type. Seeing a flock of monsters approaching, he wondered where the black rake came from. They began circling above the soldiers, and Seokyeong thought they had been walking calmly the entire way, but luck had turned against them at the end. Black rake are small monsters the size of a sparrow. Their teeth and claws tear flesh. Hunters don't die from this, but in the current situation, they are very dangerous opponents. They will pursue them even if they don't pay attention. He squinted, but couldn't see them because it was too dark, and the soldiers were forced to fight them. They swung their swords, trying to hit them, and the sergeant stood in front of Minjun and the general, protecting him. Seokyeong noted that this was a shame. From the perspective of a wounded and training observer, the current situation could significantly lower his scores. Minjun thought that darkness and fatigue wouldn't be considered excuses because they were a hunting party. He was no different from those who abandoned training and ran away, and the breakdown of formation could be a major factor in lowering his scores. He needed to trust the commander and wait for orders. MC, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. He really didn't like the prospect of lowering his scores. He immediately ran to the commander, stopped abruptly, causing the girl to almost fall off his back, and asked him to give him a chance. He called out, turned to him, and exclaimed, "What is he even talking about? He actually had a wound on his back." Minjun said they were all limited, and this couldn't go on. He could handle it. Looking into his confident eyes, the lieutenant thought for a moment and asked what his plan was. When he told him this, Cheolmin and Eunso simultaneously gasped in surprise, after which she covered her mouth with her hand in shock, and Cheolmin looked at him thoughtfully. He said that if this didn't work, he should retreat immediately. He was only giving him one chance. MC smiled and replied that he understood, while Eunso worriedly wondered if this plan even made sense in this situation. The flying creatures fell behind the soldiers and took to the air while they watched them closely. The lieutenant turned to Minjun and ordered him to bring the wounded here. He told him there was no time and asked him to trust him. Cheolmin gritted his teeth, but he didn't object and ordered everyone to stand behind Corporal Kim Minjun and prepared to fire. Hearing this, Seokyeong was surprised and wondered if they wanted to kill the monsters with bullets. MC, meanwhile, prepared to fire and told the girl to remain still and hold on tight because the wounded couldn't be abandoned alone. She closed her eyes and grabbed him tighter, mentally calling him a crazy idiot, while he activated his magic and thought that the darkness for a black mage was like basic training for hunters in the starting village. Seeing the monsters flying towards him, he aimed his gun at them with a smirk, took aim, and thought that he also had a dark arrow so he could attack them with a ranged weapon. Activating the skill, he fired a bullet cloaked in darkness. The monster tried to dodge, but the magic grazed it, and Yunseo's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, did he hit it? But how is that possible? He meanwhile smirked and thought that now they wouldn't be able to dodge his cannonball-sized bullets. Besides, no one would notice him now at night. After that, he opened fire on the monsters, expertly dealing with them all, and the soldiers only watched him in surprise and admiration. As soon as he was done with them, he turned to them and said with a smile that he killed them all, and they thought this idiot had completely lost his mind. Cheolmin looked ahead awkwardly, and then they entered the restricted area. One of them, looking to the side, said, "Finally, it's over." At that moment, Seokjun said, "All soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Section, and 2nd Platoon have been approved." The others looked at him happily, and the protagonist, smiling, thought, "Everyone has been approved." Then Seokjun pointed to the side and shouted, "Medical team, check on all the wounded." After that, Cheolmin, smiling, looked at them and shouted, "Good job, idiots." He was grateful to everyone for holding out until the very end. In response, the soldiers smiled at him and shouted that they had done a good job. After that, Sergeant First Class waved his hand and shouted that they must hold their ground until the very end. They will reach the temporary base, and then they can rest. Go ahead. Then the protagonist approached the medic and asked where he could get the achievement. Then Chulman noticed him and called out to him, and the MC turned around. He said he'd done the best. He always moved forward and was fearless in the face of danger. In response, the protagonist smiled and said, Corporal Minjun, he's grateful. He thought it was the obvious truth, but still felt a little ashamed. At that moment, Unseo, who was sitting on his back, looked down at him and asked if he'd finally let her go. Then, she was placed on a stretcher. She apologized for being a nuisance to the platoon and was grateful to them. Choman, smiling, looked at her and said, Thank goodness they all completed the training safely. She shouldn't think she was a nuisance. At that moment, Seokyeon approached them, spread his arms wide, laughed loudly and shouted, Well done. The entire platoon completed the training safely. He wanted to hug the protagonist, but he turned around abruptly. Seokyeon turned back to him, and the others looked at him in confusion. Then he patted the protagonist on the helmet, and Shulman, watching them, said, Honestly, it's all thanks to him. Unseo agreed with him. After that, Seokyeon finally grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders, and then he heard a voice. The commander of the 4th Battalion of the 104th Division, Colonel Jihye, came closer and said that she wished him good health. She walked forward, and the protagonist, turning to her, thought, What? She stopped next to Unseo and asked, Wounded? She replied, Private Unseo. There are no injuries other than the left ankle. She said, considering she fell into an underground pit, she was lucky. They evacuated her quickly. Then she looked at Seokyeon and asked, Where is the observer? She smiled and asked if she could request a quick meeting about training. He asked, Now? She confirmed it, and he asked, Does it have to be now? She confirmed it again. Sometime later, MC was sitting in the dining hall enjoying his lunch. At that moment, a worker approached him with a full tray of food and asked if he wanted some fried chicken. The protagonist looked at the food with admiration and asked if he could eat it all by himself. The worker replied, Right, everyone's sleeping now and they're unlikely to come eat. MC took the tray and said, He worked so hard he can't let this go to waste. He has to give it here. Then the worker asked, He's from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd department, right? He heard that their platoon took first place in training this time. The protagonist, taking a bite of chicken, asked, Is it true? He confirmed it. During the meal, the leaders discussed this, and the battalion commander praised him for his outstanding performance. He said he personally dealt with the black rakes that appeared during the night. Is that true? The protagonist replied, It turns out so. The worker said, It's impossible to catch something like that at night. He's simply incredible. Then he added thoughtfully, He heard that this hunter training was the most intense in the history of training. Looking at the entire division, over 70% of the privates, 1st and 2nd ranks, failed. But MC thought, Oh my god, the soup is going to come back out of him. After a while, Junbyum was walking down the corridor. He looked out the window and said, It's very quiet in the platoon. The captain walking next to him said, That's right, as he ordered yesterday. They gave them free time this morning, and all the soldiers are fast asleep. He replied, Well, they give them some, you still need to eat. Then he walked forward and added, Everyone did a great job during the training. The division captain was very impressed. The 1st platoon commander, Captain Kim Chi-woo, looked at him and said he'd heard the division captain had personally overseen the training of the 2nd platoon of the 2nd division. Their captain wasn't the least bit arrogant, but rather very cool. Then he noticed the change in expression on Junbom's face and asked if he'd said something wrong. He replied that he hadn't. It wasn't because of him. It's just that the 4th Battalion commander had given them a dressing down yesterday. He asked, What kind of person was she? How could she do that to the division captain? He replied that, in fact, she was right. He'd left his post without a word, and they hadn't been able to put up a shield, and he was a little afraid of her too. In any case, Minjun was a hero again this time. The man standing next to him agreed. He really was incredible. He said that was true, and besides, he'd proven himself to the division captain. He was looking forward to the monthly meeting. Sometime later, the 104th Division headquarters. Seokyeong adjusted his glasses and began to carefully study the document. He took off his glasses and said the dungeon crawl plan was completed. How was Private Unseo? Jihye was sitting on the sofa in his office. She put her cup down on the saucer and said, They said it wasn't a fracture. She was recovering quickly and would finish treatment tomorrow and be able to return to duty. He replied, just like her father. Then his phone rang. He answered and introduced himself. The voice on the phone said, Hey, bearded man. He indignantly asked, What? Who was he? He replied, It's him, the bearded man. Had he already forgotten his voice? Seokyeong cried out in surprise. Is it really him? He replied that it really was him. He had received a call from General Song Taeho, captain of the 107th Division, Unseo's father. He said, Seokyeong, he has business with him, you idiot. He shouted back, Hey, Taeho, you bastard. What is he doing on the phone? A bearded man? He replied, Well, he is a bearded man. Okay, forget it. Where's a good place to meet? He put his hand to his head and replied, Mister, is it because his daughter got hurt? Are you sure he is in the military and a general too? He answered, That's right, both a military man and a general. That's why he wants to do physical training on the most durable punching bag named Seokyeong. He shouted, What kind of kindergarten? He was sorry his daughter got hurt, but it was during training, idiot. He replied that he couldn't even get married. He doesn't understand. Seokyeong, enraged, slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Where is he now? Why is he silent, huh? He is in Daejeon, right? He should be sitting there and waiting for him. And it's not that he couldn't get married, he just didn't want to. Why is he silent?" At that moment, Jihye approached him, put her hand on his shoulder and said, "Captain." He hung up. He looked indignantly at his shattered phone, then looked at her and shouted, "Does she have Taiho's number? She needs to connect him right now." She said, "He needs to calm down, Captain. General Song has a right to be angry in this situation." He indignantly asked, "What? She took his side? Was she the one who complained to him?" She replied that the patient had been evacuated. The hospital would have notified the guardian anyway, and that guardian also had a daughter who was injured during training and not evacuated at the same time with benefits for completing the training. She had enough authority to know about this. No apology is necessary, but he should at least explain himself to him. His goal was to see the capabilities of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon Division, right? He replied that was exactly it. But in the end, they were transporting a real wounded person. Okay, it was a misunderstanding. He should explain himself. Then Jihye took out her phone and said she'd put them on speakerphone. They sat on the couch. Then she put the phone on the table. Taeho answered and asked, "What's wrong? Colonel Yu? Is she wearing a beard now?" She replied that she was greeting him. The captain's phone was broken, so she called him. Seokyeong folded his arms and said he was too nervous to talk properly. This unexpected situation during training had happened under his watch. He was stupid. He doesn't have children, but if his daughter had been treated like that, he wouldn't have tolerated it. In the end, he had hindered his daughter's development, and he formally apologized for the incident. He asked, "What did he just say?" There was an awkward silence. And then he said, "Okay, forget it. The guy who carried his daughter on his back, he needs to state his name and department." Seokyeong asked, "What?" He asked in response who dared hand his daughter over to a man without a medical background. He'd deal with him later. What was that guy's name? The next second, Jihye hung up, then looked at the captain and, alarmed, called out to him. He'd said, "Privileges, apologies, explanations." She held out her hands to him and begged him to calm down. He squeezed the chair and told her to get the car ready right now. She asked, surprised, where he was going. He, flushed with anger, told her to cancel all plans for today. They were going to Daejeon right now. She thought, what idiots. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking down the hallway. He noticed a presence behind him. He turned around abruptly and noticed the night wanderer hiding behind a cooler. He indignantly grabbed it and stuffed it in his pocket, then went outside and threw it on the ground. He pointed a finger at it and asked, "What's wrong with him?" He told him not to show himself to people. The wanderer looked at him in surprise, then gestured with his hands in different directions, and then held his hands out in front of him. The protagonist sat down opposite him and said that he knew there was no one around. But didn't he think that sticking his head out like that would make him nervous? The wanderer looked down awkwardly, and then the protagonist concentrated energy in his hand and tossed it to him. After that, he asked, "What is it this time?" The wanderer pointed his finger at him, and the MC reached out to his finger, wondering, "What? And monsters attacked? Is that why he felt the presence of demonic energy?" And again in Hwacheon. Then he asked, "Did he even find it all the way there? Well done." Then he tossed another clod of energy to the night wanderer and thoughtfully said, "So, I need to think of an excuse to go out this time." After a while, he approached the right door and thought, it would be strange to suddenly announce a vacation. It would be wasteful to waste his time on situations that might raise suspicion. He went to Yanggu because it was a reward from the training center. He peeked inside and noticed the guys shouting happily. Cholman turned to him and, smiling, said that they were congratulating him. They say he was chosen as the division's best soldier in the hunting maneuver training. The protagonist replied that he was grateful. He added that he had heard that he would receive a certificate this time too. Thanks to him, their entire platoon was given leave. The protagonist's eyes lit up with joy. He asked if he could go on leave right away tomorrow. Cholman smiled awkwardly and said that he thought he was in too much of a hurry. Did something happen? MC replied that it wasn't so. He just wanted to rest tomorrow. He replied, "Okay, he'll find out." The protagonist thanked him. So, he arrived in Hwacheon. Seeing people clearing things out, he thought, what, is it all over already? Why are there so many hunters here? He thought he should unleash his magic, idiot. At that moment, Unseo took off her mask and looking at him, asked, "Hunter Minjun?" Outside Hwacheon, a lively area. Corporal Cha Mari sighed with fatigue and asked when this would be over. Corporal Yoon Hyoju, walking next to her, said that their performance in this hunting maneuver training left much to be desired, which was why the battalion captain was angry. Their commander was also in a bad mood, so she shouldn't slack off. She put her hand on her waist and said that she was going to die. And why did those monsters have to crawl out just when the training was over? She replied that she should consider themselves lucky that this wasn't a strategic command, so she should watch her tongue. Then she turned sharply, looking at Unseo, and asked, "Aren't you overdoing it?" She replied that she was fine. Hyoju smiled and asked, "Is her treatment over yet? If not, then she should rest." She replied that she was grateful for her resilience. Then they looked away in surprise and asked, "What?" The girls turned their attention to the protagonist and started chatting. One of their division. "What battalion?" Unseo took off her mask and asked, "Hunter Minjun?" The protagonist turned around and saw her and wondered what she was doing here again. Then he walked forward and she asked what he was doing here. Hunter Minjun? Only their battalion was supposed to work here. He replied that he was on vacation. She looked at him indignantly and asked, is he lying? Who puts on a uniform and comes to the scene straight from vacation? Is he a deserter by any chance? Before she could finish speaking, MC handed her a document, and she, looking at it, asked if he was really on vacation. He noticed that she didn't trust people at all. She returned the documents and asked why he came here during his vacation. Didn't he know that this was a restricted area? He thought, what's wrong with her? He can't say he came to gain demonic energy, can he? Then he looked away and said that he came because he had business in Hwacheon. He saw an emergency there and came to help. The next second, he noticed the gate behind the girl and thought, a gate. Unso turned around and shouted in surprise, a gate. Mari shouted, what? They just finished. It opened again? We have to clear out again. Hyoju shouted that first they need to evacuate and report everything to the platoon commander. They need to run to the commander's location right now. At that moment, Unso ran forward. She looked at the protagonist and shouted that they need to leave quickly. He thought, who knows what to do. Then he said that monsters might appear here. He turned around and smiled, saying that he would stay and stall for time. She shouted indignantly, what the hell? He knows that monsters can run out here, and he still does what he wants? He needs to leave quickly. Before she could finish speaking, he said the strategic team had most likely already left the scene. If even one monster appeared, everyone would be in danger. As soon as he senses danger, he'll run away. So she shouldn't worry. She should give him some kind of weapon and leave. She wanted to object, but he asked, her leg still hadn't healed, right? So she should leave quickly. She was in his way. She clenched her teeth, then pulled a knife from behind her back and, handing it to him, told him to flee immediately as soon as he sensed danger. Then she ran in the opposite direction, saying she would return with the squad as soon as possible. Among monsters, there are some species that are reluctant to leave their habitat. That is, if the dungeon where they live has a gate, then in most cases they will not venture out. However, there are other monsters, specifically those that travel in packs. At that moment, a monster emerged from the gate. The protagonist smiled and said that's exactly what happened. Then several more monsters appeared, and the boar in front let out a loud cry. The protagonist covered his nose and asked, Red Boar? He waved his hand and asked, have you been energized and have more than enough strength? He then charged and, thrusting his hand forward, used the E-rank Dark Arrow skill. It hit the monsters, but hit their skin and bounced off. The protagonist asked, is their skin too thick? Why don't the dark arrows penetrate it? He then kicked off the ground, jumped up and asked, what do they have besides skin? He delivered a few slashing attacks and landed back down. He looked at the boars and said that he admitted their skin was thick, but what was underneath it? The next second, the protagonist's body was consumed by powerful energy. He used a D-rank decomposition skill. Energy from the monsters began to be released, and he asked, what's wrong? Didn't like his energy? Then one of the boars ran straight at him, but the protagonist dodged, then concentrated the energy in his hand, which seemed to suck all the energy out of the monsters. He said, group kill. Captain, thank you. After that, the monsters fell to the ground, and MC, holding a knife in his hand, said, well, now it's time to use the knife. He delivered several slashing attacks, and the system reported that he had absorbed a certain level of demonic energy. Magical energy increased by 1. Night Wanderer skill increased. Basic swordsmanship skill increased. Then he looked at the gate and asked, that's not all, is it? Where are they? At that moment, he turned around and, hearing his name being called, he thought, damn, what took them so long to come here? The commander of the 104th Division, 4th Battalion, 4th Platoon, 4th Section, Lieutenant Jian, grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted, is that him, Corporal Minjun? How is he? Are you hurt? He replied that he was perfectly fine. She shouted, really? When the gates open, you have to evacuate first and report it. Why didn't he leave here? He replied that monsters might have appeared, and he decided to buy himself some time to evacuate his comrades. The girls looking at him blushed with embarrassment, saying, oh my god, who is this hunter? The protagonist thought they should shut their mouths. They'd ruined everything. Then Yoon asked, what was he doing here, and where was he from? He handed her the documents and said, Corporal Minjun, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Section. She took the documents in her hand and asked, vacation. He was on vacation today, so why did he come here? Is his house somewhere nearby? He replied that he had to go to Hwacheon on business, but he heard the gates open and decided to help. She looked at him thoughtfully, then turned around and said, okay, since there are no casualties and all the monsters that appeared have been destroyed, they can leave here. The strategic and research team will arrive soon and will monitor this place. The next second, the girls surrounded the protagonist, shouting, wow! He single-handedly destroyed 5 red boars. He really did it with just 1 military dagger. He's so strong. The protagonist desperately wanted them to leave him alone. Sometime later in the administration, Cheomin asked in surprise, what? Did he say Minjun? But why? Corporal Minjun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Division? Yes, he's from their squad on leave right now, right? What? In Hwacheon, Gangwon-do? Now? Single-handedly defeated the Red Bulls? And now he's doing public support? Yin confirmed it. The gate is now under control. They're working on cleaning up the nearby damaged houses. Corporal Minjun volunteered to help. This was her first time experiencing this too. Hyoju asked. They say this hunter has a day off today? Mari asked. So he's helping them on his day off? She asked how he even thought of fighting Red Bulls with just a knife. She heard their attack power was equal to being hit by a truck. The protagonist thought, damn Red Bulls, too bad it turned out like this, but at least he earned a reputation. At that moment, Unso came up to him and called out to him. He screamed in fear. Oh my god, she scared him. He almost punched her in the face. She looked at him indignantly. Then he walked on and told her to move away from the road. She turned around and asked if they could talk. After a while, they walked away and MC asked, so what did she want to say? She fixed a strand of hair and said, was he cursing at her from the window that day? He thought, what was she even talking about? Oh, about that. He raised his index finger and said he didn't swear. He said he'd give her a dressing down if she tried anything again. She screamed. Well, he swore. Then she sighed and, lowering her head, said she admits that she started it that day, apologized for being late, but she asks for forgiveness. The protagonist thought, why make things so complicated? Then she looked at him and asked, does he accept the apology? He held his hand out in front of her and said, there's nothing to apologize for. They'll just forget. If that's all, then he'll go. He turned around. She said, the private passed the promotion test with the highest score. Did he even know that this had only happened once? He asked. Did she mean him? She replied that wasn't true. There was only one other person. He asked, who was that? She replied, her dad? No, her father. He asked, the division captain? She looked away and answered, that's right, her father is the only one who went all the way from a soldier to a captain. She also wants to become like him, and that's why she joined the soldiers. The protagonist thought, so her father is the Sunbae who was the first to achieve his goal? That's interesting. Then he said, stop. He was 7 years old when the gate opened, and the hunter activity began. So, after awakening, the captain signed up as a private again? She replied that that's not true. To be honest, even since his youth, her father was very weak. He was removed from military service due to poor eyesight, and so on. He said so, his physical strength increased after awakening, and he joined the army. She confirmed this. He was very happy that thanks to awakening, he can protect her and his mother. He sighed and said that he suddenly wanted to meet him. She smiled and said that if the two of them manage to meet, her father will also be very happy about it, because he is very interested in strong soldiers. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, Daejeon, an exclusive hunter training school, Taeho said he thought he would come running right away. Why did he just come now? Scared? The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Lee Sangjin, watched in amazement. Sokyong said he thought his division was as stupid as his. What kind of fear? What is this anyway? He asked. Such a busy man came? Why? To say Minjun's name. He was surprised. What? How did he know his name? He asked. Did he think he wouldn't recognize him without him? They were attacking each other. Sokyong shouted. What kind of kindergarten is this? He's an idiot. What will he do to him? He shouted back. Why is he worried? It's his own fault. He should have tried harder. Sangjin grabbed his head and thought, this doesn't even sound like a joke. If this goes on, no one will be able to stop them. At that moment, Jihei stepped between them, holding her hands out in front of them and saying, 5 minutes have passed, that's enough. They exchanged glances, and then Taeho approached Sokyong and asked, aren't you dead yet, bearded guy? He replied, yeah, and has he let out his anger? He replied, he hasn't even started yet. He said, what a jerk, and he's still unhappy. After a while, they went outside and sat on a bench. Jihei approached them and said, the 3rd Battalion commander reported that the cleaning of the Red Bull gate is complete. Sokyong nodded and said, yeah, he tried his best. She did well too. She saluted him and then turned around. Taeho placed his hand on his knee and asked, okay, so why did he come? Does he want to say something? Sokyong looked at him and then said, Minjun, he plans to promote him to sergeant. He shouted indignantly. He came here to brag about the guy who touched his daughter? He replied that he didn't touch anyone. He's the ungrateful one. He even helped. Then Taeho sighed and said, didn't he just recently get promoted to corporal? And he became a private first class through a special promotion. What the hell is he thinking? He replied that he wanted to promote him to officer first. Taeho chuckled and remarked that it would be very noticeable. He thought that idiot Gu Hakchol would sit quietly, since he even acknowledged him. He clearly had his sights set on the kid. He replied that that's why he was telling him he should side with him. Taeho frowned and said that he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. He would personally see. Doesn't he have any goals anymore? Meanwhile, the squad in Hwacheon. MC said in surprise, is that really it? He saw a figure begin to emerge from the portal. Not long before, the soldiers were boarding the bus. Mari, looking out the window, looked at the protagonist and thanked him for today. Next time they will definitely have dinner together. Her number. Before she could finish, Hyoju covered her mouth and smiling said, good job. Then the protagonist looked at Unseo, after which the bus moved off. The protagonist sighed, then looked at the night wanderer in surprise. He extended his hand to the side and MC placed his hands on his waist and said, why did he subdue these demons? They just went and ruined everything. The wanderer looked at him in surprise, then began waving his arms. The protagonist asked, what is it? What happened? A being with demonic energy is crossing the dimension, not through the gate to the dungeon but on its own? He wondered if this was a sea-level overload perception. He smiled and wondered if this was his original purpose. Then he said, "So where is this place?" After some time the wanderer led him to the forest. The protagonist threw him a clot of energy and asked, "Here?" At that moment, a portal began to form, from which Lee Bonggu appeared. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is it really him?" He emerged from the portal and smiling said, "I found it." MC grimaced, looking at him, and Bonggu stretched out his hands to him and shouted, "Mr. Manold." The protagonist shouted, "What a crazy person." He fell to the ground, and then the protagonist patted him on the back. He lifted him by the shoulders and said, "You idiot. Didn't he tell him to forget about him and move on? Why did he come here?" He answered, "Mr. Manold." He remembered how he found himself in front of a huge monster. Then he closed his eyes, after which he noticed how a clot of dark energy was heading straight for the monster. MC concentrated the energy in his hand and asked, "Why is a man here?" He turned to him and asked, "Who is he? What, is he dying?" He sat down next to him and asked, "But why is he so handsome? Why is he silent? Really?" He asked, "Is he Mr. Manold?" The protagonist asked, "Can he talk? How does he know him?" He said with tears in his eyes, "Is this he, the hope of all black magicians, the real Mr. Manold?" The protagonist asked, "Is he also a black magician? Why is he so weak then? Or is this normal? And what kind of hope is this? He shouldn't say such things anymore. Since he is so weak, it is better for him not to go into such dungeons." He turned around and walked forward, and then turned around again and asked what his name was. He answered that he had no name. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Really? As weak as an insect? And also without a name? Then he will give him this. From now on, call him." At this moment, he grabbed him by the shoulders and starting to swing asked, "Bong, does he know how to do his own thing?" What was he thinking when he was shifting dimensions? He replied that he'd abandoned them, leaving only a single note. Their order was on the verge of collapse. Why hadn't he told them anything? MC screamed. Was he supposed to tell them, so that crazy fanatics like him would come after him? He tossed him aside and screamed, "Did he actually show up here?" Bonggu, holding himself up with trembling hands, said with tears in his eyes, His right hand should have at least accompanied him. The protagonist shouted, "What right hand? Oh my god!" He extended his hand toward him and concentrated it into energy, shouting, "By the way, why is he so sluggish?" He directed the energy at him, and then Bonggu bowed and said that he thanked him, that he had saved him, that he would live here until death. Before he could finish, the protagonist said, "Let's forget it. It would be better for him to tell how he got here. Everything from beginning to end without omission." He replied that this miracle happened thanks to his faith in Lord Manold, his desire to be with him. The protagonist folded his arms and suggested cutting out this nonsense. He said, "But it's true." The protagonist asked, "Who would believe that with his skills, he was able to travel across dimensions?" He had to tell the truth. Was he sent by that crazy saint? He replied that they, his subjects, only listened to his orders. MC asked if he was just going to beat around the bush. Should I kill him? He replied that he was listening. To be honest, after he left, he had been watching the saint, and there were strange rumors about her. He was surprised. Rumors? What kind? He replied, "Well, one day, strange sounds started coming from the temple every night, and there were rumors that monsters of incredible size were being caught there. And there were also rumors that not even traces of the captured monsters left the temple. No bones, no skin, not even a piece of flesh. How did he manage to kill so many monsters without leaving a trace?" Then he said, as he expected, "Mr. Meanold." The protagonist grabbed him by the clothes and said, "What an idiot. Is this true?" He replied that he would never deceive him. The protagonist thought, this damn fool just showed up here. Then he asked, did he really know what this was? At that moment, he handed him the shard, and Bong, looking at it, said, "Judging by the pattern, it was a fragment of the sword used by the temple guards." He remembered the sword the guards used. The protagonist thought, right, these fools. Anyway, how did he do it? How, if not through the scent gate? And anyway, because he was forced to fly for so long, he almost died in the interdimensional space, didn't he? In response, he laughed and said he didn't know. MC thought, okay, they're all crazy. Then he looked at the shard in his hand and asked, what's their purpose? Lunhun 1224 days until Minjun returns to Earth, according to Isgard time. The saint stood on a cliff. The protagonist approached her and asked, why did she suddenly summon him to such a place? She turned around and, adjusting a strand of hair, said, sometimes it's quite nice to go out like this and feel the wind, isn't it? He grimaced, looking at her, and then said, to say that to a person who spends several days sleeping outside when she goes out, what the hell was she talking about? She apologized and said that she didn't think because she can't go outside the temple. He replied, okay. Why did she call him? She replied, several of her colleagues were badly injured in the Farkas dungeon. In this religion, Little Sister Lumi is the best character. The protagonist waved his hand in front of her and said, not that, colleagues, there is no religion there. Those fools followed her and were attacked by Darkhounds. No, Farkas, the cleansing is already finished, so they will not die. She smiled and said that he said Darkhound, that's from his homeland. The protagonist came closer and said that there are no such things on Earth. On Earth, a Kasa is called a hound, and he simply confused Farkas with a Darkhound. Incidentally, no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Are the monsters in Isgard which actually appeared on Earth unrelated? She replied that it was true. As she had already said, gates and monsters began appearing in Isgard hundreds of years ago. If there is a connection between them and their homeland, then they are suffering from the same phenomenon. Doubts are natural. He sees here the monsters he saw in his homeland. Besides, he came here precisely through this gate. However, it is not so simple. Summoning one of them required a lot of time and preparation, plus the movement of a large number of monsters or the creation of a dungeon. Then he turned around and said he understood. When he was finished, she would send him home. She answered without question. In the present time, some mountain in Hwacheon. The protagonist paused. He'd never trusted this saint, so he'd been investigating secretly. It turned out Isgard had long been plagued by difficulties due to the gate. Spatial movement within the dungeon level was impossible, and it was extremely difficult even for a saint. But what now? Why was she using so much energy and sending monsters one after another? Was she really using up sacred relics? Was she going to this trouble just to catch him alone? Then Bongu knelt before him and, introducing himself, said that he would serve him here, Lord Minold, until he died. He asked that he accept him. MC clutched his head and sighing said, "My God, this fanatic can't be driven away." Okay. First he had to stop calling him that. His name wasn't Minold, but Minjun. He thanked him for his mercy. He would repay him for the rest of his days, even beyond. The protagonist corrected his mistake in the name and asked, "Okay, can he use his imitation skills?" He replied, "Of course. Thanks to his grace, he has so much power." The protagonist told him to stop. He was practically giving him nothing. In response, he apologized and shouted that right now he could only transform into a small animal. The protagonist said that would be enough for him. He looked at the raven perched on the tree and told it to transform into him first. Could he do it? He replied, "As he commands." The next second he transformed into a raven, and the protagonist, wagging his finger, said, "Excellent. They should leave immediately with the Night Wanderer." At that moment, the Wanderer emerged from the ground. His gaze met the raven's, and MC said, "Enough already." Bongu started croaking, and the protagonist told him to speak human. "You idiot." He replied, "Yes, as his right-hand man, he will restore order here immediately." The protagonist smiled and said, "No, they should just shut up and get along." They looked at each other silently, and then the Wanderer shook his wing. The protagonist said, "What to do next?" He should ask the Night Wanderer, and he, the Wanderer, in turn, if Bongu tries to do something dangerous or something that attracts attention, should immediately stop him. Safety first. Understood? They confirmed it. Then he sighed and said, "Okay, so they should go their separate ways." The next second, the Wanderer hid underground and the raven flew into the sky. The MC sighed and, looking at the moon, said he had eaten too much jangjamin and was going to bed. A couple of days later, Guangxik walked into the room and joyfully shouted, "It happened!" The others looked at him in surprise. Hanyang asked, "Have you gone crazy?" Moongi said he recently started pretending to be a dove. "What's going on with him?" Jongtae asked, "What?" Taewook asked what was posted there. Guangxik replied, "A list of the platoon's quarterly performance was posted in front of the administration office." The others looked at it in surprise. Jongtae asked, "Was he in first place again?" "He had a lot of training and cleanups this quarter." Taewook said, "Hey, he's a point-earning machine." Guangxik added, "Sergeant Lee Sunho scored 75 points this quarter." The others were surprised. "What? He's first in the platoon again? Or not? First in the department then?" Jongtae said he'd at least be over 50 if he had a fine and a ban at the end of the year. He replied, "Sergeant Sunho took second place." The others were surprised, right? Good news. Someone from their platoon scored more than 75 points? Who? At that moment, the protagonist walked into the room and shouted that he wished him good health. "He's back from vacation." Taewook said, "Really?" Guangxik answered, "That's right. He took first place with 99 points." The others were surprised. 99 points? At that moment, Cholman entered the room and, waving his hand, asked if everyone had a good dinner. They replied that they wished them good health. "The second platoon is undergoing personal maintenance." He shouted, "Minjun, how was your vacation?" He replied, "Everything's fine." He laughed and said, "Okay, he sees that?" The others looked at him in surprise. Cholman holding his chevron. The guy was surprised. "Sergeant, really?" The others were surprised. He'd been promoted again? For the second time in such a short time? He said that an official letter had arrived from division headquarters today. He had been chosen as the division's best soldier in the last hunter maneuver training session and had also contributed to the dungeon work in Hwacheon, for which he had received a recognition award. He had received another special promotion from the general, and they were congratulating him. The protagonist thought, "Sokyong." Then the chevron was placed on his uniform, and the others clapped happily. The next second, Hanyong pulled out a note with the names of the people who had placed bets and said, "Wow, awesome." Guangxik put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him. "He'll gladly eat it." He replied, "Okay, he admits he has to eat." The next second, the MC snatched the list from his hands and asked, "Guangxik, he knows he's a sergeant now, right?" He replied, "Yeah, right." He asked if you had fun here without him. Did he win? He answered, "Right." The protagonist said, "Yes, he is rich." Great. After some time, time, the MC, smiling, looked at Han-young and Moon-gi while Guangxik was working hard. He clenched his teeth from tension and said, "Sergeant Minjun, he owes 30%. What do you think?" The protagonist approached him and asked, "What is he talking about? Money has nothing to do with it. He is not doing this for money, but for educational purposes." He asked, "Then maybe 40? The MC put his hand on the barbell that Guangxik was lifting and said that he already said that he does not need his money, and in general, he is not at all angry about their bet. Does he think he is lying?" Guangxik replied that he is not. Then the protagonist put his finger on the barbell and he screamed, "Sir!" He started coughing, but then the protagonist took the barbell from his hands and looked at the others. He asked, "He wants to get stronger, right? That's why he's training him. His intentions are pure." Then he looked at the others and said, "Okay, next." Han-young, smiling awkwardly, put his hands in front of him and replied, "Thank you, Sergeant, but I think he'll have to go." Moon-gi also smiled awkwardly and said, No need. He's already trained today." The protagonist asked, "Really? What a pity." Han-young said they were grateful for his attention. If he doesn't mind, they'll go. They headed for the exit, but then the protagonist said, "What a pity." He turned to them and, smiling, said, "It's a shame they think they have a choice." They turned around, horrified, and then screams were heard from the room. After a while, everyone was exhausted. The protagonist folded his arms and said that perhaps now was not the best time, but he wanted to ask them for a favor. Moon-gi asked what favor. Han-young looked up at him, apologized, and told him to ask for anything, just not training. MC said that as long as they were below private first class, they weren't allowed to use the PX. They looked at him in surprise. Then he added that they couldn't use the gym. Even the computer club was closed to them, and only sergeants and above could have smartphones. No, nothing was allowed. Han-young, perplexed, said that he thought this was extremely unfair. Moon-gi added that he was amazed that such a bizarre order reigned in the modern army. Han-young extended his fist and, smiling, said that it would be nice to somehow get around all these restrictions, right? He extended his fist in return and, smiling, suggested that they should see who could handle it better. Would they like a bet? He agreed. The protagonist told them to take their time, privates. They agreed. He said he'd try to talk to the sergeants, but he'd leave the rest to them. Han-young told him not to worry about it, Sergeant. Moon-gi added that he could count on them. Then the protagonist waved his hands and they ran for the exit. Guangxik followed them, but MC called him. He turned and said, "Corporal, he needs to listen, sir." The protagonist asked if he'd heard the news yet. The platoon commander said he'd be transferring to the second squad due to a troop reshuffle. So now they can always train together. Explosive snake. This monstrous reptile spends most of its life underground. Unlike ordinary snakes, these are never venomous. However, they do explode before dying, so before killing one, it's important to first get rid of the tail, which serves as the detonator. Otherwise, a chain of explosions could be triggered. For this reason, the best option for clearing the area of explosive snakes would be a small squad of experienced hunters. But well, someone else in Isgard had caught a whole bunch of them. At that moment, the squad was fighting explosive snakes, and the protagonist was easily collecting them in a sack on his back. So, he alone was quite enough. Then Chiolman sighed and said, "Okay, they should take a short rest." At that moment, the protagonist looked at the system window and thought, great, it said that he had unlocked the Agility Leap skill. Agility Leap rank E increases agility by 5. He thought it would be great if he got a class skill, but this was also good. This dungeon is a real treasure trove. Then he heard a voice. "Mr. Minjun." He asked, "What is it?" The voice replied that it had detected a huge amount of demonic energy. The MC looked around and, clenching his fists, happily said, "Great. Where is he now?" Bongu replied that he was in Incheon. The protagonist was surprised. What? A couple of days later, Incheon. The protagonist, putting on his hood, approached the house and asked what the situation was. Bongu, flying closer, said that, as he had ordered, he was only observing, not doing anything, and he didn't sense any monsters, so perhaps the energy was coming from the dungeon. The MC asked how many people were here. He replied that there was no one there yesterday. However, now there is only one person in the house. If only he had come yesterday. The protagonist asked, does he think it's that easy for a soldier to escape? When he had barely managed to get a night's leave, he then put the mask on his face and added, "At first glance, it might seem like he's about to break in and enter, but in fact, they're going to remove a dangerous object from a civilian's house." Bongu flew forward and said, "Yes, that's right." The protagonist headed toward the gate and asked, "Still, he should try to keep a low profile, okay?" He replied, "Yes, sir." The protagonist entered the house through the window, hid, and peeked around the corner into the hall. There, he noticed a crystal and thought, this is it. This crystal emanated pure dark energy, but it didn't harm his body. It was as if the crystal had been treated. He reached out for the crystal, but at that moment, he heard a voice. "Stop." Unzio stood behind him, clenching her fists and looking at him. Not long before, she had been lying in her bed, texting her mother. Mom wrote that she and Dad had gone to a late-night movie and were on their way home now. Had she had dinner? She replied, yes, recently. Why did they suddenly decide to go to a late-night movie? Mom asked. Who knows? Dad simply said he had already booked everything. She replied, I see, it turns out Dad has a sweet side too. Mom asked, by the way, is it okay that she spends the day off alone? She replied that everything is fine. She will go to Daejeon tomorrow morning. Then she looked ahead in surprise. She peeked out of her room and then quietly descended the stairs. She noticed a dark figure in the hall and thought, who is it? A thief. She said, stop. Thieves don't go into houses these days. Who is he? And why did he break in here? MC turned around and thought, damn, it's her again. Then he asked why the house that contains the demonic energy item turned out to be Unso's house. How is that possible? Bongu awkwardly flapped his wing and said that he didn't know. He noticed it first. He pointed his wing at the Night Wanderer. The protagonist thought, okay, this is the general's house, so it's understandable where such a thing would come from. However, how come she came home today of all days? Their relationship with her is already strained. She yelled at him to put his hands up and not move, otherwise, he'd be in trouble. He thought that now he was inside the house, so he couldn't just leave. She yelled. She told him not to move. She kicked forward, but the protagonist managed to duck, dodging the blow. He took out a piece of paper and a marker. She tried to strike, but he easily dodged and wrote a note. She kept hitting him and screaming. He looked at her and thought, oh, she moves pretty well. At this rate, she's not far from the sergeant, but... She pointed her hand at him, but he grabbed it and thought he was stronger. She looked at him in confusion, and then he dropped her hand and grabbed it with his other hand. She yelled, what? Is he making fun of her now? She frowned and thought that this guy is clearly unusual. These movements are so exciting. She struck again, but MC jumped aside. He looked at the crystal, then ran at Yunso. She covered herself with her fists, thinking it was too late to dodge. Then he abruptly rounded her, grabbed the crystal, and jumped onto the window. She ran up there and shouted, stop! At that moment, he was already jumping over the fence, and she asked in surprise, he didn't touch her? Then she noticed the note in her hand. She opened it, and it said, burp. She clenched her teeth in irritation and shouted, that idiot, that damn fool. At that moment, the protagonist had already run far enough away. He looked at the crystal and thoughtfully said that this crystal contained much more energy than ordinary monsters. Since it was in the general's house, that meant the crystal had no effect on the human body. Bongu said, he thinks it might be a monster crystal. The protagonist asked, who gave him permission to open his beak. He buried his head in the ground and apologized. Then the protagonist said he knew it was a monster crystal, but how a monster crystal could contain so much energy, he hadn't seen anything like that, even in Isgard. A monster crystal is a mineral sometimes found in monsters. Its size depends on the age and danger of the monster, but the amount of mana it contains is usually proportional to the crystal's size. The protagonist let go of the crystal, thinking that it was one of the most valuable items one could obtain by hunting monsters. Then he looked at the crystal and the shattered glass dome. He extended his hand and thought that he had never heard of a crystal containing demonic energy. He then grabbed it with his hand and, clenching his fist, broke it into several pieces. Dark energy emanated from the surrounding area. He thought that he didn't know what it was and why it was on Earth. At that moment, the system reported that the set level of demonic energy had been absorbed. The demonic energy meter had increased by 1. He thought that he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the damned saint, so there was no time. The system reported that the demonic energy singularity skill had been created. The demonic energy capture skill had been created. He smiled, looked at the system window, and said, wow. 2 skills at once? The system window said Minjun. Strength 65, Dexterity 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 30. Skills D rank Corruption, C rank Night Wanderer, E rank Dark Arrows, Demonic Energy Singularity, E rank Demonic Energy Capture, B rank Basic Blunt Weapon Mastery, B rank Sword Mastery, E rank Strength Boost, E rank Dexterity Boost. He said that's great. The number of skills is gradually increasing. And this one. He clicked on Demonic Energy Singularity. The system window said that it removes the color and smell of his magic so that it doesn't affect the environment. He can turn skill data on or off at any time. He said that the more the demonic energy level increases, the thicker it becomes and the more difficult it is for him to control it. He was worried that if he wasn't careful, it might affect the people around him, but that's what it took. He then extended his hand toward the creatures and asked, so, what about capturing demonic energy? Bongu flew up, and the system reported the skill as rank E Demonic Energy Capture. MC caught the crow, then looked at it and asked if there was a weight limit. It was good that he found a use for remote control. He then threw the crow back and said they had a task. Along with information about a dungeon with demonic energy, they were to search for items from the dungeon containing it. They bowed, and Bongu replied as he commanded. After that, the protagonist threw them clots of dark energy. They started fighting among themselves, but when the protagonist turned to them, they happily hugged. After that, the protagonist smiled and said, hey Bongu, have you tried Korean cuisine? Sometime later, in the establishment, the table was groaning under the amount of food. Bongu held a spoon in his hands with tears in his eyes. The owner of the establishment looked at them in surprise, and then he said, this is too delicious, Mr. Minjun. The protagonist shouted, hey, he either eats or cries. He should decide already. In response, he agreed and began eating. The protagonist thought, really, in Isgard, he only ever ate weird dry cookies, so he could understand. The next second, his phone rang. He looked at the screen in surprise and said, oh, he was the one who decided on the phone ban for those below the rank of corporal. There was a post in the chat of the 2nd platoon of the 2nd squad. Someone asked if he was having a good time on vacation. Guangshik asked, Corporal Minjun? Sinho left the chat. Guangshik invited him back. Guangshik wrote, Corporal, this is terrible. The training schedule is simply insane. They're scheduled for guerrilla training next week. The protagonist said he'd been writing all night. Training in the special area for awakened soldiers is called Guerrilla Training for Hunters. The MC was enthusiastically engaged in the training. Then the senior, putting on a gas mask, sighed and said that they would say they sang the national anthem to the 4th verse and memorized the Hunter's Creed. Those who worked at night could leave. In the regular army, these training sessions had a completely different meaning. However, guerrilla training for hunters isn't much different from other training and has already earned a bad reputation. And the reason? At that moment, Taewook scooped up some food and said he never thought he'd be eating this in his last year here. Jungtae, sitting next to him, asked if it wasn't because the division commander had denounced them. What had they done wrong? He replied that he'd never even seen him, so what was his fault? The inconvenience of having to leave the dorm and sleep and eat in tents in the open. Taewook asked if he wouldn't eat. Jungtae replied that if he ate too much, he'd have to go there. He remembered the restroom outside. After a while, Captain So Jungyeon, commander of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division, came to the soldiers. One of them saluted and shouted, "At ease. Salute. The 2nd Platoon is on personal time now." The commander placed his hands on his waist and said, "So, they must listen. They worked hard during training. Tonight, all the instructors will be deployed on night duty and raids, so they can get a good rest. For that, you could say this is the main goal of guerrilla training for hunters." He shouted, "To knock everyone out in the trench duel tomorrow. It's all about the trench duel. The rules are simple. Participants must push everyone except their own team members out of the square field marking the trench or neutralize the enemy." At that moment, Choi Sung-woo threw himself at his opponent and the instructor shouted, "Enough." The team from the 1st Division, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad won the 3rd match of the 1/8 finals. It may seem like a simple match where punches and weapons are prohibited. However, the trench warfare during guerrilla training for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division's hunters has a special significance. At that moment, Colonel Junbom, commander of the 2nd Battalion, sighed as he watched the proceedings and asked, "They won last year too." Next to him, Colonel Jeon Sung-kyun, commander of the 1st Battalion, 104th Division, smiled and said, "Exactly." Sung-woo, now a sergeant, replied, "They were up against 10 squads this morning, and he single-handedly took out 9 of them. What the hell kind of stats does he have?" Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-shol, commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 104th Division, adjusted his glasses and said that he heard that Sergeant Sung-woo had recently passed his promotion exam, but he had also heard that the 1st Battalion commander was delaying his promotion. Junbom looked at everyone in surprise and shouted, "What?" He looked at Sung-kyun and shouted, "Is that what the 3rd Battalion commander said?" "Really?" he shouted. "Did he know about this competition in advance? Is it because he won't be participating in trench warfare after his promotion?" He shouted. "No. How could he have known in advance what the division commander would come up with? Besides, who would want to hold a competition in such weather? This competition is essentially a battlefield for the battalions." Sung-kyun shouted, "Hey, what kind of conspiracy theories are these?" Jong-chol said he had heard about it too. Junbom shouted, "Why are they picking on the 3rd Battalion commander? What's he guilty of?" Colonel Jihae, commander of the 4th Battalion of the 104th Division, watched silently. Then the instructor said, "Next up, 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad. This is also where battalion commanders assert their pride." Jihae sighed and thought, "Is there only one squad from the 4th Battalion that passed the preliminary selection? For battalions that performed poorly, the training would increase exponentially." Then Sung-woo passed by the protagonist, stopped, looked at him, and asked, "Huh?" He smiled and asked, "Isn't he Min-jun from the 2nd Battalion?" The protagonist looked at him and asked, "So what if he is?" He replied, "Hey, so such a famous person is here, a hunter who rose to sergeant in a short time." The protagonist awkwardly thanked him in return. He smiled and said, "There were so many expectations because of the rumors, but who is this idiot?" The others looked at him indignantly. Hanyong shouted, "What?" Gwangshik added, "Uncle, what did he say?" Then, Sungwoo put his hands on their shoulders and squeezed. He approached and said, "Wow, they shouldn't even think about this." Hanyong gritted his teeth and thought, "What kind of strength is this? He can't even move." Then he said that just apologizing would be enough. After that, he and the team moved on. Hanyong shouted in irritation, "People like him still exist?" Gwangshik shouted, "Sergeant Minjun, will he just tolerate this?" The protagonist raised his index finger and said that everything is fine. He shouted, "What is fine? He's going to go and punish him now." Then the MC's face contorted with anger, and he said, "It's fine. They'll meet anyway, right? The 4th Squad of the 4th Platoon of the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion is resting." Corporal Mari folded her arms and asked, "Why are they doing this? It's hard, and they have to touch each other. It's terrible." Corporal Hyoju said, "Yeah, they're being compared to other battalions for no reason and punished if they don't get good grades. Do they really have to choose raid kings?" Mari looked at her and said, "They're the only ones who passed the qualifiers. The battalion commander must be really angry." At that moment, Mari looked at the commander and said, "What should I do? She's really furious." At that moment, the squad leader, Sergeant Osethbel, approached them and asked what they were worried about. Then the instructor said, "Next up is the 4th Squad of the 4th Platoon of the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion. They stood up to fight, and Sethbel said they were going to win and become raid kings." After a while, Mari screamed and then ran in the opposite direction. She yelled at him to get out of here. A man ran after her, while another member of his platoon grabbed Private Kim Na-yoon and Private Ha-jun. At that moment, Seth Bell approached him, grabbed his shoulder, and threw him aside. He looked at her indignantly, then she jumped on him. She grabbed his legs, buried her face in his stomach, and rammed him, throwing him out of the battlefield. She turned around, shaking her hands, and noticed Mari running away from the enemy. He extended his hand to her, wanting to tell her he had caught her, but she grabbed him with her hand and flipped him over in the air, slamming him to the floor. She smiled and said, "That's it." She told him not to come any closer. Then she turned around and noticed Hyoju still continuing her fight. The man fighting her looked away, and his comrade ran closer and shouted, "Does it seem like they're missing someone here?" Then he was surprised to find himself upside down in the air. Unseo grabbed him and threw him aside, and Hyoju thanked her. After that, she sent her opponent out of the arena. One of their opponents asked if it was difficult for the four of them to push even one. Not that he expected anything from them, but they still surprised him. In any case, the role of the elders is to carry the younger ones on their backs, so they should just watch. Everyone is talking about Sungwoo, but this year, everything will be different. With that, he and his partner rushed forward, but Seth Bell stopped them, grabbing them with her hands. Everyone was surprised by what was going on. Was she alone? What kind of power? She has to stop, she asked. Who is that alone? Then the rest of the girls also rushed to attack and push them out of the battlefield. The instructor raised his hand and said, "The 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company, 4th Battalion has won the 1-8 finals." Seth Bell shook her hands, and the protagonist watching them thought, "The team is well coordinated and quite strong." Han-young said, "Wow, their team is quite talented, aren't they?" Kwang-shik replied, "They'll meet Sungwoo in the quarterfinals." He hoped he lost. He shouted, "No way. He had to reach the finals and meet them. They had to teach him a lesson." He answered, "Exactly. But would they really make it to the finals?" He said that as long as they had Sergeant Sunho and Sergeant Minjun, they couldn't lose, even if they wanted to. At that moment, Mari smiled, looked at the protagonist, and waved. The others looked at her in surprise. Kwang-shik scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "What's that?" She greeted him. Han-young pointed at himself and asked, "What do you think?" He wondered if she was looking at him. Come to think of it, he still wasn't sure he was ready to teach anyone. Kwang-shik said, "Yeah, you can fight a little when you're emotional." So he could forgive Sungwoo. He said he agreed. It was a shame, but they'd postpone his lesson until later. Now he'd be rooting for the 4th Battalion. He said he supported them, and the MC looked at him, sighed and said, "What idiots." After that, Jongchul adjusted his glasses and said he had confidence in this team. Then Songkyun smiled and asked, "Isn't this a perfect game? 4th Battalion Commander, is she satisfied?" The instructor shouted, "Game 5 of the 1-8 finals. 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, and 4th Squad, 1st Platoon, 3rd Company, 1st Battalion. They must take the field." Ji-hae looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then Han-young looked at the protagonist and said he'd heard that if you get first place in this competition, you can get a pass. The protagonist asked, "What if you don't want to go with him?" He asked, "Oh, so they don't need first place?" The main character looked at them in surprise, then looked ahead and smiling said, "It's time to start." The squad confidently prepared for battle. The referee raised his hand and ordered them to get ready and begin on the whistle. The hunters took up fighting stances. They resolutely ran at the opponents. The second lieutenant instantly stopped the opponents with his hands. Enemy reinforcements rushed into battle. The hunters stopped the opponents. Kwang-shik grinned and asked, "What's wrong?" He smiled and lifting the opponent shouted, "Isn't that too easy?" Dongjin, holding the opponent in his arms, noticed something. Han-young coughed tiredly. The hunter sternly looked at Sunho, who was preparing to attack. The protagonist turned his attention to the hunter. He smiled and thought, "That's not bad. Maybe he should try that." The hunter looked at MC with fury and shouted. Minjun confidently raised his hand and, using the skill Demonic Energy Capture, thought that he couldn't yet control that much mass. The protagonist's legs were enveloped in mana, and the hunter was very surprised to see it. MC calmly placed his hand on the opponent's head and directed mana to his feet. He struck the hunter with a smile and thought that he would be enough to unbalance this guy. The hunter looked at MC in bewilderment, kneeling on one knee. He instantly became very angry. The hunter quickly moved towards Minjun with the intention of attacking. The protagonist stopped the opponent with mana. He looked with a smirk at the opponent who had fallen to the ground. The hunter turned his head to the side in horror and looked at the protagonist. He thought that if MC noticed something, it would be bad. The hunter assumed a fighting stance and thought he should stop fooling around. Minjun ran towards the opponent with lightning speed. The hunter struck, but the protagonist instantly dodged. He grinned slyly and wrapped his arms around the opponent's waist. The protagonist threw the opponent aside with great force. MC looked at him confidently and mentally said goodbye. After some time, Minjun thought that, as expected, they had easily advanced to the finals. However, no matter how much they, Kwang-shik and Han-young, had hoped, a final meeting with the 4th Squad of the 4th Division did not happen. The referee raised his hands and announced that the final competition was beginning. He ordered the teams to take to the courts. The squads took to the court. Sungwoo looked at the opponents with an ominous smile. Hanyoung turned his attention to the opposing team. He tensely noted that they said Sungwoo was a Shiram fighter. Gwangshik added that he had heard that the opponent had trained until high school, but then awakened and quit. Hanyoung said that judging by the competition, he still had skills. Gwangshik clarified that they said Sungwoo had won the nationals. Hanyoung became very angry and asked, does he mean to say that Sungwoo, having such a level of skill, participated in this competition? Sunho calmly placed his hands on his comrade's shoulders. The protagonist thought that the reason the two were so angry was because of the quarterfinal match with Sungwoo. And it wasn't because Sungwoo's team won, but because of the way they did it. The result was a good 6-0, and in that match, no one went out of bounds. It looked like Sungwoo was just warming up, and considering that fighting is not allowed here, Sungwoo isn't to blame. The only ones to blame are those who were weak and couldn't respond to him properly. Gwangshik shouted furiously that it was time to learn ethics. The MC let out a tired sigh and noted that his comrades still had a long way to go. If they were so angry at Sungwoo, they should just destroy him, and not get angry for no reason. The opposing teams stood facing each other. Hanyoung smiled and asked, is Sungwoo going to fight them alone this time? Sungwoo smirked arrogantly and replied that such a thing was impossible with the famous Sergeant Sunho. But who was the opponent to even ask that? Did the opponent think they could win if they went one-on-one with Sungwoo? Sungwoo turned his attention to the enraged Hanyoung. He smiled and clarified that he'd been wondering what face the opponent would make when he defeated his girlfriend. But the opponent was the same. Hanyoung asked in confusion, which girlfriend? Sungwoo remembered Mari and clarified, wasn't that girl from the 4th Battalion the protagonist's girlfriend? She'd been happily waving and zealously supporting the opponent, hadn't she? Hanyoung furiously shouted, what the hell is the opponent talking about? She wasn't waving at Sergeant Minjun. Hanyoung shouted, that's right. Sergeant Minjun doesn't have feelings for anyone except Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. The comrades instantly fell silent, and Sungwoo snorted derisively. He laughed and asked, to the NPC at the very beginning of this terrible game, and he likes it? Is he a complete idiot? His comrades looked at the protagonist in fear. Sungwoo put his hand to his stomach and laughing, exclaimed that he had certainly heard of such things, but he was seeing them for the first time. He's one of those kids who dates anime characters. He's such a trash. The referee ordered the teams to get ready and begin on the whistle. Sungwoo, wiping tears from his eyes with his finger, said that it would be easier with the protagonist. They need to return him whole to Lumi or whoever there was. The referee raised the whistle to his mouth. Sungwoo assumed a fighting stance and laughed. The squad rushed into battle, but Minjun remained standing in place. Sungwoo jumped towards the protagonist and asked, is the enemy still not recovered? MC did not move. He instantly headbutted the enemy on the forehead. His comrades looked at this in amazement. The colonels looked at this with horror. The judge gaped in surprise. Minjun gaped in amazement and said, why rush in so suddenly? They even heads. The judge and the hunters looked at this in bewilderment. Sungwoo covered his face with his hand in horror. He angrily said that he simply tripped. Sungwoo asked to try again. The judge looked tensely at Sungwoo and Minjun. He turned his head to the side and turned his attention to the colonel. The judge asked the opponents to be careful and not to create unnecessary conflicts. He will repeat once again that punches are prohibited. The judge stepped aside. Sungwoo asked angrily, you freak, you did something, right? Now he can't even hope to survive. He's a corpse. Minjun smiled and clarified, did something? The judge ordered the competition to continue. The protagonist sternly said that he hasn't even started yet. Sungwoo looked at the MC who had leaped toward him in confusion. He smirked and asked what the enemy was up to. He had ultimately decided to run away. Sungwoo froze in surprise. The protagonist rushed toward Hanyoung with lightning speed. He struck the hunters with all his might, sending them flying. Sungwoo was surprised and screamed. Even his own team members? MC threw his comrades aside, and they burst into tears. Sunho looked resolutely at Minjun. He tensed his arm and raised it, shouting that the MC had completely lost his mind. Minjun struck a powerful blow, but Sunho withstood it. Sungwoo wondered in confusion. What was this strange situation? Sunho grunted in pain. Sungwoo, watching what was happening, wondered what was going on here. Sungkyun stood up in anger and screamed, what is Minjun even doing? He ordered the competition to be stopped quickly. Junvyom asked, what is the colonel talking about? The protagonist didn't break the rules. Why does Sungkyun want to stop him? Sungkyun shouted, even so, is it okay to push out members of your own team? Junboom was stunned and remained silent. He thought, what's wrong with him? Can he continue to ignore this? Sungkyun raised his hand and barked, if someone gets injured, it will be Junboom's fault. Jihye confidently replied that the referee is responsible for that. Just like in the previous competition, she exhaled in irritation and turned her head to the side. Jihye turned her attention to the fight. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the belt. Sungwoo wondered irritably what was wrong with him. He scattered his own comrades so they were left alone with him, and now he wants to defeat him in Shiram? He's a fool. He picked the wrong guy. He admits he's strong, but in Shiram, it's not strength that counts, it's technique. Sungwoo tried to lift the protagonist in confusion. Minjun instantly lifted his opponent. He forcefully threw Sungwoo to the ground. Sungwoo screamed in pain. The protagonist ordered his opponent to get up. Sungwoo wondered if his technique hadn't worked. He rose to his knees and thought that MC really was dangerous. He asked Minjun to stop, because he understood everything and was surrendering. Minjun smiled menacingly and, without listening to the opponent, approached him. He threw the opponent aside with great force. Sungwoo hit the ground and grunted in pain. MC lifted the opponent and screamed that who gave the freak permission to surrender. Sungwoo fearfully asked the protagonist to stop. He was surrendering and leaving. Minjun grabbed the opponent by the belt and asked him to listen to him. Sister Lumi isn't just a piece of art, but his favorite character. The protagonist threw his opponent to the ground. The hunters looked on in amazement. White foam rose from Sungwoo's mouth. The referee raised his hand and declared the competition over. The winner was the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion. The protagonist was stunned, looking at his comrades. He scratched his head tensely and said, "What's going on?" He was a little angry. Guangxik joyfully shouted, "What an amazing match." MC didn't even break a sweat. In an entire generation, there hasn't been such a spectacular fight in this competition. To defeat Sungwoo so openly in a one-on-one fight, Hanyoung smiled, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming that it was so nice to see Sungwoo go one-on-one and lose. Did Minjun just want to defeat him alone? The protagonist could have simply said so beforehand. He would have left the ring himself. MC tiredly thought that his teammates were so naive. There was nothing wrong with explaining his actions as something good. Sunho sternly crossed his arms and added that, whatever the reason, he couldn't justify killing his teammates. He was quite disappointed with what happened. The protagonist looked at his comrade and wondered if Sunho was being too serious. At the same time, Sunho calmly exhaled. He smiled, remembering the protagonist, and thought that if he was careless, he would be defeated by his successor. Next time, Sunho wouldn't lose to Minjun. After a while, the hunter squad stood in place. Jihei stood in front of the microphone. She picked up the medal with the intention of awarding the hunter. After some time, in the forest, Guangxik came out of the tent. Moongi asked where the comrade was going. Were they really leaving already? Guangxik shouted that he just wanted to go to the toilet. He asked furiously, even though they were an army of hunters, why were they doing guerrilla training at such a time? When would they return to base? Yunseo turned to the hunter, and Guangxik looked at her with confusion. The next day, after the 104th Division completed its short and arduous guerrilla training, Guangxik said they needed to approach this matter with great caution. After all, no matter what they got after this, precision was paramount. Dongjin tensely clarified that, even so, what if the sergeant? Guangxik interrupted him and asked him not to be afraid. They just need to be lured to the meeting place. There, they won't be sergeants anymore. Hanyong noted that the role of the junior is the most important. He can handle this, right? Even before the fatigue from training had worn off, the comrades had come up with something. Guangxik, squatting, asked, "The comrade knows they're short on time, right? The plan must be as short as possible." Hanyong smiled and agreed, clarifying, "The main thing is to gather in one place, right? What would the meeting place be?" Dongjin replied, "On the eastern part of Gyeonggi, on the Maginot line. So the comrades would only waste time traveling there." Guangxik smiled and, pointing his finger at Dongjin, exclaimed that everything was correct. A message arrived on the phone in Guangxik's hand. He looked at the phone excitedly and exclaimed, "What else has arrived?" The phone said that these were messages from Yunseo. She thanked him for giving her his number. "He can talk, right?" Guangxik wrote that he didn't think she would write. "Of course he can talk." Yunseo wrote that he had already decided when he would use the day off he had won. As far as she remembered, he also had a day off. Maybe they could go somewhere together. Guangxik agreed and wrote when it was convenient for her. Yunseo thanked him and wrote, "How about next Sunday?" He wrote that they had a deal. Yunseo wrote that they would decide on a date and he would choose the place where he wanted to go. Then she would tell the commander about it. Guangxik thanked her and wrote that he would write once he decided on a place. Yunseo wrote, "Could he please give her Minjun's number?" Hanyong asked worriedly, "Was the comrade sure he wouldn't get scolded later?" Guangxik wondered if he should really say he didn't know. Hanyong replied that Yunseo wouldn't believe it. Dongjin ruefully clarified that she knew they were in the same squad, so it would be even stranger. Guangxik tensed up and thought for a moment. Hanyong stood up and said he knew nothing. There was nothing to expect. He didn't think it would work. Guangxik had made his own promise. They knew nothing. His comrade agreed, right? Hanyong moved aside and told his comrades to leave, otherwise they'd get scolded. The comrades followed Hanyong, and Guangxik looked at them in bewilderment. He said he just wanted to have fun with the sergeants. After a while in the hallway, the protagonist calmly opened the office door. He smiled resolutely and looked at the system window. MC wondered if it was time to check the results of his guerrilla training. The system window reported that Min Jun, the founder of the cult, Sister Lumi, was the best character. His strength is 70, agility is 66, endurance is 60, and demonic energy is 30. Skills: Corruption, Night Wanderer, Dark Arrows, Demonic Energy Singularity, Demonic Energy Capture. Basic proficiency with non-sharp weapons, basic sword proficiency, increased strength and increased agility. MC was delighted and mentally thanked Sungwoo. Since his skills exceeded 60, they rise very slowly. However, +1 to agility and strength has actually increased by 5. This is really good. The protagonist lifted the barbell and Bongu called out to him. MC instantly put the barbell down. He asked what was going on. Bongu asked if he could eat gukbap. Minjun irritably asked why his comrade was asking him. He gave him money for food. Bongu happily thanked him. The protagonist clutched his hair with his hand and, with an irritated snort, asked what was wrong with him. Bongu added that he detected some unknown energy. Shouldn't he have started with this? The MC, tired, asked what this unknown energy was. Could it be mana? Bongu disagreed and said that it was somehow strange. He didn't feel this in Asgard. He paused and Minjun, surprised, asked why his comrades stopped. Bongu replied that they brought him gukbap. Maybe he should finish while eating. The protagonist screamed angrily. Suddenly, a message came on his phone. Yunseo wrote, "Isn't this Minjun's hunter number?" The protagonist was stunned, looking at his phone. He exhaled angrily and asked, "What day is it today? What's wrong with them? And how did she get his number?" The MC put his finger to the phone and decided to block it. Guangxik instantly opened the door and asked the protagonist to stop. Minjun looked at him in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Guangxik grabbed the protagonist's hand and asked, "Didn't Unseo just message him? A chance like this doesn't come around often." He asked the MC to think about the other squad members too. Isn't Minjun planning to become a leader? In that case, the protagonist's main job will be to look after the soldier's mental state. The MC irritably asked, "What's the comrade talking about? Did he really give her his number?" Guangxik cried sadly, "That's right. He just wanted to go out together once." Guangxik asked Minjun to understand him at least once. In the army, everyone risks their lives. Shouldn't they hold a small event to make it easier for them to hold on? Minjun angrily asked, "What's the comrade talking about? What's going on?" Guangxik was surprised and asked, perhaps the sergeant hadn't heard from Yunseo. The protagonist picked up his phone and cried out, "What's the matter?" He smiled terrifyingly and asked, "Aren't they in the gym now? Maybe a comrade will say it now?" A week later, on Sunday, in the park, the squad of hunters confidently stopped. Hanyung joyfully thanked the protagonist for coming. Guangxik raised his fist in anger and shouted at the traitor not to dare thank him. Hanyung did not know how much he suffered for this. The protagonist turned his head to the side and turned his attention to his comrade. He asked, "Does Guangxik think they came because of him? Chulho simply wanted to come here, so the hunters should thank the younger one." Hanyung smiled and noted that he did not know Sergeant Sunho would agree so easily. After all, the sergeant is a man. Sunho replied that it was better to go outside than to spend the whole day locked up with the hunters. Hanyung raised his hand to his head and asked, "Where are the girls from the 4th Battalion?" He looked at the girls with great happiness. Hanyung embarrassedly exclaimed, "Here they are. Maybe it's time to go to the checkout?" Hanyung was surprised and instantly fell silent. The protagonist turned his attention to Taeho standing behind Unseo. Hanyung asked, "Is this man bad?" Guangxik angrily rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Sunho stood in front of his comrade and asked him to stop. He ordered everyone to stand still. Sunho raised his hand to his head and greeted the general. Dongjin was very surprised, remembering something. He exclaimed that this was the general of the 107th Battalion. Dongjin had seen his briefing on TV. Yunseo sheepishly took Taeho's hand and asked her father not to do this. He said he'd just give her a ride to the entrance. She asked Taeho to go back already. The father smiled and said that he just wanted to know the faces of those his daughter works with. He'll be leaving now. Unseo looked at him tensely. Dongjin noticed Taeho looking at him. He smiled in surprise. The general stood sternly before him. Taeho clenched his teeth in anger and asked, "Isn't this Minjun?" After a while, Mari happily raised her hands. She turned her head to the side with a smile and said, "There's little time. We need to go have fun." Mari took her comrade's hand and asked him to hurry. The hunters looked at them sheepishly. Hanyung smiled and asked him to go too. The lieutenant happily told his comrades to trust them. They had chosen the most suitable route. Naeun raised her fists and thanked the hunters. The comrades quickly headed for the entrance. Sethbel and Sunho looked at each other. She let out a sad sigh and clarified that, frankly, she didn't really like places like that. Sunho lowered his head and replied that he did the same. Training alone, that's what he really likes. Sethbel noted that she knew he did that too. What was the heaviest weight he'd ever lifted? After a while, the comrades joyfully raised their hands while sitting on the rides. The hunters were having fun at the amusement park. On the cowboy hunter ride, the shooting range operator announced, 10 shots for 10,000 won. Guangxik resolutely aimed his rifle. He fired and clutched the toy in his hands. Guangxik sadly hung his head after receiving the participation prize. Hanyung mockingly asked, "Is that all a comrade can do as a soldier?" He asked if he could try it too. Hanyung confidently turned his attention to the hunters watching him. He sadly raised his participation trophy, and behind him, the hunters laughed. Guangxik asked mockingly, "Does the guy remember how they talked about last place?" Hanyung was now last. Hanyung sadly exclaimed, "The bullets are just weird." The protagonist was surprised to notice something. He saw that second place was a Lumi keychain. The MC was overjoyed and wondered if this could really be a limited edition Lumi keychain for the 1st anniversary, and such a legendary item here. Minjun picked up the rifle and thought the keychain would be his. Loud gunshots rang out in the park. The cameraman gasped in amazement. The protagonist placed the rifle on the table. The cameraman noted that the MC had only fired 9 shots. Minjun smiled and replied that everything was fine. Jun clarified, "Won't the protagonist be crazy with happiness?" Naeun agreed and asked, "But why not shoot again?" The operator handed the keychain to MC and said that this was a gift for 2nd place. Minjun happily thanked him. The hunters noticed the keychain and wondered what it was. The protagonist exclaimed with great joy that it was so good that they came here. The comrades smiled tensely. Guangxik pointed at something and said that this is next. Unseo turned to the hunter Minjun. She asked what he talked about with her father in private. The protagonist turned his head to the side and remembered the past. Taeho apologized for distracting MC from his day off. MC exclaimed that everything was fine. What did the general want to talk about? Taeho looked down sternly. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder with a terrifying look. The general squeezed MC's shoulder forcefully, and Minjun looked tensely at his hand. The protagonist confidently looked into the general's eyes. Taeho removed his hand from his shoulder and smiled. He noticed that MC was well trained and asked the protagonist for forgiveness. Minjun smiled and thanked him. Taeho reached into the car and said that his daughter owed the protagonist a favor. He handed MC a box and a business card, and explained that it was an item from the dungeon. Generals are given them, but he would give it to Minjun. Military evaluation abilities haven't reached 100% yet, but the general was told that this bracelet increases a random number of abilities. Minjun smiled wryly to himself and wondered what kind of unexpected gift this was. He calmly thanked the general. Taeho explained that he was giving the gift to the protagonist so that MC would continue to train hard, so Minjun should use it wisely. And the protagonist shouldn't tell anyone that it was from the general. If Minjun is in Daejeon, he should contact Taeho. They will go together. Taeho smiled menacingly and added that if the protagonist touched his daughter, he would kill him. The MC watched the car drive away. He smiled, stuffed the gift into his pocket, and exclaimed, "Never in a million years." Minjun snapped out of his memories and replied that he hadn't done anything like that. Unseo was surprised and asked if her father had really done anything. The protagonist opened his pocket and said that he really hadn't. He picked up the business card and clarified that Taeho had simply said that if he was in Daejeon, the general would treat him. Unseo was very surprised and asked why he gave it to him. Minjun replied that Taeho seemed worried and had repaid the debt for his own daughter. Unseo sheepishly recalled the protagonist carrying her on his back. She turned her head to the side and noted that in any case, she was asking for forgiveness for the sudden meeting with her father. The protagonist waved his business card, and Unseo noticed. MC grinned mischievously and said he'd choose something expensive. After a while, the hunters walked down the park street. Gwangshik turned to Mari. He sheepishly asked why she'd suggested going together. Gwangshik apologized for such a tactless question. Mari looked at him with a smile. She decisively raised her fist and clarified, "Didn't their squad suffer greatly at the hands of Hunter Songwoo in the last trench battle? But Hunter Minjun had repaid him very well, so they wanted to treat the hunters." Seth Bell threw her arm over Mari's shoulder and agreed. She exclaimed that they would pay for lunch, so the hunters could eat as much as they wanted. The hunters looked sadly at the departing girls. Gwangshik sadly noted that they hadn't done anything back then. Hanyoung raised his hands and asked, "So the hunters called them to see Sergeant Minjun?" Gwangshik burst into tears and clarified that the protagonist was simply avenging Lumi. Meanwhile in Daejeon, guards stood in front of the portal. Bonggu, in bird form, landed on the table. The commanders walked past the car. Sungjin pointed at his tablet. He asked in amazement, "Is it really a 100-kilogram magic stone?" Jihye agreed and replied that a magic stone estimated to weigh 100 kilograms had been discovered in a dungeon cave. Sungjin turned his attention to the portal. He grinned slyly and remarked that 100 kilograms meant something. Sometime later in the park, the hunters stood facing each other. Mari joyfully raised her hands and exclaimed that they had fun. Seth Bell wished the hunters a safe journey. Gwangshik smiled excitedly and shouted that they had fun too. Next time, Hanyoung interrupted his comrade, raising his finger and exclaiming that next time they'll be treating them to food. Unseo raised her hand with a smile, and Gwangshik shouted that he'll treat them too. Then he's in charge of dinner. The protagonist turned his attention to Unseo. The comrades raised their hands in farewell and headed off. Sometime later, on a city street, hunters walk along the street among the buildings. Bonggu shouted that they were in big trouble. The MC irritably asked what happened again. If the comrade was talking about Kukpab again, he'll definitely kill him. At the same time, Bonggu, in the form of a bird, looked into the portal and said that something unusual could be felt in the previously noted dungeon. Minjun clarified, "Didn't the comrade say that the dungeon was still being explored? He specifically took the day off to go to Daejeon tomorrow." Bonggu agreed and replied that he was in control of what was happening. But suddenly, everyone became too lively. The protagonist shouted that it was a curse. The MC asked his comrade to monitor the situation until he arrived. At noon, the next day in Daejeon, a car drove along the road near the bus. The protagonist pursed his lips in irritation. He noticed that there was a mess here. The MC looked at the guards standing in front of the portal. Soldiers were transporting stones in a cart. Minjun took a business card from his pocket. The protagonist clarified that if he showed the guards this and asked to inspect the dungeon, would they give it? The MC noticed the bird and asked, "Is that Bong?" The comrade in the body of a pigeon exclaimed that this was correct. He thanked him for coming. Minjun noted with bewilderment that his comrade's appearance was strange. Bonggu said that until the protagonist arrived, he had been keeping an eye on the dungeon. MC sighed in irritation and asked his companion to stop. Didn't Bonggu say there were 100 kilograms worth of magic stones there? Bonggu agreed and exclaimed that he had heard so. He didn't know how much they were worth, but they said the sum was large. Minjun remarked that it was comparable to the dungeon in Isgard. If they were lucky, they would get 100 times more from exploring it. Bongu cried out in surprise, and the protagonist said that everything was correct. Amazing energy was hidden there. Moreover, the stones are used here as weapons. Lightning shot out from the portal. MC noticed this with surprise. Bongu noted in amazement that Minjun had spoken of an unknown energy. This was it. Energy that was unfamiliar to him. He didn't sense any monsters inside, but this energy was very aggressive. The protagonist sternly agreed and replied that his companion might well not know about it. Even he had only seen it once. Bongu wondered if MC was familiar with this energy. The protagonist agreed and ran quickly. Suddenly, tentacles emerged from the portal. Sangjin screamed in fear. "What is this?" He ordered his comrades to run away from the entrance. "They need to throw the magic stones and get out of there." The soldier exclaimed in horror that there were still soldiers inside. Sangjin furiously ordered his comrade not to go in there and to leave. They need to act according to instructions. The protagonist jumped over the fence and thought that this energy definitely meant this wasn't a real dungeon. The soldier raised his hand and asked, "Who is this?" He ordered MC to retreat, because the situation right now is not the best. Minjun dashed past the soldier and shouted that he was the sergeant of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon, 104th Division. He would reopen the dungeon from the inside. The protagonist ordered the soldier to report this to the 104th Division. The soldier asked in amazement, "What is MC talking about? You're not allowed in there." Minjun resolutely ran between the soldiers. Sangjin turned his head angrily to the side and barked, "What is the protagonist doing?" The MC leaped into the portal with lightning speed, and tentacles quickly closed the entrance. Sangjin looked at the tentacles in horror. He gritted his teeth in fear and wondered what kind of curse this was. After a while, the system window notified that the protagonist had entered the dungeon. He noticed something with interest. The soldiers looked at the MC in amazement. Private Lee Chuan, Corporal Kim Sung-won, and Private Jong Jong-tae introduced themselves. Corporal Choi Tae-hyun and Corporal Im Tae-son gave their names. Minjun asked if there was anyone else here. Tae-son confirmed it and asked, "But who was the protagonist?" MC turned his head to the side and introduced himself. He said seriously that the situation was not the best, so all explanations later. Were any of the soldiers injured? Minjun ordered to check everyone's equipment and condition. After a while, weapons were lying on the ground. The protagonist looked down and clarified, "Did the soldiers go into the dungeon with only this?" Sungwon replied that they were the team responsible for transportation. So that was all. The exploration team had already left. MC thought in bewilderment, and yet, what was the point of sending only the transportation team? What's wrong with them? He ordered the soldiers to take their uniforms with them. Minjun doesn't know if they know, but they're in a fake dungeon now. The private asked, "What does that mean?" The protagonist turned his head to the side and noted that this was an unusual situation. In simple terms, soldiers might think the dungeon is a giant monster. The soldiers screamed in fear. "What does that mean?" The MC added that the dungeon lures people and absorbs them. This time, the bait was magic stones. The corporals looked at the magic stones in horror, and Minjun smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. He responsibly declared that he would get them out of here. The soldiers wondered if the protagonist really knew a way out. The MC raised his hand and said that the soldiers should follow his instructions exactly. From now on, they will move towards the center of the dungeon, killing monsters along the way. Tae-son asked, "Don't they need to catch the monster that is the dungeon?" The protagonist noticed something. He replied that they would do exactly that. The soldiers looked at the monsters that appeared in fear. They screamed, "What the hell is this?" MC instantly disappeared from the scene. He decisively struck the monster with his fist. Minjun smiled, looked at the soldiers, and asked them to stay behind him. Jongtae noted with alarm that the protagonist had introduced himself as Sergeant Minjun from the 104th Division. Tae-son confidently replied that MC was often talked about in the hunter community. It looked like he really was Minjun. In the entire history of hunters, the protagonist was the fastest to become a sergeant, an invincible monster in the hunter army. After some time, the general called out to Sangjin. The commander greeted the general, and Taiho angrily barked that his wishes didn't matter. He grabbed the commander by the clothes and called him a freak. Taiho lifted the commander by the collar and asked, "What the hell is Sangjin doing here?" The commander responded fearfully that he simply wanted to preserve the magic stones discovered in the dungeon. Taiho became extremely angry and, dismissing the commander, barked, "Who even told Sangjin to do that?" The commander was supposed to explore the dungeon according to instructions, but he ended up dragging young soldiers into a fake dungeon without a strategic command. Sangjin responded with great fear that the results of a 2-week investigation showed the dungeon to be empty. He simply wanted to ensure a steady supply of magic stones. Taiho shook with anger and clarified, "The commander sent soldiers into a dungeon that had only been explored for 2 weeks without even informing him about it? Sangjin was going to keep saying such strange things?" Sangjin thought the general didn't know that the commander was going crazy over increased productivity, and that was the only reason he sent soldiers there? Taeho dismissed the commander and ordered him to get ready to take off his uniform, no matter how it all ended. He turned his head angrily to the side. Taeho looked at the portal and added that if there was even one wounded person there, he would put Sungjin in prison. So the commander should pray that everyone gets out safe. After some time in the dungeon, the protagonist became very angry and replied that this was not true. Why did the soldiers continue to advance if they agreed that he would deal with them alone? T-san fearfully replied that he wanted to help. MC calmed down, exhaled, and clarified. Didn't he say that they needed to go to the center after dealing with these freaks? The soldiers remember that, right? They nodded confidently, and Minjun added that these monsters were not created by the real dungeon, and they digest everything that enters their bodies. And one more important thing, the closer to the center of the fake dungeon, the more of them there are. So the soldiers need to conserve their strength. It will be bad if any of them get hurt. The soldiers looked at the protagonist with admiration. Minjun thought so, but he didn't say it because he was worried about the soldiers. They don't know, but experience points are gained much faster here, so the protagonist will take them all for himself. MC decisively pointed to the side and, raising his hand, ordered the soldiers to advance. They confidently raised their weapons. The soldiers sternly agreed and followed the protagonist. After some time, MC stepped into a puddle of mud. Instantly, mud monsters rose before the soldiers. The opponents terrifyingly raised their hands and prepared to attack. The protagonist turned his head to the side and thought that when entering a dungeon, people with low skills have their strength decreased. If MC had sent them to fight, some wouldn't have even made it here. Minjun, smiling, pointed at the orb and noted that they had arrived. Now they only need to break that orb and they can get out of here. Now the protagonist and the soldiers have work to do. MC sternly forbade the soldiers to die. For the sake of his fight, or rather for their own safety, the soldiers must protect the rear. Minjun grinned madly and, squeezing his wrist, said he would do everything quickly. The soldiers confidently raised their swords and agreed. The protagonist swiftly leaped toward the opponents. The monsters instantly pointed their hands at him. Streams of mud landed on the ground, and MC, running in front of them, thought that these guys could see him anyway, so there was no point in using skills. Minjun instantly ran between the monsters. A stream of air directed through the monsters. The protagonist jumped up and destroyed the opponents with a stream of mana. MC turned his attention to the shaking monster. It instantly landed on the opponent, and mud gushed out. Minjun, grinning madly, flew over the heads of the monsters. The opponent grabbed the protagonist's leg with mud. MC decisively pierced the monster's body with his hands. The opponents looked at him in bewilderment. Minjun smiled terrifyingly and, raising his hand, ordered the experience to come here. The orb instantly sparkled, and clouds of smoke spread through the air. The protagonist tensed, thinking it was poison. He turned his head to the side and ordered the soldiers to retreat. They froze in fear. An explosion thundered and streams of poison spread outward. MC thought he was immune to poisons, but these guys weren't. Depending on the strength of the poison, the soldier might not last long before they escaped. There's no time. They need to complete the dungeon first. The bracelet in the protagonist's pocket sparkled. The system window notified that the bracelet was reacting to magical power. The bracelet's hidden abilities were unlocked. Minjun, astonished, pulled the item out of his pocket and wondered what it was. He remembered the past. Taeho handed MC the box and clarified that it was the bracelet from the dungeon. Generals are supplied with them, but he will pass it on to the protagonist. The bracelet hasn't been fully tested yet, but as the general was told, this bracelet improves a random ability. Minjun came out of his memories and thought that he was going to keep the bracelet until it becomes difficult to level up skills. But what is this hidden ability? The protagonist looked at the system window in amazement. The system window notifies that this is a copy bracelet. The caster can use one of the skills, including skills not learned by the caster. After using the skill, the item disappears and the skill effect wears off. MC smiled enthusiastically and thought, isn't it amazing luck to find this item so early? That's good. The right skill came to mind. Dark streams of mana swiftly headed towards the protagonist. Mana engulfed the bracelet in MC's hand and changed its appearance to a sword. The soldiers looked at him in amazement. Minjun smiled decisively and slung his sword over his shoulder. He said he had to go through hell to catch that monster, so the protagonist will never forget him. A unique skill of the Dark Knight. MC raised his sword and used banishment. The system window notified that banishment summons a magic sword that cuts through space, sending the enemy into a rift between dimensions. Minjun smiled and commanded the enemy to receive. He swiftly swung his sword. The monsters opened their mouths and flew to the side. A crack appeared in the air and sucked the enemies inside. A crack appeared in the ball, and a whirlpool of dark mana appeared in the air. The protagonist lowered his sword, and the weapon in his hands instantly disintegrated. Bongu shouted that a big problem had arisen. The military is attaching something to the entrance to the dungeon. At the same time, a military man announced that the installation of the magic bomb was complete. They need to evacuate everyone and leave a minimum number of people there. Bongu shouted that the military had planted a magic bomb. Could the protagonist hear him? MC stopped in front of the remaining fragments of the orb and asked his comrade not to worry. Minjun smirked, punched the orb, and exclaimed, "He's already coming." After a while, the soldier standing in front of the portal raised his hands. The soldier holding the bomb's remote control addressed the division commander. Taiho thought it would be good if this could open the entrance, but there was still a chance the dungeon would lure people in again, and a similar situation would happen again. If that's all it was waiting for. A while ago, the general shouted, "Is Minjun really from the 104th Division?" The soldier replied that it was true. They found out that the protagonist had entered the dungeon with their men. Taiho angrily asked why MC was in a dungeon that didn't belong to his division. The soldier replied that, as the entrance guards had said, after the gate had behaved strangely, MC had immediately run there, stating only that he belonged to the division. The general inquired if the soldier had contacted the 104th Division. The soldier agreed, and clarified that the commander of the 2nd Battalion, to which Sergeant Minjun belonged, would be arriving shortly. Taiho glanced anxiously at the portal. He sternly agreed and replied that he understood everything. At this point, the general thoughtfully placed his finger on the button on the remote control. The soldier announced that the soldiers had been evacuated to a safe distance. Taiho looked at his assistant and agreed. He thought they had been there for 4 hours without proper equipment. The general wanted to trust the protagonist, but he couldn't wait any longer. The portal immediately shook and mana spread outward. The tentacles rapidly began to collapse. The soldier raised his finger and called out to the battalion commander. Taiho ran toward the portal and ordered the soldier to tell the medics to prepare to immediately provide aid to the survivors. All officers at the scene are to have their weapons at the ready. The general dug his fingers into the tentacles. The soldier turned his head to the side and looked at the stopped car of officers and medics. A nurse greeted the general and exclaimed that the medics were here. Taiho, tearing apart the tentacles covering the portal with his hands, ordered the medics to wait. He froze in place in amazement. The soldiers calmly exited the portal. Taiho called out to them with great joy. He placed his hands on Tissan's shoulders and asked, "Are they okay? Are there any wounded?" Tissan burst into tears of happiness and replied that they were all fine. The dungeon was captured. The protagonist resolutely walked out of the portal holding Jongtae's hand. He turned his attention to the general in surprise. MC immediately raised his hand to his head. Taiho smiled and repeated after the protagonist. That evening, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, the general, calmly sitting in a chair, looked at his tablet. He put a cup of coffee on the table. Taiho clarified, "The protagonist says he had a day off?" MC smiled and confirmed, exclaiming that it was true. The general inquired, "How did Minjun get into the dungeon?" The protagonist happily replied that the general invited him to eat, so he was looking for him. Taiho was surprised and asked, "Did the MC really use his day off for this?" Then, Minjun, as soon as he arrived, immediately ran inside. Arriving at the exact moment of the incident, the protagonist tensed and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, it sounded too ridiculous, but he couldn't do anything about it. MC smiled and exclaimed that it was indeed so. The moment he noticed the gate's strange behavior, his body rushed through the gate on its own, even before he had time to think about it. Taiho laughed and exclaimed that the more he looked at the protagonist, the stranger the MC seemed to him. He needs to tell Sokyong about this. Minjun laughed tensely and wondered if this was really true. The general folded his arms and remarked that the protagonist had made a huge contribution to MC's ability to complete the dungeon without a scratch. He thought Minjun should be thanked. The protagonist smiled and thanked the general. Taiho looked sternly into MC's eyes, and Minjun froze in fear. The general said that the protagonist stood out too much. Up until today, MC's promotion rate had been incredibly high. Taiho thought that the hunter headquarters had already noticed the protagonist. Minjun wondered if this was a good thing. The general added that if this got the protagonist into trouble, MC could confidently tell him about it. Whatever happened, he and the commander of the 104th Division would take responsibility. The protagonist understood everything, right? MC was delighted and thanked the general. If anything happens, he'll tell Taiho about it. The general calmly leaned back in his chair and clarified that he had a lot of work today, so he wouldn't be able to eat. But if the protagonist has a personal question, he can ask it. If Taiho can, he will answer as thanks for saving the soldiers. Minjun excitedly asked, "Maybe a promotion?" The general raised his hand and, interrupting the protagonist, disagreed. He noted that he had nothing to do with it. MC made a sad face. He noticed the stone in the flask and thought that it was weak, but pure demonic energy. He only realized this now. Taiho smiled, turned his attention to the stone and asked, "Does Minjun really want it? The protagonist knows what it is, right?" MC excitedly exclaimed that he had never seen such a stone. He doesn't know what it is, but he is overcome with the desire to start collecting them. The general noted that MC's hobby does not quite take him into account. It's a byproduct of the dungeon, so they can't be taken out. Moreover, recently a thief broke into Taiho's house and took exactly the same stone. The general took the flask containing the stone. He handed it to the protagonist and allowed him to take it. Taiho explained that the stone's origins were still unclear, but they said it was safe for the human body. Minjun happily raised his hands and thanked the general. Taiho smiled and thought that Seo was exactly the same. And for some reason, the general didn't hate the protagonist for constantly clashing with them. Taiho sternly raised his fist to his mouth and asked what MC's relationship with his daughter really was. Minjun seriously replied that they were comrades in arms, nothing more, nothing less. Taeho smiled with great happiness and remarked that he was taking up too much of the protagonist's time off. MC had to go. When Minjun leaves, he must ask his battalion commander to come in. The protagonist raised his hand to his head and exclaimed that it was an honor. Sometime later, in the city under the night sky, MC looked at the stone in his hand. Bongu, chewing his food with great relish, exclaimed that it was very tasty. It was simply amazingly delicious. Minjun quietly asked his comrade to chew first and then speak. Was Bongu going to make everyone in the area understand with his screams? Bongu sadly stopped speaking, and the protagonist, angrily breaking the stone in his hand, said that his comrade was serious. The system window notified that MC had absorbed the set level of demonic energy. The demonic energy level had increased by several points. Minjun looked at the system window and wondered if this was really the limit. Perhaps because the indicator had grown too much, the effectiveness of point accumulation was decreasing. The system window notified that, due to reaching a certain level of demonic energy, the skill Demonic Whip had been unlocked. MC rejoiced and exclaimed, "This is something new again." Sometime later in Gyeonggi-do, at the Hunter's central headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Chan-mo called out to Taeho. He shouted furiously, "What was the general doing there to allow this?" Taeho, sitting at the table, asked for forgiveness. Chan-mo, holding a tablet in his hand, warned that an inspection would soon come to the 107th Division. "It's good that everything ended so well." Taeho would have been severely scolded. Chanmo angrily looked at the tablet and ordered Sun Jin to report this to headquarters tomorrow. Taeho agreed, and the door to the room instantly opened. Chanmo quickly stood up and raised his hand to his head to greet the Colonel General. The commander of the Hunter's army, Colonel General Gu Hak-chol, asked Chanmo not to scold him too harshly. The general could be heard even from outside. Chanmo tensely exclaimed that he would fix everything. Hak-chol sat down on a chair and agreed, saying that he had received the report. Sokyung snorted in irritation. Hak-chol sternly clarified, "Is it the protagonist again this time?" After some time, the car quickly drove down the road. It stopped immediately. Jeonbom got out of the car. He irritably climbed the stairs. After a while, Jeonbom entered the company commander's room. Chulman raised his hand to his head and greeted the captain. Jeonbom looked around and shouted, "Was it them?" Chulman froze tensely, and Jeonbom asked, "He thought correctly, right? Their target was that child?" Chulman replied that everything was correct. Jeonbom, tired, sighed, sat down on a chair and called them freaks. He angrily raised his hand to his head and clarified, "Did they deliberately choose a time when he was not there?" An hour ago, Chulman was stunned. He looked at Senior Sergeant Yu Taewon, a Special Forces hunter, and Sergeant Jang Min-soo, a Special Forces hunter. Chulman folded his arms and said he understood what they were talking about. However, they came this morning and asked for a meeting, but their staff only returned from leave yesterday. For them, that's not much. Taewon raised his hand and interrupted him. He smiled and asked, "Doesn't Chulman know who they are and who they're from?" "They have a request for Chulman." Chulman angrily replied that their battalion commander and company commander aren't here right now, so no. Taewon interrupted him and laughed, and Min-soo pulled his phone out of his pocket. Taewon asked, "Does the commander want him to send him an official letter? He could do it right now." Min-soo immediately opened his phone. Taewon clarified that they would just look at him and leave. He ordered Chulman to call Minjun. After a while, the door to the room opened. The protagonist put his hand to his head and, after greeting, said that Sergeant Minjun had arrived. The sergeants looked at him and MC paused. He noticed the patch on Min-soo's uniform. Minjun wondered if they weren't directly subordinate to the Hunter headquarters. Chulman asked the protagonist to follow and said that these were people. Taewon interrupted the commander and clarified, "Isn't this the MC?" He shook Minjun's hand and introduced himself. Taewon wondered if the protagonist had recently jumped into a fake dungeon and saved the hunters. That was really surprising. Minjun happily sat down on the sofa and thanked the sergeant. Taewon said that the special hunter squad needed talents like the protagonist. MC wondered if the sergeant was really recruiting him. Taewon explained that, unlike regular hunters, they were mobilized in special situations, conquering high-level dungeons, protecting important people, and, of course, overseas assignments. The protagonist, ignoring the sergeant, thought none of this mattered. If the sergeant offered him a quick promotion, the MC couldn't refuse. Taewon added that they especially investigate crimes committed by civilian hunters who aren't part of the military. Therefore, combat power is paramount for them. The MC's proactive and effective work has been noted at headquarters. Therefore, they want to offer Minjun a suitable position, along with a special promotion. The protagonist was overjoyed and asked, "What special treatment?" Taewon agreed and replied that ordinary soldiers can't join their team. Therefore, if the protagonist accepts the offer, he will immediately be promoted to junior sergeant. Min-soo raised a finger and added that it wasn't just that. The special squad as a whole is promoted faster than others because they are sent to places where they can earn achievements. The MC thought enthusiastically that in that case, there was no reason to refuse. The phone in the sergeant's pocket rang. Taiwan pulled it out and apologized. He placed it on the table, and Chilman stared at it tensely. The protagonist pointed at the phone. Minsu confidently said that this model is issued to the Special Forces. It's not a smartphone, but a device designed for security, because many of their missions are confidential. The MC shook and asked if he could use the computer if he wanted. Taiwan raised his fists to his mouth and explained that security is very important in the Special Forces, so using the internet and personal devices is strictly prohibited on the premises. Even during vacations, they advise avoiding it. Minsu added that if you look at their work, it's only a minor inconvenience. This is a very good chance to dedicate yourself to the country and receive exceptional treatment in return, so the protagonist need not worry. The MC made a sad face, and Chulman looked at him happily, thinking, these fools don't know anything. Taiwan handed over his business card and noted that not everyone gets such offers, so the MC should think carefully. Minjun replied that he would simply stay here. The sergeants were very surprised and asked what that meant. Taiwan thought for a moment and inquired about the reason. The protagonist replied that he would join a special forces unit. After a while, Minsu shouted, "What does that mean?" He angrily clarified, "Dungeon power fight dungeons?" The MC would miss such a chance because of some game? Even the generals had held a meeting because of Minjun, and the protagonist refuses just because of a game? The MC was kidding them? Minjun seriously replied that he wasn't joking. For him, having a game is an important element and a source of energy. It can't be replaced. Taiwan stood up from his chair and, placing his hand on the sergeant's shoulder, said that he understood what the protagonist was thinking. For them, the MC's decision is the most important, so they need to go back. Chulman happily opened the door and asked, "Are they really leaving already? The sergeants need to come here." Minsu glared at the commander as he left. He turned his head angrily and shouted, "In any case, Minjun's achievements are inflated compared to his skills." The protagonist simply wasn't sure he could handle it, so he came up with a ridiculous excuse. Does MC even know that if someone like Minjun hadn't been given the chance, he would have been expelled immediately because of the entrance test? The protagonist became angry and asked how the sergeant could be so sure of this. Chulman was frightened and wondered, why did he start again? Minsu angrily ordered him to repeat. Minjun turned his head to the side and clarified, he doesn't know what kind of test this is, but how can the sergeant be so sure he won't pass? He glared sternly at the sergeant, and Minsu asked terrifyingly, "He wants him to check this?" Chulman tensed and raised his hand, asking him to stop. "What is the sergeant planning to do?" Taiwan placed his hand on the commander's shoulder. Chulman looked at the sergeant in surprise. Taiwan smiled and asked, "Can they use the training room?" They were in the training room sometime later. Taiwan looked at the opponents with a smile. Minsu, holding a sword in his hand, said that the entrance test was a free fight with a senior hunter from a special forces unit. If the protagonist was unsure, he should say so now. MC clarified that although he wasn't planning to join, if he passed the test, the sergeant would politely apologize. Minsu was very angry upon hearing this. He noted that Minjun dared to say such a thing to him, choosing such a ridiculous weapon. Minsu would correct his bad habit. Taiwan raised his stopwatch and announced 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. He ordered the opponents to get ready. The opponents took their fighting stances. Taiwan gave the signal to begin the battle. Minsu rushed into battle. He swung his weapon, but the protagonist instantly ducked. The sergeant decisively raised his hand. He launched an attack, and MC was sent flying. He landed hard on the ground, and Chulman looked at him with concern. Minsu grinned arrogantly, and the commander's mouth fell open in surprise. The protagonist smiled from the floor. Chulman remembered the past. He turned to Minjun and asked what the protagonist was planning to do. MC replied that he would win, of course. The commander was stunned and thought that if it was about him, then he would be able to win. But that only made him more worried. Minjun scratched his chin and asked if he won. Would there be any problems later? Chulman looked at the sergeants and replied that, be that as it may, the people in this squad were quite overconfident. He was worried about what would happen if their pride was hurt. The protagonist raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. He smiled confidently and exclaimed that he would then let the sergeant hit him once. Chulman came out of his memories. Taiwan declared the round over. Minsu confidently placed his hand on his shoulder. Taiwan suggested ending it there. He asked to send the protagonist to the hospital as soon as possible. Chulman remained calmly silent. Taiwan smiled, looked down, and said that MC could calm down by dodging the first blow. But Sergeant Minjun was still not up to the level of a special forces unit. He froze in great surprise and paused. MC calmly rose and looked at the sergeant. He smirked and said that they weren't finished yet. Minsu turned his head to the side in bewilderment and looked at MC. He thought it was impossible. The protagonist had definitely lost consciousness. How did MC do that? Taiwan asked if Minjun wanted to continue. Even though this was training with conventional weapons, if the protagonist overdoes it and gets injured, they'll have problems. MC confidently replied that there were no problems. He asked for another round. Minsu sternly noted that the protagonist was very persistent. It's not a matter of willpower at all. The sergeant will make MC regret Minjun's rise. The protagonist tugged the demonic whip in his hands and asked, "Is that so?" The system window announced that this was a demonic energy singularity. It removes the color and smell of the protagonist's magic so it doesn't affect the surrounding environment. MC can enable or disable this skill at any time. This is a rank E demonic whip. It concentrates demonic energy, giving it the shape of a whip. Minsu became very angry and called MC insolent. He quickly rushed into battle. The sergeant struck several times with his sword. Minjun, smiling calmly, blocked the attacks with his whip. Minsu tensed up and clutched the weapon in his hand. He pointed the tip of the sword towards the protagonist. The whip quickly grabbed the sergeant's weapon. Minsu was stunned into silence. Minjun raised his whip and the sword flew into the air. The sergeant and commander looked on in amazement. MC struck with the whip, but Minsu blocked them with his hands. The sergeant snorted in irritation. He noted that Minjun was quite skilled with the whip, but the protagonist wouldn't be able to scratch him with such attacks. Minsu paused, feeling intense pain in his arm. He frantically threw his head back, raised his hands, and screamed. Taewon wondered in amazement. Could the sergeant have really fallen to his knees because of such a minor attack? Minsu, kneeling, shook in pain. The protagonist raised his whip and prepared to attack. He decisively swung the weapon. MC grinned madly. Minsu, with great fear, asked him to stop. Minjun instantly struck his opponent with the whip. A bloody spot appeared on the sergeant's body. He lowered his head and coughed. The protagonist raised his weapon and thought it was a pretty high-level attack. He realized the special forces had no problem with strength, but this was Minsu's first time being hit by a demonic whip, wasn't it? And how did that happen? Even a sturdy orc warrior falls after one blow. So would the sergeant act so arrogant after a blow? Minsu, his face blue with pain, opened his mouth, and Taewon ran and asked the protagonist to stop. A loud bang was heard in the training room. The whip stopped on the floor between the sergeant's legs. Minsu, foaming at the mouth, fell to the floor. Taewon anxiously ran toward his comrade. He dropped to one knee and lifted the sergeant. Taewon looked at Minsu and wondered, this guy didn't react when he was beaten by many orcs, and now he passed out from pain just because of a training whip. Could the protagonist really have invested so much power in him? As the sergeant thought, this guy can't be missed. Taewon said that a subordinate's mistake is a superior's mistake. Could he apologize instead of Minsu? MC scratched his cheek thoughtfully. Minjun wondered if he had invested too much demonic energy. For some reason, he felt guilty. The protagonist calmly disagreed and noted that he had behaved inappropriately for his rank. MC apologized for this. Taewon handed over his business card and asked Minjun to contact him if he changed his mind. Chulman happily clarified, were the sergeants really leaving? If they were in a hurry, maybe they would stop by the hospital? Taewon disagreed and replied that they had been too tactless today. The protagonist turned his attention to them. He confidently picked up the business card and asked, everything ended well, right? At this moment, laughter came from the commander's room. Jeonbam exclaimed joyfully, that's very good. Where is Sergeant Minjun now? Chulman replied that the protagonist was currently in individual training. Jeonbam pointed to himself and said that he would personally report to the division commander that MC had rejected the Special Forces offer. He thinks they will be happy. Jeonbam thoughtfully scratched his chin and clarified that although Minjun had rejected them, he thought that today's incident had only increased his value to the Special Forces. They won't give up so easily. Chulman wondered if they shouldn't do something about the conditions under which the protagonist is here. Jeonbam interrupted him and asked the commander not to worry about it. As the division commander had expected something like this, he instantly smiled. Jeonbam clarified that he was eagerly awaiting what the division commander would offer the protagonist. After a while, Sokyung laughed with great joy. He exclaimed, as expected of the protagonist, and called MC cool. What fools this Special Forces unit is. Karma has caught up with them. No matter what he promised Minjun, if the protagonist had chosen to join the Special Forces unit, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. So the commander was cautious, but now everything was resolved so easily. Jeonbam smiled and agreed, saying he thought it was time to move from the division's position. Sokyung approached the phone on the table and exclaimed that they should show favor to the one who chose the 104th Division. He picked up the phone. The commander sternly put the receiver to his ear and asked, have they finished their preparations? Sokyung smiled ominously and ordered all the documents to be brought to him now. After a while, the hunters looked at the protagonist. Gwangshik asked in bewilderment, what happened so suddenly? Sunho sternly announced that, effective today, Sergeant Minjun would be appointed commander of their second squad, second platoon. They would now report to him. Hanyoung inquired if Sunho had been promoted too. Hadn't he? The sergeant, crossing his arms, replied, not quite. But Sunho would definitely try to get promoted in the future. He currently had enough ratings for a promotion, but he was going to give up his position to Sergeant Minjun. There were no dissatisfied people, were there? Hanyoung smiled and exclaimed, of course not. Gwangshik happily remarked, yes, who else but Sergeant Minjun? Dongjun raised his hand and asked if he could ask a question. The protagonist noticed him and asked, what about? Dongjun said he'd heard that a soldier from the 104th Division had recently single-handedly captured a fake dungeon in Daejeon. Perhaps it was MC? The protagonist just happened to be on a day off. Gwangshik excitedly exclaimed, Yes, indeed. The hunter community is currently buzzing about it. Minjun calmly replied that it was him. The protagonist had just happened to be passing by and gotten sucked in, so he had no choice. Hanyong asked in amazement, "Is that really possible?" Dongjin admiringly remarked that it was amazing. The MC wasn't hurt, was he? Minjun emotionlessly raised his hands and replied that he was definitely fine. Guangxik happily asked, "So the protagonist's appointment is related to this? Are there no other rewards?" Minjun irritably replied that there were. The hunters cried out with great interest. "What is this?" A few days later in the dungeon, the goblin settlement. The hunters strike goblins. Guangxik, tired, asked, "In such a short time?" The MC was also offered to join the special forces. Hanyong struck a goblin and confirmed it. He clarified that Minjun had refused. Hanyong heard that one senior sergeant even drew blood during a training sparring match. Guangxik sternly noted that such a thing was hard to believe. Wouldn't these rumors become horror stories if they got out? Regardless, the division commander immediately appointed the protagonist as a squad leader. Hadn't MC promised that if the sergeant achieved squad achievements within a year, he would be promoted to junior sergeant? Hanyong agreed and noted that Sergeant Sunho, hearing this, also calmly relented. He didn't like the special forces either. His comrades turned their heads at the sound of a scream. The orc dug its claws into a tree with fury. It emerged from the forest and headed toward the hunters. The orc opened its mouth terrifyingly and let out a roar. The comrades looked at each other calmly. The orc raised its hand and ran towards them. The whip rushed towards the orc with great speed. It struck the monster's face with all its might. The orc covered his face with his hands and coughed, shaking with pain. The protagonist struck the orc several times with his whip. The hunters watched emotionlessly. The orc, bloodied and stained, knelt. MC confidently wrapped the whip around his hand. Guangxik irritably clarified that this was individual equipment provided to Minjun by the division commander. This was lethal force. Hanyong agreed and noted that even the platoon commander didn't have individual equipment. The commander really did do a lot for MC. Minjun happily swung the whip and struck several goblins. Guangxik inquired, "But why a whip?" Hanyong replied that he had heard that the division commander had personally suggested Minjun choose the weapon to craft, so it was the sergeant's choice. Refusing the special forces unit was worth it, considering the reward. Giving soldiers individual equipment was quite unusual, so the division commander had to personally sign about 10 documents. Minjun smiled and thought that the whip really was beyond expectations. The center of gravity and grip were amazing. It was radically different from regular equipment, perhaps because of the embedded magic stone. But even without the magic whip, its power was astonishing. The protagonist delivered a few blows, and the hunters looked on in amazement. MC grinned madly and wondered if he could really become a junior sergeant in a year by accumulating achievements. Yes, with this, he will get it very soon. On Saturday in Chunchkon, a plate of food is on the table. The MC, looking displeased, clenched his hands into fists while sitting at the table. Unseo asked if it was time to eat already. Minjun sighed irritably and asked, what was she asking him about? More importantly, why was she eating with him? Unseo looked at the food with pleasure. The waitress put the food on the table and said that they could eat. Unseo happily thanked her. She quickly began to eat. The protagonist, crossing his arms sternly, looked at her. Unseo brought her chopsticks to her mouth and turned her attention to him. She asked, "Is the MC really not eating?" "Unseo will pay." "So what?" Minjun angrily interrupted her and, disagreeing, shouted, "No, that's not the problem. How did she know he wasn't in the barracks today? And about going to Chuncheon? And how did Unseo even know he was coming to this area for food?" The protagonist was stunned, remembering something. He bit his lip horribly and screamed, "Did Guangxik really do this?" He remembered the messages with the hunter. Guangxik wrote, "Is the MC already in Chuncheon?" Minjun agreed and wrote, "What's wrong?" Guangxik wished the protagonist a good rest and wrote, "Hasn't the protagonist already had dinner?" The MC wrote that he was going now. Guangxik wrote, "Where is the protagonist going to have dinner?" Minjun came out of his memories. Unseo looked away tensely and replied that it was all a coincidence. The protagonist looked at her menacingly. She apologized and clarified that she was just asking. Unseo asked the MC not to scold the hunter Guangxik too much. Minjun angrily exclaimed that he would handle it himself. "But isn't that weird?" Unseo asked what exactly. The protagonist asked if she really liked him. Unseo raised her fists in embarrassment and screamed, "What's so weird about that? And why is MC speaking informally?" He sternly clarified, "But she spoke like that too. Aren't they the same age?" Unseo agreed and barked, "Whatever. She doesn't like Minjun, so he should stop saying such things." The MC asked, "Then why is she here? Did she hear about him from some creep and come here?" Unseo agreed and said she had a reason. Minjun screamed, "What's the reason?" The closed dungeon at the training center, the red boar while helping out in Hwacheon, and the recent fake dungeon. The MC asked in confusion, "What is she talking about?" Unseo put a finger to her cheek and remarked that she had a feeling that wherever he went, something always happened. So she was just wondering if something would happen this time. She thought that no matter how much she thought about it, it was pointless. Unseo was so panicked that she said the first thing that came to mind. The group fell silent, and Unseo looked at the protagonist with embarrassment. The MC immediately burst into laughter. He shook with intense tension and replied that he wasn't a natural disaster. Unseo tilted her head to the side in surprise. Minjun clutched his glass with great fear and wondered if she suspected something. They continued eating, and he, noticing her insignia, asked, Does that mean she's a corporal now? She told him that she took the promotion test last week, and he asked if that was too much, although he was confident in her. But Guangshik failed again. She looked up at him indignantly and asked, "Is he finding it funny, and why does he continue to speak disrespectfully to her?" He pointed out that she speaks to him that way too, and she asked displeasedly, "Does he think she can't do that?" They continued eating, and while she was glaring at him, the night wanderer showed him something. The gates in the nearby park were about to open. He clenched his teeth in frustration and thought, why now? When she was watching him like a hawk. He came here because of the gates that were about to open, and she was here, but nothing could be done about it. He lied to her with a stern expression that he needed to go to the restroom and then left. He went out to the park, looked around, and, noticing sparks nearby, said that he thought he was somewhere around here. A night wanderer peeked out from behind a bench. Minjun gave him a thumbs up and said that this was expected from the best worker. Things went better when he moved out of Li Bongu. He could already sense demonic energy. He threw him a lump of energy and asked, "Still no news from that idiot?" What was he even doing? Noticing the glow, he looked up. The sparks grew, and he, realizing that the gate was about to open, said that it was good that it was already winter and there were no people on the street. After that, a portal appeared in front of him, illuminating everything around, and he asked why the gate opened again in a residential area. Only people live here. Do these guys even have a conscience? After stretching, he headed to the portal and said that there was no choice. He would have to deal with everything quickly, for the sake of people's safety and his promotion. He wanted to go in there, but saw someone's silhouette and stopped, thinking, is the monster coming out? Without taking his eyes off the portal, he took out his phone and checked the text message. He received an emergency message about the gate opening, and he thought that he didn't know that they would get out, and if there were so many of them that he alone couldn't handle it, then he would have to distract them. The military already knows, but it's worth considering that they will be delayed due to compliance with instructions. After that, a huge monster emerged from the portal, which had sharp blades instead of hands. It roared, notifying everyone of its presence, and MC thought, is it a hunk? The monster swung its hand, trying to strike, and he dodged, thinking, is he alone there? How much energy did it absorb? Its hands look very dangerous. Avoiding another blow, he jumped back, increasing the distance between them. Then summoned 3 dark arrows and said that his blades were quite sharp, but if he couldn't reach him, they were useless. In response, the monster immediately waved his hand and threw a blade on a chain at him, which surprised Minjun, and then the weapon hit its target and dust rose. The monster froze in place, waiting for it to settle. Fortunately, MC didn't get hit, despite being very close. He grabbed the chain, wondering where this idiot learned such a thing, after which the monster immediately waved his hand, pulling Minjun and the weapon aside, and then threw a second blade at him. He quickly got his bearings and let go of the chain, flipped in the air, and then pounced on the monster and delivered a powerful blow to its jaw, causing it to fall. MC landed behind him, turned around, and seeing him rise again, wondered if that wasn't enough. He decided to hit him again, but at that moment, he heard Yunzo's voice calling him. He nervously turned around and wondered where she was going. She was running toward him, carrying a road sign on her shoulders, and at that moment, the monster threw a blade at her. But Minjun grabbed the chain and stopped it, asking him angrily, "What is he doing?" The monster growled loudly in response, and the girl screamed, "What is he doing here without a weapon? He just ran away from dinner." He angrily asked how she knew about what was happening, and she, throwing the road sign with all her might in the direction of the monster, told him that she had received an emergency message. An idea immediately came to him from what he saw. He turned to the monster and ran towards it, then jumped up and grabbed a road sign, used the demonic whip skill, and, hitting the monster on the head with all his might, asked if she at least paid for the food. A heavy iron pipe crushed the monster's skull. It immediately collapsed to the ground, raising dust, causing the girl to close her eyes, and at that moment, MC absorbed demonic energy. Hearing a cough behind him, he turned around and she asked, "Was that really a hunker?" It was a danger category monster, and he killed it with one blow? He pointed to the broken road sign and said that it was all thanks to her, and mentally added that if she hadn't come, he would have been much more comfortable. He could have tried a lot of things. After that, she approached the monster's body and asked, "This is not an ordinary one, is it? A hunker throwing a blade on chains? The strange thing is that he came out of the gate alone. Is this a standard situation?" She stood up, saying that they would definitely talk about it later, after which another silhouette appeared in the portal. The girl immediately turned to the gate, and 5 more monsters came out of it, which scared her a lot, and she told Minjun that they needed to leave quickly. They would join forces with the hunters who would arrive. He threw the road sign over his shoulder and turned to her, smiling, saying that this was a good idea. Let her quickly run away and join them. She worriedly asked, "What about him? Is he going to deal with them himself? Has he completely lost his mind?" The monsters growled menacingly, preparing for battle, and he told her with a smirk to leave. After these words, he grabbed the road sign like a spear and then rushed towards the monsters and said that his new title would soon be his. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Empire, in the middle of the night, a dark mage was walking through the forest. She reached the stone she needed, cast a spell, and it immediately broke in two, revealing a secret underground passage. The girl descended, walked down a long corridor, and emerged into a spacious hall. Stopping in the center, she folded her hands in prayer, then removed her hood and looked around. Right now she was in the Lumi-chan is the best character cult, and she had come here because of Minold. A new day had dawned. The Major General went to an uninhabited island off the coast of Nagasaki Prefecture, where Japanese hunters were waiting for him. The helicopter landed on the coast, raising a cloud of dust, and then Sokyong emerged and looked around. The Japanese hunter shook his hand and thanked him for coming. His name is Masaru Endo, and he's from the Japanese Hunters Association. Sokyong introduced himself and said his Korean was very good, for which the man thanked him and, pointing to a camp near the open gates, said they should go there. They settled into one of the tents, and Sokyong, after reading the report over a warm drink, said that the operation seemed to be going smoothly. He would even say excellently. The preparation period was tight, but they managed to assemble a good team. Masaru replied that it was all thanks to him providing good fighters, and they were grateful to him. The general said he thought they were also having hard times due to the increase in the number of anomalous dungeons. This dungeon was also on an uninhabited island, which was difficult to detect. Among the anomalous dungeons, it was definitely one of the most difficult to clear, but he didn't think they would suggest joining forces just because of a lack of forces. What was the real reason? Masaru's face darkened, and after a short pause he answered that, as far as he knew, the Japanese Hunters Association was a government organization. They also managed dungeons through a system of private hunter guilds. So he was right, they weren't short of manpower, but the number of anomalous dungeons had increased in the past few years, and it seemed there was a need to create a hunter training system. That's why they were interested in the Korean training system. He hoped this operation would help them establish an exchange of experience between the Japanese Association and the Korean Hunters Army. Sokyong smiled and thought, so that's why General Gu Hakchol sent him here? And he even included that kid on the list. Does he want them to impress them? Masaru glanced at him and said that this hunter was particularly impressive. He hadn't been in the army for a long time, but even he had heard of his successes. His rate of advancement was high. He had heard a lot of talk about him in the Korean hunter community. Considering what's written in this document, the rumors are true. And how did he manage to rise so high in such a short time? He's truly astounding. Sokyong became nervous, trying to get a word in, and the man excitedly said that he was looking forward to Sergeant Kim Min-jun's success in this raid. After a while, MC was already in the dungeon, simply standing there, doing nothing. Seeing the monster swinging at him, the man became very scared for him and asked him to dodge. And at that moment, one of the hunters named Ken kicked the monster in the head, causing it to miss, and then his comrade joined the fight. He lunged forward, knocking the monster back, but it managed to stay on its feet. Ken noted that he was tougher than they thought, and his comrade Ren added that at this rate, they might lose. Suzuki Mio from the Hunters Association approached them and said that she would try it then. The monster immediately rushed towards her. She took her time and waited for the right moment, and when it was about to strike her, she drew her sword from its sheath and lunged forward, delivering many quick strikes. The monster was immediately defeated. She put away her sword, and Major John Hyundo from the Medical Corps of the 104th Division approached her and said that her fencing skills were incredible. She nodded in gratitude and asked if anyone was injured. Ken and Ren, unlike her, were members of the Japanese Blacksmiths Guild. The latter said that the more he looked at her, the more she looked like a monster. His friend asked her if she should quit the association and join them. She was already accepted there. She ignored them and approached Min-jun, asking if he was okay. He remained silent, and she said that it seemed like he still couldn't concentrate. If there were casualties as a result of the joint raid, then they, as the side that requested help, would be in a difficult position. If he was unsure of himself, then he should stay in the rear and not rush into battle. He looked at her thoughtfully, then said with a smile that he would only be glad, and thought that her Korean was pretty good. Hyundo, meanwhile, approached the monster's body and noted that it was much larger than the huge red goblin that appeared in Korea. He knew it. The situation in the dungeons here is also quite dire. He turned to his comrade to ask his opinion, but he was not there. It turned out that Captain Kim Sang-deok from the headquarters management section was already scolding MC at this time. He asked angrily, what was he doing? Was he going to disgrace his section or their entire country? He answered that that was not the case at all, and he furiously said that he knew this would happen even when he was made a sergeant. Why the hell did the division commander like this guy so much? Hyundo told him to stop. He shouldn't pick on the juniors who have little experience in dungeons. Sang-deok objected, saying that this is all wrong. After all, he heard everything from the hunters. Min-jun, meanwhile, was thinking that he was interested in observing the skills of the rest of the team. But it seems that in the end, he only embarrassed himself. The level of the Japanese hunters turned out to be better than he thought. He glanced at Mio Suzuki and added to himself that her skills were particularly good. Sang-deok distracted him from his thoughts, telling him to pull himself together. He was keeping an eye on him. He replied that he understood everything and wondered what he'd said there, something about him not being very helpful. Mio, meanwhile, was discussing something with the guys, and at one point she decided to look away, and her eyes suddenly widened. She grabbed her sword and warned the others of the danger ahead. after which an axe flew straight at her face, but it collided with her sword and bounced upward, then sank into the ground. The girl frowned and peered into the darkness of the dungeon, after which she heard quiet footsteps. A demon emerged from the darkness with a wide smile, and she immediately realized it was the boss monster and warned everyone of the danger. They became nervous, only MC remained calm. Mio turned to the Korean soldiers and asked them to report the location to the other teams, and they would defend themselves until they arrived. If necessary, she would gradually retreat. While she was saying all this, the demon suddenly approached her, and as soon as she turned her gaze to it, she noticed a huge mouth and sharp teeth. The guys immediately rushed to her aid. They wanted to hit the monster on the head, but it grabbed their legs, and they became very nervous, after which it scattered them. At that moment, Mio drew her sword. She swung it to strike, but there was a dull thud, as if it had struck something hard. Her sword didn't even wound the demon, and he, noticing this, looked at her with a wide smile. After this, Sangdeok decided to join the fight, and said that he had a magic sword that absorbs the powers of an awakened one to increase its destructive power. This is equipment for fighting monsters. The aura emanating from the sword was proof of its destructive power. It was different from the low-grade weapons his comrades were equipped with. Minjun began to watch it with interest, after which the soldier rushed to the attack and shouted that the invincible hunter of the 104th Division, the magic sword instructor, was advancing. As soon as he approached the demon, he kicked him, throwing him into the wall. And at that moment, Mio attacked him from behind. She wanted to deliver a powerful blow with aura, but he managed to dodge, and after that, she ordered the others to retreat. She would buy them some time. She wanted to call Ren and Ken, but seeing Minjun carrying the unconscious guys aside, she asked them to take the unconscious ones and retreat. MC was not very pleased with her words and, picking up the soldier's sword, suggested that she simply defeat him. She became worried and said that this was too much. They needed equipment. He asked, "This is how it's done, right?" After these words, he activated the sword's aura, and a powerful stream of it gushed out in all directions, surprising everyone present. In Minjun's hands, this sword was a truly powerful weapon. Seeing it as a threat, the demon immediately rushed to his axe, and while MC was admiring the blue glow, he attacked him. His axe almost reached his face, and he already thought he had won. But at the last moment, he noticed a blue glow out of the corner of his eye. Minjun struck him with all his might with the sword, throwing him up, and slammed him straight into the ceiling. This sight amused him, but the demon, on the contrary, became angry. For some reason, the sword's aura began to rage, and upon noticing this, the girl became frightened and immediately jumped back, after which streams of magic began shooting in all directions. She swung the sword several times, parrying the blows, while Hundo, meanwhile, watched them in complete shock. MC smiled and apologized to them for that, then concentrated and calmed the aura, saying that it seemed like some skills were still necessary. The demon was terrified, and Minjun instantly appeared right in front of him and swung his sword while he held his axe out in front of him to defend himself. Then came the impact. Streams of aura gushed in all directions, and a shockwave swept across the area. Eventually, his sword shattered, and the demon's fingers and hands broke as he tried to block the blow. Feeling the pain, he screamed loudly, while Mio, surprised, wondered if the magical equipment hadn't withstood the aura and broken. MC looked at the sword in confusion and thought that it seemed he shouldn't have thoughtlessly invested his power into it. It was a shame, of course, but it couldn't be helped. He glanced at the monster writhing in pain, then threw away the broken sword and picked up his whip, smirking as he said he needed a reward for defeating the boss. A new day had dawned, and the boys were resting and enjoying Minjun's absence. Jungtae sighed blissfully and said that it had been a long time since they had the opportunity to relax and unwind like this during the day. Taewook grumbled that it was all because of Sergeant Kim Minjun. He was the one who established the rule that no one, including corporals, would be excused from work under any circumstances. He was in his last year of service, but he was making up all this nonsense. He should have rested while he was on mission. Jungtae immediately became agitated and covered his mouth, reminding him that they had a mole here. That idiot would tell him everything. Gwangshik worriedly said that he sensed some injustice. Ever since he became a sergeant, they don't even live in the barracks together or visit him in the Bo-Q. So what can he do? He's a monster who rose to the rank of sergeant first class in a month. He'll skin them alive in no time. He only had to blink and he'd become the deputy platoon leader. Han Young said he was actually right. Thanks to the deputy commander, the atmosphere became better and the overall strength increased. Taewook stretched and said he didn't know anything. He hoped he would be in Japan for a long time. It would be nice if he came back after his discharge. He noticed Private Lee Dongjin nearby and called out to him, and he immediately ran up to him. Taewook said that he had already risen to private first class. So what is he trying so hard for then? No news from Minjun? He's his #1 mole, right? He must have cried because he got promoted thanks to the sergeant. He nervously said that it wasn't that he was the mole. But not long ago, he heard some news from the platoon commander. Yesterday, Sergeant Kim Minjun killed the boss and cleared the dungeon. He doesn't know how it all ended, but he was able to beat him single-handedly. Upon hearing this, the guys immediately rushed to him, and Taewook, with tears in his eyes, asked, Does that mean he'll be back today? Dongjin told him that since the cleanup ended earlier than planned, the division commander had given the entire raid group the day off. They would rest in Japan for a day and return here tomorrow. Upon hearing this, they were outraged, and Taewook exclaimed that he needed a few years off. Jongtae smiled and said that he must be having fun there, and the weather was so nice today. Gwangshik asked if he knew what he was going to do. Hanyoung said that he usually spent his days training, studying, and playing games. It was strange to imagine him doing anything else, although maybe he'd clear a dungeon in Japan. The guys laughed, saying that was just him, but then their faces darkened, and they thought he wouldn't do that, right? Meanwhile, the MC was on his way to the dungeon. Bongu called out to him loudly and sat on his arm, saying that, as he'd ordered, he'd found the nearest place with the strongest energy. Minjun was very happy and said that he had already come very far, so he was running out of time. Bongu said that yesterday he heard him say that he couldn't do anything because of an idiot named Lag. So who is that? He will teach that scoundrel a lesson. MC told him that even he couldn't do anything about it, and the Raven was indignant. How is that possible if even he can't do anything? Then he gets scared. Hearing some sounds, Minjun ordered him to be quiet, and saw a motorcycle approaching him, driven by a girl. Seeing him, she immediately applied the brakes, stopped next to him, and took off her helmet, asking what he was doing here. It was Mio Suzuki. He looked at her suspiciously and wondered if she was following him. Noticing his expression, she sighed and said that he didn't understand her. This area has been deserted since the dungeon breach. Entry is certainly not prohibited, but the association monitors the place 24/7. She pointed at a pole covered with security cameras, and a raven circled calmly nearby. Noticing the security camera, he became frightened and looked nervously at Minjun, meeting his gaze. Barely containing his anger, he mentally called him a little idiot, and Bongu excitedly exclaimed that it was not like that at all. He simply sensed demonic energy here. He irritably said that they would talk to him later, and the huntress again asked what he was doing here. He lied to her, saying that he just wanted to take a walk and got lost, and she looked at him in shock. While he pretended to look around and wonder where he was, she looked at him in confusion and thought that this guy was not like the other awakened ones. Something was wrong with him, but she couldn't figure out what exactly. And she came to find out, but so far she's had no luck. Suddenly, she heard a rumble behind her, and she immediately turned around to see a huge minotaur in front of her, its roar shaking the area. She got off her motorcycle and pulled out her sword, while MC stared in surprise at the monster destroying everything around him and realized it was Bongu. He silently told him that it was a great idea, and the girl asked him to leave, but not through the subway, as the infection had spread there. Thus, Minjun found out where what he needed was and thanked her in his mind, after which she added that if he spent too much time there, he would die, so he should definitely not go there. But he, of course, didn't listen to her and had already managed to escape. Mio returned to the monster and nervously clenched her teeth, thinking, where did he even come from? Their system couldn't miss the rift that had appeared here. He's been hiding here all this time, and they didn't even notice him? She imbued her sword with aura, deciding to deal with him first, then pushed off the ground and pounced on the minotaur in midair, then swung her sword. Bongo was scared when he saw her blade right next to his head, then quickly turned, dodging the blow, and took off running. The girl looked at him in shock. She ran after him and thought, what kind of nonsense is this? MC, meanwhile, approached the blocked entrance to the subway, having first destroyed the security cameras with dark arrows. He looked at the fence, a bunch of signs saying that it was forbidden to enter, and that it was dangerous, then simply broke them, and descending the stairs, began to draw in demonic energy and enjoy it. He spread his arms out to the sides and thought that everything here was much better than he thought. There was simply a lot of energy here. The system reported that his demonic energy had increased several times and had reached the limit. He had unlocked the Reign of Corruption skill, and the Corruption skill had been strengthened. The Demonic Grasp and Whip skills had been strengthened. He was overjoyed and opened his status window. Currently, his strength was 77, agility 60, endurance 62, and demonic energy 30. He turned around with a grin and thought that while he didn't have enough strength to attack Bong, he still hoped he had managed to escape. He would definitely die if he were caught. Meanwhile, Mio destroyed a couple of buildings in an attempt to find the Minotaur, and he disappeared again. She slowly walked forward, then stopped and abruptly thrust her sword into the wall next to her, behind which the mage was hiding, and the blade miraculously missed, piercing the back of his head. He burst into tears and fear, and covered his mouth with his hand, after which the girl suspected something was wrong and pulled out her sword. When he saw this, he immediately felt better, after which he decided to check the situation through the hole she made, and at that very moment, she swung her sword several times, cutting the wall into pieces. As soon as everything collapsed before her, she looked down and saw a cute creature, a small kitten sitting in front of her, trembling with fear. Realizing that she was the one who scared it, she crouched down to pet it, but it hissed and swiped at her several times with its paw, then ran away. She worriedly followed the kitten, after which she received a call from headquarters, saying that she was monitoring the rift. For the moment, she was focusing on blind spots. Even the observation team missed it. She will join the reinforcements as soon as they arrive. She was informed that the corruption level had changed, which greatly surprised her, and the man added that the color of the monster's crystal had also changed. She knows that the crystal darkens in response to corruption in the dungeons, right? Well, it's become closer to its original color. They are also confused. If it's not the equipment, then perhaps there was a corruption leak. Did she find any anomalies there? She told him that she hadn't noticed anything unusual so far, and he said that in that case, he would report an equipment malfunction and also send a cleanup team. All the corruption can't disappear at once anyway. He laughed, and at that moment, an idea occurred to the girl. She turned towards the subway and wondered if it could really be him. A new day had dawned. The Korean soldiers were gathering before departure, and while representatives of the different countries were discussing something among themselves, Sang Deok was throwing angry glances at Minjun for breaking his sword, and he was generally trying to ignore him. Looking to the side, he noticed Mio approaching them and wondered what she was doing here. She stopped next to him and he mentally asked her to leave, after which she crossed her arms over her chest and asked suspiciously how his walk yesterday went. He looked away and told her that thanks to her, everything went well. She smiled somehow creepily and asked, in that case, maybe he knew something about the destroyed subway entrance? All the surveillance equipment nearby failed, so they had no idea what happened there. He didn't notice anything suspicious. He looked away and nervously told her that he didn't know anything. He was too carried away by the walk. She sighed with a barely noticeable smile, then walked away from him and said that she was glad that his walk was successful. And with that, she said goodbye. She left and he breathed a sigh of relief, after which Sang Deok began to pester him with questions. But at the end, Mio called out to the sergeant and said that they would see each other again. Some time passed after returning to Korea, and one evening something happened. Bonggu and the Night Wanderer were lying on the ground, unable to get up, and the MC was holding one of his followers, Kim So-hyun, in his arms. Some time ago, as soon as he arrived, he and all the soldiers went to the training hall, where a real test awaited them. When they all fell to the floor exhausted, he asked discontentedly, "They managed to lose all their form in the couple of days he was in Japan? Have they completely lost their fear? Didn't he tell them to practice on their own? The four of them can't even last 30 seconds against him. Why aren't they improving?" Meanwhile, they thought that not even a week had passed, after which Minjun cast a displeased glance at Sunho, saying that all hope was on him. But what was that? He looked away and exclaimed, "Who else should be offended here? Let them get up immediately." The poor guys barely rose on trembling legs, and he, flexing his fists, told them to just look at themselves. They were just insolent. Today he would bring them to their senses. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence, catching a familiar feeling. The guys looked at him questioningly, after which he ran out of the gym and said that today they were on self-study. As soon as the door slammed behind him, they breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Are they alive?" MC, meanwhile, ran into the forest. While he was running, he contacted Bonggu and said that he just felt an explosion of dark magic. Was it him? What the hell is going on? Let him answer him immediately. Bonggu's weak voice rang out. He immediately noticed it and asked what happened. He said something about dimension, a blow, but he didn't have enough strength, and Minjun became worried. As soon as he found himself in the forest, he froze in place and listened to his feelings. Bonggu's magic is gradually fading. He needs to determine his location. As soon as he felt it, he broke into a run again and thought that if it was someone from another dimension, it could only be Isgard. Some time ago, Seo-hyun was running from the Saint's subordinates. One of them wanted to hit her, but she quickly reacted and jumped over him, then stepped on his shoulder. At that moment, the second man waved his hand, intending to grab her, but she pushed off the first man's shoulder and, grabbing the second by the head, kneed him in the face. Having dealt with them, she was about to run on, but another man appeared. The same one who was Minjun's mentor. The doors to the hall with the portal collapsed. The girl was thrown with such force that she broke through them with her body. Upon landing, she immediately drew her weapon and the man entered the hall, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. Following him, the saint entered the spacious hall and said that stealing a relic from the temple of the goddess is a grave crime. If she meekly surrendered, she would spare her life. So-hyun remained silent, preparing for battle, and when her gaze fell on the spot where he was standing, she realized that a portal was being created there. She smirked, saying that she was not going to give up, then cast a spell and, taking a relic emitting demonic energy from under her clothes, asked how she felt about that. She said that she understood what she had planned, but she did not have enough strength to move between dimensions. It seemed she was trying to use the relic to get to him, but she did not even know where she needed to go. She responded by telling her that with this level of energy, as soon as she activated the portal, she would immediately sense where she needed to go. Far beyond the dimension, she knew the coordinates of where this parasite was. The saint immediately lost all her confidence and ordered the guard to stop her, after which he rushed towards her with his weapon at the ready, and she clutched the relic tighter. There was a surge of energy. The portal activated and she began to move to another dimension. Grinning victoriously, she looked at the saint, but when she saw her expression, she became very worried. She was smiling. Meanwhile, Bongu and the Night Wanderer were in the forest. He decided to feed him dark energy and asked with a smile if he liked it. He had done a good job, so he would generously share with him. And doesn't he want to thank him? The Night Wanderer gave him a displeased look, and he nervously said that it was good. Of course, that Minjun gave him this for good work, but he shared it with him. He only smiled mockingly in response, which angered Bongu and ordered him to give it to him. The Wanderer started running, and he followed him, trying to catch him. And at that moment, sparks appeared between them, as if from a portal. They were both startled, and then a bright beam of light shot into the sky and a shockwave swept through the area. They were both thrown aside, and before Bongu could even understand what had happened, Minjun contacted him to check on the situation. Seeing someone's silhouette in the cloud of dust, he wanted to tell him about someone passing through the dimension, but he didn't have the strength. MC kept trying to reach him, and at that moment, Sohyun approached him and called him a parasite, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. Bongu recognized his old acquaintance but was unable to answer her because he had lost consciousness. The girl, meanwhile, looked around and thought that Master Minold was definitely somewhere around here, but she, too, lost her strength due to the transition to another dimension and began to fall. The MC caught her, and as soon as she saw his face, she reached out to him with tears in her eyes and then lost consciousness. He looked at her, then shouted in rage that these fanatics were harassing him. First this guy, and now her, and she's covered in bruises. He can't even live a normal life because of them. He used his skill, grabbed them all, and, imbuing them with demonic energy, irritably said that for now, he would leave them alive. Soyeon woke up as soon as she saw her master's face. She smiled and said that she already thought this was a dream, but it was really him. Feeling his hands on her shoulder and leg, she was delighted, after which she quickly descended to the ground and bowed to him, excitedly saying that Kim So-hyun was greeting the master after a long time. Her body was overflowing with magical energy. She was so sorry that he had to waste his energy on such a pathetic person. She would definitely repay him for this with her life. He angrily ordered her to stop and exclaimed, "Why do they always throw their lives away? Let them at least once think about living longer." She lowered her head and apologized to him, after which he sighed and began to scold her, asking what was wrong with her. She had always been different from Bongu. She was the brains of their church. He even chose her name with special care, not to mention his. He thought about her name for a whole 10 minutes. Where did her brain go? What was she doing here? She wanted to say something about this parasite, but immediately corrected herself, saying that she came here for another reason. He exclaimed irritably, "What reason could that be? She was just crazy." And then an idea occurred to him. He immediately calmed down and asked, "Did she see something?" She looked up at him and confirmed it. A bizarre demonic eye. This item was given to Seohyun, who lost her eye during the war, and the power of this eye is not perfect foresight. He asked what exactly she saw, and she told him that it was the destruction of Earth. She stood up and he clarified, "Is that true?" She confirmed it and said that due to the limited capabilities of the demonic eye, she did not see how it all happened, but she saw him on the destroyed Earth. And next to him, she saw this parasite, that is, Bongu. He began to get quite irritated by all this, and he asked, "Is that why she came?" She used tracking magic, which she attached to the eternally troublesome Bongu, and thus found out where he was, simply because he was with him in her precognition. What an amazing detective she is. But how did she manage to get here? She couldn't travel through dimensions, after all. Did she steal some relic from the temple? The answer immediately caught his eye, a cross on her chest. He sighed heavily, clutching his head, and then asked what caused the destruction. She answered that it was probably the war. She felt a strong wave of hatred, like now in Isgard. This news greatly surprised him, and he exclaimed in rage. He had just dealt with this war, and it arose again, because of whom this time? She told him that the Nova Empire had been reborn. The day before Minjun returned to Korea, he went to the north of the Nova Empire, killed all the monsters there, and reached the main thing. In the throne room stood the last warrior of the empire, blocking his path, and the Duke was hiding behind him. The man looked at him thoughtfully, and said that he should be glad that he managed to catch so many idiots, but they were all just cannon fodder for him. He asked, "So he knows him?" The man answered him that he is the Duke of the Nova Empire. He has some connections. It's such a shame to use such a talented man like him as a watchdog. Maybe he'll think about it. If he joins the Nova Empire, he'll get a much more important role. MC didn't want to listen to him and told him to stop. They weren't in a relationship to discuss such things. He didn't have time, so he wanted to sort this out as soon as possible. The Duke tried to persuade him, saying that he could improve his abilities using the Empire's knowledge, but he irritably replied that he had already said that he didn't have time. If he really wanted to talk, then he should do it with the Asgardians waiting outside. The Duke smirked, realizing that he couldn't win him over, then extended his hand towards him and said that it was a shame to lose such a man. At his command, the monster pounced on Minjun, but that was just what he was waiting for. Clenching his fist tighter, he prepared to attack, and using all his skills, agreed with the Duke, saying that it was truly a shame. Having finished, he took the monster's head and headed back. An old man, Archmage Isaac, appeared in his path. Noticing him, he asked if he couldn't resist coming anyway, and in person, no less. This was expected of a regular worker. His motivation was off the charts. Or maybe he has some business for him? The Archmage smiled slightly and answered him that he had a free moment. Is he injured? MC waved his hand, answering him that as far as he could see, there was not a scratch on him, and he asked, is the Duke alive? He confirmed this, adding that he had beaten him up good, so let them go and capture him. Now Isaac was curious about the modified monsters of the Nova Empire, and he shrugged, answering him that they were just nobodies. The Archmage frowned slightly, and said that they were secretly developed by the Nova Empire. This place contains knowledge that should never go beyond its borders. They even conducted experiments on modifying monsters here. All this must remain buried under the banner of their victory. Minjun passed by him and told him that he would not blab anything and would just leave. But Isaac had one more question. He stopped him and asked how much he trusted the saint. MC turned to him with a wide smile and replied that naturally, he didn't trust her at all. He was currently inquiring with his fanatics about the situation. He nervously tapped his toe and asked, so, the Emperor used the regular army and dealt with him? He thought he'd wiped out everything, including that crazy Duke and the monsters he'd created. But why were they reborn? They hung their heads guiltily, and he clenched his fist, asking, what about their guys? Are their believers okay? Sohyun lowered her gaze and remained silent. He clenched his fist with a grim expression and thought that the only reason he, who only fought disaster-level monsters, had agreed to the Saints' offer to destroy the Nova Empire was because they were unusually oppressive toward black mages. The believers were full of people who had abandoned their native Nova Empire and were trying to escape. But the fact that this empire has resurfaced and started a new war with Isgard angers him greatly. Sohyun sadly told him that many believers had died on the battlefield fighting the empire, but they still desired his well-being more than their own. She hoped he would understand their feelings, and so she asked him to be careful with the prophecy. He clenched his teeth in anger, about to scold her, but seeing her confident eyes, he waved her off and said that there was nothing he could do from here anyway. Bongu was encouraged and told him not to worry so much. He had brought these followers personally, so they simply couldn't be weak. Seohyun looked at him with disgust and said that he was right, although she didn't like supporting this parasite, but he shouldn't worry about the believers too much. Minjun decided to put these worries aside for now, and a system notification popped up in front of him. Lee Bonggu and Kim Sohyun transcended the dimension thanks to thoughts of him, their devotion to him growing stronger. They became ardent followers of the Lumi-sama, the best character cult. When ardent followers use magic, a portion of it will be returned. He frowned and wondered if this was some kind of team effect, but it was somehow useless. His gaze fell on his loyal followers who looked up to him like a parent, and he had no choice but to take care of them. He stood up and said that nothing would change even if the prophecy came true. But even if the world were destroyed by war, he would solve everything when he regained his former strength. Looking at their confident leader, they became greatly inspired and happy, after which the MC decided to figure out where to place them. A few days later, he returned to the apartment, gave Sohyun normal clothes, and placed a pile of money in front of them. Bonggu's eyes even sparkled with delight, but Seohyun quickly brought him back to his senses with a blow to the head. She turned to Minjun and said that they were certainly grateful that he had given them such a beautiful home, but it was unnecessary. He replied that it was necessary if they wanted to continue helping him. Bonggu had the ability to transform, but she did not, so she should just do as he said. She felt awkward because he was giving them such a huge sum, and he told her not to worry. Hunters in the army had a good salary, so he would quickly recoup what they spent. He could not do anything about how they lived in Isgard, but he would not allow them to live poorly in his homeland. They looked at him in awe, after which Bonggu thanked him and said that he would definitely buy an ID with the money. He said that it was illegal, and he could not help them, so let them figure it out themselves. And let them be sure to inform him about what they're doing, so they don't get deceived. Bonggu happily said they understood everything, and his behavior was starting to really irritate Sohyun. She grabbed him by the beak, not giving him a chance to say a word, and the MC thought with a smile that he even wondered how many people in Korea had already managed to deceive them. He might not worry about Sohyun, but Bonggu was a different matter. The girl distracted him from his thoughts, asking, with this document, would she be able to become a recruit in the army of hunters? Time passed. He got on a bus and went to the mountains. During the trip, Sohyun's words about joining the army still haunted him. He thought that in general, it was possible. If she first obtained foreign citizenship on the black market, then accepted Korean citizenship, then with her skills, she could very well join the army of hunters. But why? If a black mage who has lived in Isgard his whole life joins the army and makes a mistake, won't it come back to haunt him later? But if she's stubborn, trying to stop her is useless. In a way, she's worse than Bonggu, although he heard that there is a simplified procedure for foreigners to obtain citizenship if they join the hunter army. He became very nervous and even began to bite his nails, and then leaned back in his seat and sighed, saying that he had no idea what to do. These kids, what should he do with them? After getting off the bus, he continued the rest of the way on foot and was joined by a night wanderer. He climbed onto his shoulder and asked, "Is it around here?" He nodded excitedly, and Minjun patted his head, said with a smile that this is great. He can't wait to see who will be there this time. He reached the place where the portal appeared and saw something amazing. He wasn't the only one who decided to clear this dungeon. A group of people had arrived here shortly before him. He walked toward them, noticing that they didn't look like army hunters, and the men immediately noticed him. The largest of them noticed him and walked up to him, gazing down at him from his height. MC looked at him questioningly in response, and this man, Park Chambyung, asked how he got here. He looked around and told him that he heard something strange happened in the dungeon, so he came to check it out. The man frowned, saying that the check seemed to be over. They were the People's Organization of Hunters Raid, Team Number 6, and they had been given official permission to clear it. The Korean Army of Hunters gave them this. Maybe he wanted to see it? MC told him that everything was fine. He wasn't going to cause them any trouble. The man asked why he came here then. Was it really for an additional check? On a day off like today, the sergeant came here alone? Minjun thought that in Korea, all dungeons are under the control of the army, and most of them are managed by them. Cases where raid rights are transferred to others are quite rare. Now, he could miss his chance to enter the dungeon, so he needs to pull himself together. They are well aware that the dungeon is money. However, he simply has to get in. He cleared his throat and said that he does not intend to infringe on their right to raid, but additional verification is necessary. He made a high five with his fingers and said that therefore he will go in first, and in 5 minutes they will. This tensed the man. Everyone started whispering, and MC said that he really needs to check something. He promises that he will not collect byproducts from the raid or anything related to profit. Chambyung remained silent, thinking about this, and then said that first he will talk to the team members. They began to discuss it, and he walked over to a tree and began to wait. The man said he really didn't understand what the sergeant wanted. Jong Sungmin said that as long as he didn't take the profits, there was no problem. A hunter from the army could join them for free. Lim Songjin noted that the guy had come here without equipment, counting with his bare hands. Shouldn't they ask the hunter army about this? Chambyung told him that wasn't allowed. They were given permission to raid on the condition that there were at least 10 people. They had reduced the number themselves, so that could cause problems. The guy exclaimed that if 10 people entered this small dungeon, there would be nothing left. His comrade exclaimed that they didn't have time to argue. They were losing either way. Then, Songjun approached them and said that they would simply do as he said. She doesn't see any problem with it. They immediately agreed with her, after which she glanced at Minjun, who was standing near a tree and yawning, and smiled. Chambyung informed him of the outcome of their conversation and led him to the portal, and then the girl approached the sergeant and called him by name. He looked at her questioningly, and she smiled, saying that she was his fan. He didn't react to this and wondered how they even knew him. Chanbyung clarified whether he was really going without equipment, then timed it and said that, as they had agreed, they would enter in 5 minutes. MC approached the portal, but before entering the dungeon, he turned to them and said with a smile that he would kill anyone who stood in his way during the inspection. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Army of Hunters, the head of the special unit, Major General Song Beomgi, came to the Chief of Staff, Army General Gu Hak-chol, with a report. He read it and asked, "How did this even happen?" The man nervously said that he would try to contact him again, and then the general angrily threw the folder with a report on the table and asked, "What's the problem? He was a major general, right?" Beomgi said that it was true that Major General Do Seokyoung did not openly support their plan, but more importantly, he did not support it himself. Hearing this, Hak-chol frowned, then leaned back in his chair and said that there was nothing to be done about it then. Let him go. Beomgi excitedly exclaimed that he would contact them again. He would talk to Colonel Lee Junbeom himself, but the general did not want to listen to him anymore and ordered him to leave. As soon as he left his office, he tiredly clutched his head, and someone called him. It was his daughter. He greeted her sweetly and asked what happened. He was already in trouble because of this guy. She said something interesting, and he smiled, asking her to tell him more about it. His daughter was Song Ji-yoon. She smirked and told him that she had just seen Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, he was already in the dungeon, which was a catacomb. A lizard was crawling here. Hearing some footsteps, it stopped and peered into the darkness of the corridor. Realizing that someone was coming, it prepared for battle, and at that moment, MC ran out of the darkness, throwing all the lizards aside. Dodging the blow, he noted that this monster was well hidden. Magic is felt very weakly. That's why civilians were given permission. He punched 2 lizards, preventing them from attacking him, and wondered what they would do without him. 2 more monsters pounced on him. He jumped, dodging the blow, and ran on, telling them that he had no time to play with them. The lizards could only look after him in bewilderment. He quickly ran forward until he noticed that the source of energy was very close. He immediately slowed down, looked around, and thought that it seemed to be somewhere here. He approached the wall from which the energy emanated. Since there was no passage, he decided to do it himself. Swinging his leg, he infused some demonic energy and hit the wall with all his might, making his way into a secret room. He slowly walked forward. A monster was sleeping there, emitting demonic energy. Hearing footsteps, it woke up and rose, revealing its enormous size. Minjun looked at the monster with a grin and said that the annoying fly had been found. After that, the fight began. The monster attacked him with its tail, and he dodged the blows in every possible way. At one point, he got tired of dodging, grabbed the lizard's tail, and said with a smirk that he recently acquired a skill. After these words, he pointed his finger up, and a purple cloud began to accumulate above the monster's head. This was his skill, Rain Corruption, which attacks enemies with magical energy in a certain radius. This skill poisons and deals damage in the radius. MC smirked, asking if it wanted to try it, then waved his finger down and rain poured out of the poisonous cloud. Noticing this, the monster immediately jumped to the side, but the rain caught its tail, and as soon as the poisonous drops touched the monster's skin, they began to corrode it. Feeling pain, the monster roared loudly, and Minjun noted that the rot was very weak. Too bad. Apparently it's because of the low D level. His eyes widened slightly when he noticed something. It turns out the monster can shed its tail, and so it quickly got rid of the poisonous patch. After that, the monster tensed its paws, jumped, and pushing off the wall and ceiling, flew straight at Minjun. He quickly ran to the side, dodging the blow, and noted with a smile that its body was much lighter without a tail. It became faster. The lizard turned its back on him, grew a tail, hit him with it, and as soon as he landed, it immediately spat some kind of slime at him. This slime clung to his upper body, and the monster, seeing that he was no longer moving, decided to devour him. It opened its mouth wide, reaching for him with its tongue, but he grabbed it, catching the monster off guard. After that, it began to exude demonic energy and said that with such poison, it would never penetrate the immunity of a high-ranking black mage. He used the demonic energy grasp skill, opening the monster's mouth wide and holding it in place. He then fired a clot of energy at the monster and asked, "It has a strong stomach, right?" The lizard was terrified, so he used the rain corruption skill and fired it into the monster's mouth, causing an explosion. The monster was defeated. He immediately began collecting demonic energy, and the system reported that his strength had increased by 1 and his demonic energy by 5. Having absorbed a certain level of energy, he unlocked the D-level Furious Onslaught skill. He was delighted and decided to test it out. When using this skill, his defense and strength are reduced, but his speed increases. He can deal damage to enemies he collides with. He thought that this skill was usually called trash by sorcerers with weak bodies, but with him, everything was different. He could hit the enemy with his entire body. Swiping the status window aside, he decided to clean up the mess. Using corruption, he gathered the remaining energy and destroyed the body, after which he noted with a smile that this was a wonderful ending. The problem is that the absorption is too slow. Since he was done with business, he decided to go back. The 5 minutes were probably up by now. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting by the portal and waiting. Sungjin turned to the captain and asked if 5 minutes hadn't passed. Chanbyung checked the time and said it was true. But isn't that strange? The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, and he said that he didn't want to get involved with the army, so he left everything as is. But what's the point of his actions? That he'll get there in 5 minutes? What if he really needs to conduct a check, but the dungeon turns out to be really dangerous? He'll just bleed out there. The guys noted that he was right, and Sungjin asked his comrade if some of them hadn't failed. He agreed with him, and the captain said that for now, they could pretend that the 5 of them had come to prepare the camp and were waiting for the rest of the team. But if something happened, they would be in trouble. Sungmin asked what exactly could happen, and he said that if this sergeant couldn't handle it, others would come. Ji-yoon approached them and said that was impossible. The 3 of them stared at her, and Chanbyung asked, "She knows him, right?" She seemed to have said that she was a fan of his. She asked, "Don't they know him? A few months ago, someone cleared a fake dungeon in Daejeon. It was him, Kim Minjun." Chanbyung asked doubtfully, "Is that true? But wasn't it a corporal from the 104th Division back then?" Sungjin confirmed his words, saying that back then, there was a big fuss about an ordinary soldier, not even an officer, clearing a dungeon all by himself. Had he really been promoted? Sungmin asked her how she even knew him. The Hunter Army doesn't reveal the names and faces of its soldiers after all. She told him there was one way, so they shouldn't worry about him, gather their gear, and go. Chanbyung stood up and worriedly asked, what if there really was something wrong with the dungeon? Could this man really stop anyone? The girl sighed heavily, then looked up at him and asked, did he really believe that? She didn't. After that, she headed to the portal and said that she had waited the promised 5 minutes. So now she wanted to see with her own eyes why the sergeant went there. He didn't understand, right? She was wondering if she could find the weak spot of the Hunter Army man. At that moment, the girl behind her pointed at the portal in surprise, and everyone immediately looked there. The MC emerged from the dungeon, looking around, and the girls immediately blushed at the sight of his bare chest. Chanbyung ran up to him and worriedly asked what had happened. He replied that the dungeon wasn't abnormal, so they could go in. After that, he smiled awkwardly and asked if they could lend him a t-shirt. Time passed. Soyeon, as always, was sitting at the computer, surfing the internet, with her Korean language textbooks lying next to her. She was typing tiredly. Then a raven flew into the apartment through the open window and transformed into Bongu. He had a bag of treats in his hand. He took it out, wanting to eat it quickly. and the girl asked discontentedly where he went without saying anything. He told her that he went to the shop across the street because they ran out of noodles. He took a small pot from the top cabinet, and noticing that she got up, turned to her with a smile and wanted to say something, but she immediately hit him on the chest, causing him to fall, and she said that it would be better if he walked to the nearby shops instead of constantly transforming. He got up and indignantly asked why she hit him, and why always fists. She sat down opposite him and said irritably that every day all he does is fly around in the form of a raven and eat constantly. He thinks Master Kim Min-jun gives him demonic energy just so he can walk. He looked away and defended himself by saying that he had actually found a lot of dungeons, and she said that if she had known that Master would receive a penalty for moving between dimensions, she would never have accepted demonic energy from him. Bongu stood up and told her with a smile not to worry. He would definitely increase his demonic energy faster than anyone else, and he would definitely play a key role in this. She immediately grabbed his clothes and exclaimed, "How dare a dark mage say such a thing? Energy boosting can only increase the total amount of demonic energy stored, but it will still run out after use. Besides, it is much more difficult to collect energy here than in Isgard, and he dares to say such a thing? It makes her wonder if he really is Master's follower." He laughed nervously and said that he always has a plan, and giving them demonic energy is part of that plan. She couldn't stand it and swung her fist, shouting that he was just messing around, but this time he didn't take it anymore and didn't let her hit him. They glared at each other, after which he laughed and gave in, saying he wouldn't do it again. She hissed through her teeth that she would definitely kill him someday. And at that moment, Min-jun entered the apartment with a bag of food and asked if they were fighting again. So-hyun immediately let go of the guy and bowed her head, telling him that was not the case, and Bongu was very happy to see him. The MC tossed the bag of food into his hands and asked how the preparations were going. Seoyeon said that in 3 days the black magicians would meet with Lee Bongu. He walked over to her desk, noticing the Korean language textbooks, and asked her just not to come up with some ridiculous persona again, and not to leave everything to Bongu. She needed to be more careful. Bongu immediately began eating what he gave him, and he told him not to worry, he would succeed. Min-jun examined the textbooks, then picked one up and asked if she really intended to join the Hunter Corps. She told him with a confident smile that it hadn't been that long, but she could already write basic Korean. She'd be perfectly prepared and would join the army. MC wondered if there were any written questions at all. Then a notification sounded, and they both glanced at the monitor. Seohyun's eyes flashed, and she returned to her task, fiercely typing and arguing with people on the forum. Someone wrote that the Korean Hunter Corps was simply wasting taxes. He heard that a few months ago, a sergeant managed to clear a dungeon single-handedly. Do they really need an army? A user named Hunijung asked if he had proof. There had been a similar rumor before, but about a different dungeon. He told him that there was a rumor that the same person did all of this, and he asked how the sergeant could clear the dungeon alone. It was just a rumor. Seohyun, who was on the forum under the name Kim Min-jun Fan, said that none of that mattered, they should just be grateful. The guy asked if they should be grateful to that sergeant. She told him that he was on a completely different level, so he shouldn't say anything if he didn't know. Hunijung asked what was wrong with her. Was she that sergeant, or did she know him that well? They were obviously just being deceived, either by the hunters or by himself, and he didn't have time to believe the scammers, so good luck. The guy who started this thread asked why he should be grateful to those who were just wasting his taxes. Seohyun got angry and started writing curses, telling him to give her his address. And Hunijung asked if even if he gave her his address, what would she do to him? She started swearing again, fiercely defending Min-jun, and he, looking at all this, smiled wryly and noted that she had definitely learned Korean quite well, but let her just not write his name in her nickname. He turned to Bongu and said that, in any case, starting tomorrow, he would be gone for a week, so they wouldn't be able to contact him. So they shouldn't dare do anything crazy and behave well. He asked where he was going, and he told him that he was part of the 5-minute readiness squad starting tomorrow. It's a rapid response squad that works around the clock to be the first to respond to emergencies. They are usually called 5 standby, and in the Hunter Corps, one squad works at the battalion level. Even if they are the Hunter Corps, despite an emergency that requires the deployment of 5 standby, it doesn't happen often, and the service there is still very difficult. And the reason for that is another sudden emergency. This squad consists of Corporal Lee, Private Jin Cholho, Corporals Jung Han-young, Kim Kwang-shik, and Sergeant Lee Sun-ho. MC entered their room, announcing that it was an emergency and that everyone needed to head to the company's training ground immediately. Han-young asked in surprise, "Again?" Kwang-shik became upset and asked, "Is this another drill?" He replied that he didn't know and that they would deal with it when they got there. After that, he left the room, telling them to stop chatting, and Kwang-shik exclaimed in irritation that he was just asking because he knew that 9 out of 10 5 standby calls are false alarms. This was too much. Han-young agreed with him, and said that there was no point in setting off alarms every hour since their first day. Sunho stood up and said that they needed to go and that the deputy platoon leader was waiting for them. He himself was very angry. Drills are held regularly, it's a custom, because each one is considered part of the training. They went outside, climbed into the truck, and headquarters contacted Minjun on the radio. He gave them the location and ordered them to move quickly. MC glanced in the side mirror, and seeing that everyone had finished boarding, it said they were moving out. As they drove, he thought they were acting differently. Maybe this time, it was for real? Suddenly, the truck braked sharply, and the soldier noticed an obstacle ahead. Someone's car blocked the road, and Jang Minsu was standing next to him, smiling. Minjun immediately remembered him. It was the guy he'd hit with the whip. He got out of the truck and the sergeant spread his arms wide, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. He asked what brought him there, and Jang, pointing to his car, said that he saw that it was broken and they seemed busy. MC checked the time and confirmed it, and the sergeant grinned maliciously. After that, MC turned to the truck and ordered the second squad to get out. They would continue on at a run. They passed the sergeant, throwing him displeased glances, then sped up, and he, looking after them, sighed and said that he was such a scoundrel. Soon they were already in the forest. MC turned to the squad and said that they were almost there. They needed to go even faster. One of them exclaimed indignantly, "What did he say?" He heard him correctly, right? Minjun asked, "Did he really want to die?" The soldier remained silent, after which they sped up, and he thought that from the very first day of 5 standby, it was very interesting. Soon they ran out to a small clearing where soldiers were camped near a tent, which confused him slightly. It turned out that Song Beomgi had called them. Upon seeing them, he immediately stopped the stopwatch and said with a smile that they had arrived in 4 minutes 55 seconds. Close. MC ordered the squad to stand at attention, then saluted the superior by title, and noticing his chevron, grinned faintly and thought, "So, this is the kind of game they play?"